That's my sister.
Hey, Nicole, isn't your dad supposed to be here?
He's coming. He promised. I trust him.
Showtime, guys. 1 minute.
Good people. Listen, Paul the Handsome One Herring here with a special opportunity for you. Actually, that was given to us. YouTube has invited us to participate in the sponsorship program. So they have set up some kind of system to allow you guys to support the channel. There should be a button down here somewhere. Join, support, sponsor. Click it. See what it says. I want to assure that all the content that we always do is still going to remain free. You don't have to be a sponsor or a supporter to enjoy what we do here at Spectacle Productions. But you can be extra appreciated if you do. All right? Down here, join, sponsor. See what happens, all right? We're also considering starting a new show for those that do choose to sponsor, and we're calling it The Meeting After the Meeting. And we'll allow you to be guests and hosts and help come up with the content and maybe make you a star. I do not know. All right? But rest assured, I'm enjoying the life I'm living just until I can live the life I'll enjoy. And your support and our sponsorship will get us even closer to that. Remember, there'll be more, as always, after this. And after this is your life. Go out and live it. Peace.
It's like when you fall down and you go clear. So I fall and I can't get it. He has purchased you some shoes to make sure you're connected to the ground.
If you don't, if it's not going down, I'll take one.
The time is now 5:48, and the city council meeting is now being called to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Present.
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 Present. Present.
Present.
Present.
Present.
We have 9 members present. Ms. Worthing, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Now it's time for the prayer of blessing. But before we do the prayer of blessing, I would like to ask, does anyone have anyone that they would like to memorialize at this time? Okay. Hearing none, we will proceed and have the prayer or the blessing by Councilperson Priestley.
Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for bringing us here together and having so much community participation and interest in what goes on into our city. Lord, guide us with wisdom as we go through this agenda and be with us and those going forth. Thank you. Amen.
Amen. So now it's time to read the reading of disorderly personal city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110. Disorderly conduct, assault, battery, and disorderly person, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I'd like to make a motion to vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda changes.
All right, there is a motion on the floor to vote immediately in sequence. Any support?
Support.
Is that supported by Ms. Worthing?
Correct.
All right. All right. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I abstain for the reasons that that motion is improper, but they'll pass it anyway, just like they've been doing. For those reasons on the improper motion, I abstain.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Ms. Murphy Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
It is, you said 7 yes
6
and
yes, 2 no.
you have 2 no, or 6 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention. All right.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing,
Point of order,
what is your point, Mr. Mayor?
you have to call the vote, pass or fail, then you just repeat it if you can go.
Thank you. So that motion passes. Ms. Worthing?
Since we are on request for changes, I have a couple that I am requesting.
Okay, go ahead.
The swearing in of Candace Mushat before public speaking.
Okay. Before public speaking?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And then to move resolution 230236 to the front of the resolution. Copy.
230. Okay, and where did you want it?
The first resolution.
First resolution?
Requesting information, 230. You give me the floor.
23, no. So it's 230236. 236. So you have them for request for information. So
Yeah, my request for information, 230236, is to suspend Councilmember Eric Hayes, correct?
Correct.
And she want to move that to where?
To the first resolution.
The first resolution.
All right, any more changes, Ms. Worthing?
That's all from me.
Oh, okay. Any more changes to the agenda?
Yes,
Mr. Murphy?
thank you very much. I would like to move the resolution 230225, public hearing date, Brownfield redevelopment plan, Flint Commerce Center, to after Councilwoman Worthy resolution, and allow a brief presentation from the Ashley Capital to talk about the Brownfield redevelopment plan.
Okay, so you said resolution 230225?
230225. They are here today, and I would like to have them do a brief presentation so that they can answer any unanswered questions dealing with the Brownfield redevelopment
Request for
plan.
information.
What is your request?
That's being asked to be moved to where?
Just to after the resolution that Eva Worthy has requested those two agenda changes, I would like to just allow them to remove this resolution right here. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
All right, so we have 230225 move to the second resolution.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
1 second, Ms. Christie, is that necessary? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Christie.
I'd like to remove resolution 230118 from the agenda per administration's request.
Request for information.
What is your request?
What page is that on?
230118.
Second page, on that page. And my further request for information is what's the title of,
It's the appointment of Dr. Ahmed.
it's on page 7.
I don't know. Yes.
You can drop it.
Yeah, remove it, yep.
All right, any more, Ms. Christie?
No, that's good.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I would like to make a correction. I asked that we move resolution 230225, the public hearing date, Brownfield redevelopment. I would like to still keep that there, but Clerk Davina made me aware that I already have requested a special order, and that is on page 9. In this special order is the Brownfield Development Plan, Flint Commerce Center, a special order requested by 3rd Ward Councilman Quincy Murphy to allow for a discussion about the Brownfield. So I would like to, in addition, move that first, and then that'll still go in to what I'm requesting, and that allows them the opportunity to present. So we can do this, and then for this resolution, move 230248, the special order, and also we can just take on the resolution 230236. Oh, no, excuse me. That's not that one. That one will be 230225, just to set the public hearing. So we either vote that up or down. That's only setting the public hearing.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Yeah, Mr. Murphy, if you suggesting leaving 225 in the place it's at or moving,
We're gonna do the already requested on page 9, 230248, which is the Brownfield development presentation from Ashley Capital. And then the other one up under that one will be just to set the public hearing for the Brownfield development.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
My notes show that you wanted 225 before public speaking. That's the public hearing. You don't want that now, or you do?
Yeah, we still doing that. We just, Davina just made me be
So
aware.
in addition to that, you
We got
want
the
the
special-
special order moved up there as well.
Correct, because I forgot that that's on here already. So we'll be killing two birds with one stone.
Okay, all right. So with that being said, Mr. Murphy, just want to be clear.
Okay.
So your special order,
230-248.
so where'd you like to move 230-248 to?
After Eva was,
Okay, so, all right, so put that back where you had,
Yeah,
wait a minute.
there you go.
Okay, all right. So we can jump, so.
you going Eva was,
That's right.
you vote on them too. There we go.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
All right, great.
240.
All right, thank you. Any other requests or changes to the agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Mayor?
Yeah, Madam Chair, there's a resolution suspending Councilwoman Judy Priestley and Eva Worthing. That's on the agenda 230-247. I would like that to come before the resolution that they've got to suspend me.
Okay. So, all right, so you would like for resolution number, so that's resolution number 230247? And you want that to go, you want that to be the very first resolution?
They both just move mine. I want to move theirs before mine. Y'all put me out of here at any time. That's a fact. You be in court.
All right, any more additions or changes to the agenda? Okay, so hearing none, we will go ahead and we will vote in sequence. So we have the first change is for the swearing in of Candace Mushat, right above public speaking.
Yeah, point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
When we vote on these in sequence, there's no discussion. Am I understanding that's what y'all saying?
Correct.
That's why I didn't vote on that. So you saying there's no motion required, and you just gonna name some stuff off, no discussion, and people just start voting, not knowing the details. That's what you're saying?
That's the motion on the floor, to vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
It's a motion.
Now, you making a decision of no discussion. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There has been an appeal for the ruling of the chair by Mr. May about a motion that council already voted on and approved. Is there a second? There's a second.
Madam Chair, I second that.
All right, so it has been seconded by Ms. Burns. And now we're appeal on the motion for voting immediately. Mr. Mays, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the maker of the motion, the intent was to be to vote immediately in sequence. But when you change the agenda, once we get to where we're at now, you make a motion to change that agenda. So I'm expecting that it would be a motion on each one of these agenda changes. And when you make a motion and it's properly seconded for that agenda change, you have some sort of discussion before you vote. Now, the motion to vote immediately through you to the clerk. Madam Clerk, can you read the language on the motion to vote immediately? And the clock is ticking. While you find it, my interpretation of a motion to vote immediately, when you listen close, you'll hear that there's been a motion already on the floor. A premature motion wasn't in there. What do it say, Madam Clerk?
Council Rule 16.1.
16.1.
Immediately call for question. Any council member may move.
Motion to vote immediately or call for the question. Any council, that's what it's titled. Any council member can what?
May move to vote immediately. If the motion is supported, the debate will cease immediately.
Debate will cease immediately. Commissioner, when it say debate will cease immediately, that means something was already being debated. That's language that says when a motion is on the floor and being debated, you can move to vote immediately. There's no motion on the floor. They misapplying to vote immediately. Their language said vote immediately in sequence. I don't mind voting immediately in sequence once a motion is made. If Priestley want agenda changes, first we vote on hers. Then we vote on Mr. Murphy. You make a motion to change the agenda, you second it, and you vote on them in sequence immediately. It doesn't matter, but watch this. I'll be watching the interpretation of the new council person, because I know what the vibe gonna do. I'll be voting yes.
No discussion on a motion to limit debate. And that motion passed with a vote of 6 or 3, 5.
Request for information.
6 to 6.
Request for information. Through you to Ms. Priestley. Once the motion is made to change the agenda, then your motion would be proper to limit debate. Do you understand that?
Mr. Mays, that point is improper. You cannot ask a question with the answer.
I don't know the answer.
And so, with that being said, please
That's
proceed.
true, Mr. Mays does not know the answer because the motion was made prior to and concerning only to the agenda change. That's all the motion was regarding, and it can be made at any time when the request for agenda changes or before that. So that's the motion. It was proper. It was passed 6 to 2 to 1, and so that's the way it is. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak on this motion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. This is not something abnormal that we have not done in the past. We have done this before several times where we vote in sequence, and it is not to the public. It is not that we're not going to discuss this. This is only to talk about moving the agenda changes. Once we get there, then the motion to discuss what Councilman Mays is talking about will take place, and we'll discuss it. We don't need to discuss it now, then turn around and discuss it again, and be in here all night discussing agenda item twice. We only voting to move the agenda items to wherever we moving them to then discuss them, then to talk about what Councilman Mays is talking about, to put a motion on the floor and have discussion twice, 2 5-minute rounds. We don't need 2 5-minute rounds here, then turn around and have 2 5-minute. We'll be in here all night. I'm not down with that. And whether it's 5 or 6, I'm one of the 5. Yes, absolutely, you correct. I'm gonna be one of the 5 that vote for to just vote in sequence. We'll discuss it when we get there. So I want to make sure that we ain't putting out there that we don't want to discuss anything. Yes, we do want to discuss, because that's what democracy looks like. But right now, we only vote to move the agenda to the front, back, middle, or wherever we decided we will vote on. When this is something we done already did before, and it passed, and ain't nothing different today than it was last week, 2 weeks ago, a month ago, or whenever. We ain't doing nothing different. I'm done.
Anyone else like to speak on the appeal? Anyone else? All right, so I'm hearing that there is no one else. I'll be the last to speak. If we refer back to council rules, Rule 16.1 say any council member may move to vote immediately. That's what Ms. Priestley did. If the motion is supported, debate will cease immediately. And then let's go on down to 16.2. A motion to vote immediately is not debatable. Not debatable means that there is no discussion. So being that there's no discussion, we are not going to discuss what we're voting.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Didn't in fact you just read that when you do that motion, debate ceases immediately? That means a motion was already there. Do you understand that?
A motion to vote immediately is not debatable. The motion that we put on the floor was to vote immediately. So therefore, that motion was not debatable. So that's why we did not debate it. And the council, according to Rule 17.1, the council may decide by majority vote to limit or determine the time for discussion of a pending motion or to modify or remove limitations already imposed. This may include a limit of time for each council member to speak on the issue. So with that being said, in support of Rule 16.1, 16.2, and 17.1, this motion is proper. It has already been approved by this body. So with that being said, a vote of yes will overturn the ruling of the chair. A vote of no will support the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk. No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Ricky Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Gordon? Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 6 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 6 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So we are going to start with the voting for the swearing in of Councilwoman Candace Mushat. And we are looking to put this right above public speaking. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Ricky Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Gordon?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain so I can state the reason for my abstention. I'm not opposed to swearing her in public. She's been sworn in, but that needed to be discussed for understanding. So I'll abstain so I can state my reason. I support it, but since you can't discuss, I'm using the technicality to explain my abstention on that, knowing that they gonna do what they want to do regardless.
Ms. Lewis?
She confused.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstention. All right, so next we're on to the second edition. The second edition was to move resolution 236 to the first resolution, and that is the suspension / conduct under the conduct of a city council member, a council member Eric May. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Ricky Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
I abstain.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Ms. Mashat, when you abstain, you should have to give a reason. Point of order. Madam Chair, I'm waiting for you to rule on that. Not what Ms. Mashat is saying, I'm waiting for you to rule. She was out of order.
Ms. Mashat, what are your rationale for abstaining?
Point of order. You don't refer to her, refer to the rules.
And they are?
Point of information. Yes, Rule 9.8, abstaining votes. To abstain means not to vote at all. Any explanation of an absent, may not exceed 10 seconds. And it does not require that that is the rule. And there is no requirement of explaining your absence.
Point of order.
All right, thank you.
Point of order.
Mr. Ray, what was your point?
Is she reading from the rules y'all made up or from the charter? The charter speaks on that as well, I think. And the charter supersedes y'all made up rules.
Rule 9.8, abstain vote. Yes. So according to Rule 9.8, to abstain means to not vote all explanations actually may not exceed 10 seconds. So we can also refer to the charter, see what the charter says. Please. Second.
Councilmember Mays is correct that section 3-204 of the charter does state that abstention shall be considered a vote, providing the council member states a reason therefore. That's not exactly the same thing as requiring the council member to give a reason for the abstention. It just simply doesn't count as a vote at that point. If it were to be construed as requiring that a council member give a reason, it's my belief that that would likely be constitutionally invalid because it would essentially be compelled speech.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We read the plain language of the charter. We didn't ask for his opinion. And so I want you to rule on whether she has to give a reason or not, and then we'll move on. You can rule right or wrong. You can't lose. You backed up.
According to Rule 9.8 and also according to the attorney and the charter, she doesn't have to explain the reason. So thank you, Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Point of order.
Go ahead.
What are we voting on?
We are voting on moving the resolution 230-236, the suspension of Eric May, to make that the first resolution. Yeah, got you. Not the first? You hear that? Okay. All right, so for the audience, let's please refrain from calling out votes so we cannot confuse the clerk. We don't have microphones. We want to make sure that she hears the correct information. Thank you.
I ain't really heard y'all.
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Oh, I'm going to abstain in state of reason.
I can't hear.
It's a bogus suspension. It's going to cause major problems, and I'm going to abstain to see if they vote yes on my suspension and no on Worthing and Priestley. For those reasons, I abstain.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
I hate that, man.
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 3 abstentions.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no, and 2 abstentions. So that passes, and that will be the first resolution as of now. So now we're moving on to the third one. Yes, resolution. All right, that's 230-248. We were looking to move that special order right behind resolution 230-236. All right, so we're looking to move special order 230-248 immediately after resolution 230-236. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
That was the fourth.
Point of order. I believe the first one was to move resolution 225.
So he dropped that, so he said he wanted to leave 225 as is, so he dropped that. And then he replaced it. Okay, okay, no problem. All right, so we're on 230-225. All right, so moving 230.
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point?
Y'all the ones didn't want discussion and y'all discussing right here. Let's get on with roll call.
Mr. Mays, that's an invalid point of order. Ms. Worthing, I heard the point of order.
Let me ask Mr. Murphy, the maker of this motion. I thought you wanted the special order first, that's how I wrote it down.
But that's fine, so, because you didn't get it correctly. I know what I have.
The sequence was 225. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Point of order. Point of order. We should be voting immediately with no discussion according to y'all. Am I right or wrong?
You're wrong, and you did not get the floor. We're trying to make sure that we have the voting order correct.
Point of order.
What is your point?
If I call point of order and the chair don't give me the floor, the rules say the chair should be removed.
Yep.
That's what it says. So when you hear point of order, whether it's from down there or from me, if you ignore it, read the rule that say when the chair ignore a point of order, the chair shall be removed.
Point of information.
I'm on a point of order. It's a higher privilege motion than a point of information.
What rule has been broken, Mr. Mays?
Read it. Madam Chair, through you to the clerk and to the city attorney. Read the rule as to what happens when a point of order is ignored by the chair.
No point of order.
It says shall be removed.
Actually, if I could.
Please.
That language was removed when the rules were revised. There is no mandatory any council member.
Thank you, Attorney Kim. Ms. Tracy?
That was my point of information. I wanted to
ain't got no
know if he could quote
meaning.
the rule.
All right, thank you. All right, so we will go ahead and proceed, and we will go in order. And so, so we go in order. So right now, the next move was to move 230-225 right after 230-236. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shea?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Mr. Mays?
I abstain until we find out which rules have been changed unknowingly in the middle of the night. And until we find out, I've been here for 10 years, it puts me at a disadvantage on how to operate. For those reasons of these changes in the middle of the night, I abstain.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. So that passes. So resolution 230-225 will be right after 230-236. So next we will move on to resolution 230-248. So that will be right after 230-225. So 230-248 is the special order. And it will be right after resolution 230-225. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
For discussion. It's not in sequence. Seems like the chair would know how to be in sequence immediately.
Oh, 118? Gotcha. All right, so sorry about that. So the next one is to drop 230118. Yeah, please excuse me, this is a very big, meaty agenda. All right, Mr. Mays, let's please stay in order. So 230118. It is a motion on the floor to remove 230118, and that is the appointment to the Hurley Board of Hospital Managers, Dr. Collin Ahmed, and according to Councilperson Priestley, this was at the request of administration to drop it.
Point of order. You discussing the reasons in the discussion, you sneaking it in. It should be no discussion as to why, what, or whatever. That's why we want discussion. Now you sneaking it in, you out of order. We should be voting immediately with no discussion.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle? Yes. Mr. Piper?
Yeah.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain because they vote for no discussion and the chair, well, the administration, you know, that's why they having discussion. They breaking their own rules and the police or nobody will do nothing, and it's being demonstrated publicly. For those reasons, I once again abstain on this nonsense.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Pete, yes. 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. So that 230118 is officially dropped. So now we will move on to the special order, which will be after resolution 230225. Special order for active capital, which is 230248. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Rochette?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
I abstain because having a special order in the middle of resolutions is a problem. So abstain.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain because the record will show a meeting or two ago, they wouldn't move a special order because it's in the rules. And until we vote to suspend the rules, a special order has to stay where the rules say it should be. For those reasons and those conflicts, once again, I abstain on these goofy, illegal rules that's been administered by the majority.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Murphy Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain for reasons my colleague, Councilman Pfeiffer and Councilman Mays.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 3 abstentions.
Could you read that again?
5 yes, 1 no, 3 abstentions.
All right, the vote is 5 yes, 1 no, and 3 abstentions, so that passes. And the last resolution is to move resolution 230247, the suspensions and conduct on becoming a city council member, Judy Priestley and Eva Worthy. We want to move that resolution to the very first resolution. And that'll be before 230236. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain because I'm out to prove that they will treat the white women differently from the black heterosexual male for the same or similar conduct, in this case using a cuss word.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Abstain.
There's 3 yes, 4 no.
You got 3 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstentions. All right, so that failed. All right, so since we're done with our request in addition to the agenda, we will move on to public speaking.
Point of order.
Oh my goodness, Chairman, I just forgot about it. So, all right, so right now, before we go to public speaking, we will move on to the swearing of Councilperson Candace Boucher.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
What is your point, Mr. Mayor?
I didn't call a point, I just asked for the floor. And so since you said Mr. Mays, I'm gonna say Candace Mashat was sworn in privately. This is now a public ceremony, swearing her in a second time, so don't be confused. Some people was asking me, how could she vote without being sworn in? It's a common practice that the clerk will swear in privately, but now give her her public opportunity. I wanted to explain that.
Thank you, Mr.
I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the constitutions of the United States
that I will support the constitutions of the United States
and the state of Michigan
and the state of Michigan
and the charter of the city of Flint,
and the charter of the city of Flint,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office of appointment 7th Ward, Flint City Council member.
appointment 7th Ward, Flint City Council member. Thank you.
So before we proceed with public speaking, we would like to allow the newest council person to have a few words. Only
All right, I just want to say that it is an honor and a privilege to sit before you all today, that I will do my best to represent my ward in a mature, responsible way. I am open and available for anyone in my ward who would like to speak with me and meet me, and I look forward to making sure that the votes that I make are something that is equitable for the city of Flint as a whole, not just the 7th Ward. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I think it's appropriate from my experience that the council persons can say something if they choose as it relates to Candace Mashat and this new appointment. And so since I've got the floor,
Point of order.
Yeah, that's not part of this. You're not going to speak about her.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. So
You
we're
say-
not taking the floor.
you say what?
I said we're not taking the floor.
You ain't taking it from me, or you ain't gonna allow me to say something to the new colleague?
Next is public speaking, so we can do it in council response.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's an appeal for the ruling of the chair for sticking with the agenda and,
Point of order. No, I'm appealing the ruling that you won't allow us to say something if she come on board. You don't know what you're gonna say.
there has been an appeal ruling of the chair for not allowing council members to speak and going directly into public speaking. Is there support?
I'll support that.
All right, support by Ms. Winfrey Carter. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I appeal that because look at Miss Worthy. Miss Worthy done stood up over Miss Burns twice. Done called me the same name she trying to suspend me for, the a-hole name. And then gonna say, point of order, you don't want colleagues to welcome somebody to the council. Now how outrageous is that? Been here, you've been here just over a year. People watching y'all, and here you gonna say to somebody and to council people, now they can agree with you, they might not want to say any welcoming words. They might not want to say nothing. But I wanted to say something. So now here they finna vote on an appeal. And will they overturn you? And if they do, I hope they say something first. Because you of them can't put words in my mouth. It scared the hell out of y'all when I talk, don't it? Did somebody say something? Was that Miss Worthing? You gonna warn her for being out of order?
Please stop. Point of order. Miss, Madam Clerk? Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, we're in an appeal and Miss Worthing saying condescending remarks if it was her. Now, if I cuss her out or say something back, Mr. Mays, you're out of order. Immediately. And I sure can say stuff, but this is getting out of hand. And I'm highlighting it to the public. All y'all in recall. Y'all mad cause I ain't? And so now y'all want to take the state law into your own hands, try to remove me, shut me down. And you see them people that got up and left, you ain't seen nothing yet. So I'm gonna stick with my request to say something to the new member, whether y'all agree or not. See, y'all talk outside of meetings, illegally. I talk in meetings. They call round robin. So now Miss Worthing got you. Oh, don't let him say nothing to her. I'm gonna be voting yes to overturn the ruling of the chair. Any colleague can welcome a new colleague.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthing?
I call the point of order because there is no precedent, as Mr. May stated, that it's customary to say something. Usually we're all sworn in at the same time, and we all just speak on our own.
Request for information.
What was your request?
Was you here when they appointed Mr. Del Rico Lloyd, who's sitting here? I didn't know who you was. Was you here? Was you watching?
Were you here?
Proceed, Ms. Worthing.
I just didn't want to prolong this meeting. We can all welcome her on our own. I've already done that vote. And that's it. That's all we need. I'd like to move on with the agenda. This is not part of the agenda. That's simply what my point of order is. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on the appeal? All right, so seeing that there's no one else to speak on this appeal, I'll be the last one to speak. We did not, Mr. Mays could have added it to the agenda, which he did not. And furthermore, individuals were afforded an opportunity to congratulate her at the meeting that she was appointed.
Request for information. You mean at the meeting where you illegally removed me before we got to the appointment?
Well, again, Mr. Mays, as we tell you all the time, you're in violation of Rule 26.1 to 26.3. You cannot use a privileged motion to ask a question of that nature. Those privileged motions are specifically
Point of
to
order,
ask
Madam
questions.
Chair.
What is your point?
You ain't reading the whole rule. You reading part of it. You can use a privileged motion to clarify and to try to get some information on something you didn't know. Do you know that you put me out illegally before we appointed her? The record will show that.
Mr. Mays, your point of order is denied. So, as I was stating, we all had the opportunity to do so, and so we would just like to stop prolonging the meeting and get on with the meeting. So, if you would like to welcome Councilperson Mouchette, you can definitely do it on your own time or during council comment.
Not during the ceremony.
So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and call for the vote. A yes vote will overturn the ruling of the chair. A no vote will oppose the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Shaq?
No.
Mr. Piper?
No.
Vote is 3 yes, 6 no.
So you said 6 yes and 3 no?
3 yes, 6 no.
Thank you. 3 yes, 6 no, so the ruling of the chair stands. Now we will move on to public speaking. Do we have any public speakers, Madam Chair?
Everybody who wanted to speak, you put a slip in the box out there. Last time they allowed people to put slips in and didn't know they should do it. Now they break their own rules. The slip should have been before the meeting started, but they didn't honor that last time, so why honor it now? You put a slip in the box and you can speak. Davina, these people who didn't know, they putting slips in just like they did at the last meeting when it was 3 people. And hopefully they won't discriminate and not let them speak. But they make the rules as they go.
First public speaker is Monica Wright. Monica Wright. Right here.
Hello, everybody. I came here to talk about, I've been constantly calling the city about a house next door to me, which is I stay at 401 East Van Avenue. I constantly keep calling about 405 East Van Wagner, that's next door to me. Man lost a house last year. I had to call Blight. Blight has a recording, which they don't, it's no message on there to call back to them. My godmother's friend gave me the number when he was for the station on the MLP. They sent out an inspector to condemn the house. People are going over there taking everything out of the house now. Now it's a junk house. And I have to live next door to that. I have to buy mice and rat toys. I've been buying it for the longest. The house has been vacant. I shouldn't have to buy rat toys and mice poison so I won't get rat because they say the house is to be tore down, but the lead inspector is backed up. I also called about 371 East Van Wagner, which is the brick house across the street. Finally got land bank because I know one of the supervisors to come board that house up. I want to know, is the lead inspector backed up so he can see if the house has lead and asbestos in both of his addresses? Because that's the workaround I keep getting. That the reason why they're never tore down, because they have to come out and see if it has lead and asbestos in it. And 371 been vacant since 2006. And it's on the order to be tore down, and it still hasn't been tore down. So I need to know what they plan on doing, because it's ridiculous that I have to live next door to a junk house. Where it's anything and everything over there living.
And then on the right. Ms. Wright.
She's done, she's not over here.
Okay, now, you done? Okay. Next public speaker.
Next public. All right, and I'm just asking everyone if they can speak louder because some people can't hear the back of the council or the front. The next speaker is Victor Long.
Oh.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor Long. I've been residing in Flint, Michigan since 1979. I'm here to speak about the removal of Councilman May, Councilwoman Lee, and Councilwoman Worthing Tracy.
Use the mic.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. I've been watching these meetings for quite some time. I've been seeing a lot of indifferences about Mr. Mays is being treated at these meetings. I want to say this first. Just last meeting, Councilman Piper said 2 curse words. But I don't see a resolution to remove him from council under the means of a suspension. At one meeting, I seen the councilwoman before me stand above another councilwoman in a gesturing way, threatening way. Ms. Lewis, Councilwoman Lewis, as president, you have the power to do an immediate resolution to remove her for her actions for which is followed up by a police complaint with a police complaint number which constitutes an investigation for possible criminal activity, which was done on the platform of city council in the city of Flint. Our city is in just an unjust array. This mess that is being portrayed by these council people need to be handled outside these doors. You all wait till you get here to come with the conflictive means of hate toward one council person with your body gestures, your complete conversation while a council person is speaking on motions or appeals. But just a moment ago, Councilwoman Lewis, you stated to Councilman Mays that he was out of order for speaking while somebody else was, but while he was speaking, 3 of you were having a conversation.
Yes, sir.
Amen.
And we're sitting here watching that. But what get me is how the Negro is treating each other.
Come on. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's an array of pictures on the wall. None but white folks. I remember when Councilman Tucker was up here. But we all know what happened to him. Because the white folks didn't want him there.
Come on, somebody.
This has got to stop. I like how Councilman Burns, Winfrey Carter, stick with your brother. Ms. Boucher, good luck. Councilman Pfeiffer, you wishy-washy. I'm a 53-year-old young black man telling you to your face. You wishy-washy. You got what you wanted on Miller Road. Residents in Flint still got waste in their basements. How dare y'all sit here and do that and
That's
be
your
those
time,
equalities
sir.
like that?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Man. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Y'all still calling names?
Our next speaker is Anonymous Herb.
Speak up. That's not the mic. You gotta speak up.
That's the TV, man. We want to hear you.
My name is Amanda Herb. I'm a customer support. I'm anonymous Herb. I've been in Flint for a very long time. I'm a customer support. I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Mays. I really don't like, I'm not going to say all of you, most of you. I really don't like how you're going on Mr. Mays with, and you're talking to him, disrespecting him. He's done a lot for this community. He really has. Yeah. I can't speak for you, I'm speaking for myself, I'm sure I speak for everybody else in the room. He's a very respectful young man, and he's done a lot for this community. He's done a lot. It's just sad and disappointing on how you're doing things with him. days towards him and to him, and to suspend him, I think is very wrong. I'm disappointed, shameful. Congratulations to you, but the rest of you, with exception of you, how dare you? How dare you for money? As I stated before, he's been a lot for the community, and he's still doing that. I agree with a lot of things that he's done, a lot of things that he's said. He knows the rules and regulations of his eyes closed. I wish some of you, as he called it, bad lives, I wish you knew the rules and regulations of how he does. I really do. Because when the day comes, when he's not here anymore, what are you going to do then? We're not going to do the rules and regulations like how he does. Yeah. He's living up for everybody, even people outside his own ward. Doing a lot of beautiful things, generous things that some people probably haven't even done. It's all right. I really wish that you all would come together and feel the respect that this man is owed and due. He does so much, especially for the witness protection program.
Oh, ma'am, that's your time.
Okay.
And next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Renee Savage.
Hello. I'm here at 2042 Warner Avenue. Ms. Brady, you my councilwoman. Never you answered your phone. I had a hard time to burn to get a house tore down because mice was coming in my house. And you never come to the meeting, so why do you keep on the board? I'm so angry at what's going on. You don't even come to the special meeting for the art. You didn't come to none of that. I was here. You wasn't. I just want to know when y'all gonna tear down these abandoned houses so I can put like mice and buying stuff for mice because I pay taxes. And also, the mayor said that everybody's pipes was done. Ain't nobody been to my house, but they do blink their eyes and change them. Ain't nobody dug outside my house. Ain't nobody been inside my house to do no pipes. Not even on my street. And I leave it. Word is board. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Jan Freeman. Good afternoon, good evening. I'm Jan Freeman. I'm on the first ward. I'm here to again make a request that the City Council make a motion and pass a resolution to again start the fund budget to reallocate and set aside $16 million additional towards home rehabilitation and repair. That will be approximately 1,600 households. We do not want the special assessment to go to the ARPA advisory. We would like them to have the city utilize and allocate funds for district funds. I would say this. I am the person who put in the recall for Eric Mays. If anyone would like to talk to me about it, I'm more than willing to talk to you. Everybody wants respect. And if you want respect, you have to give respect first. Every person up here is accountable for their own actions. When someone wants to get thrown out of a meeting, they know how to get thrown out of a meeting and then cry when it happens. So I just want to say that because this is what I'm doing because I live in the first ward. Eric Mays has helped me in the past, not like it has been displayed in the public. He has helped me. I'm not saying he hasn't done a lot of good things. I'm not saying that he isn't in front of the He is.
Right now, it's time out for all the showboating, the grandstanding, the filibustering, and all of this still wasting time. That's what my recall is about where I live. Having a respectable, professional person conduct themselves on behalf of the First Ward and the residents of the First Ward, and not all of this propaganda going on where people don't live and people don't vote. We all like entertainment. A lot of times, that's what y'all get is pure entertainment. So it's time out for entertainment. It's time for business. It's time for work. So I just wanted to say that, Ms. Michelle, congratulations. I hope we can continue to move forward in this city with the business in a peaceful, respectable way that any adult people can come together and act. And like the man said, if y'all got personal issues, handle it outside of here. Don't bring it in here. So thank you all. You have a good evening.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Doug Matthews.
Hello, everyone. I'm Doug Matthews, retired social worker from the 7th Ward. I want to warmly welcome our new 7th Ward council member, and this is Jeff. Today, I'd like to talk about some tactics in politics that can be quite tricky. Fear-mongering, populist appeals, and polarizing rhetoric. Fear-mongering is when politicians use scary stories or exaggerated threats to make us afraid and believe that only they can protect us. It's a big trick to gain support. Populist appeals occur when politicians make big, simple promises that sound great, but lack real planning. They say what we want to hear, even if it's not realistic, inclusive, or fair. Polarizing rhetoric happens when politicians use harsh language to attack opponents, focusing on insults instead of issues. It's too often us versus them, instead of finding common ground. What to do? We can fact check what leaders say and ask for real plans, not just empty promises. We should listen to different perspectives and not let angry language divert us. In our city council, in my opinion, there's a member who may be using tricky tactics to create divisions among the public and to target other council members he says he wants to remove. 4 city council members are being attacked through recalls right now. These recalls are being funded by who knows who, with who knows what agenda, making the situation even more complicated. This politician pushes resolutions to give $400,000 more to the police, even though Chief Green stood right here and said that they didn't need it and couldn't spend it. When other council members agreed with the chief, this politician accused them of not supporting the police and warns of dire consequences like blood on the streets. This politician suggests moving $60 million in ARPA funds meant for public investments, including much-needed housing repairs, to a line item of $5 million already. Most, including me, want more dollars for home repairs, but the resolution contains no oversight provisions. A direct payment to homeowners seriously risks money reaching...
Mr. Matthews, could you please hold? Sheila, hold the time. Excuse me, audience, we can't hear Mr. Matthews, and because we're not mic'd, and the acoustics are really sensitive in this room, I hear your conversation over Mr. Matthews. So please keep all dialogue to a minimum, please, or take them outside of the dome. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Matthews, you reclaim your time?
Yes. This politician suggests moving $60 million in ARPA funds meant for public investments, including much-needed housing repairs, to a line item of $5 million already. Most, including me, want more dollars for home repairs, but the resolution contains no oversight provisions. A direct payment to homeowners seriously risks money reaching fly-by-night operators, leading to fraud, abuse, and broken contracts, and harm for elderly and vulnerable. No oversight ultimately leaves citizens worse off and even more disheartened. Despite these actions, this politician accuses his opponents of not caring for the people. Scripture says, be quick to
Point of order, Madam
slow
Chair.
to speak, and slow to become angry.
Point of order.
Mr. Mayor.
His time is up. He didn't have but 40-some seconds when you stopped it. She accidentally put 3 back up there, and he going on and on about 8 particular
member of the council, according to the council rules.
Time.
Madam Chairman, I timed this speech for 3 minutes.
What did you do?
So, Mr. Matthews.
Have a seat.
Give up the microphone.
Excuse me, order in the chamber. So, Mr. Matthews, that was your 3 minutes, unfortunately.
I was interrupted, and I should be given an additional 10 seconds to finish.
Somebody go get this.
Excuse me. And so she delayed some time before she started back, but you did have all of your time, unfortunately.
Well, all I can say, Madam Chairman, is I timed this speech, and I spoke it 4 times in under 3 minutes.
Have a seat.
So who's being silenced?
Yep.
Madam Chair.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
So you don't think, well, you shake his hand and everything, you checking still ain't you? Well, can't trust it, can you? Well, Mr. Murphy, Councilman Murphy, I know you don't find that funny, but titles change people. You once used to stand right here, and we did research and we did all that. I heard you tell Mr. Third all of them, start doing your research. You said that at the last meeting, and start reading up on it. And you know how hard and diligently we work and how we do our research. And for you to do that, and I told you when you was running, you can't be on council, you too emotional. You go after people, man, when people are just trying to talk to you. And then you have to talk about Councilman Mays, it's y'all. You say, I filibuster. I ain't even on council. How can I filibuster? Because I tell the public they have a constitutional right to stand up here and tell you what they feel. Y'all are sad. It's not Mays, it's y'all. Mays has the problems too, but y'all got the bigger issue. That's this one right here. Grace of Trust and Ashley Capital. It's not the fact that I'm fighting against jobs. We need jobs. It's the fact that they want to capture $72 million. It's an 80%, 20% split. Councilman Murphy, I never said the 2 properties that have 11 million parts per trillion of PFAS was included in that package. I not once said that. Emily Dorr isn't here today. Ask Emily Dorr, where is the $23 million that Mott got back in 2018? On the fact sheet, and it was in the news, you can go look it up. They got $23 million to clean up that area right there. Why do we need to pay $72 million? Then you got the White House fact sheet. It says that the property, Race of Trust, will do and bring it to beneficial use. I spoke to the EPA lawyer, both of them. It's not me putting out misinformation. If you want to hear what the EPA person said, they said it's their duty to clean that up. Race of Trust duty. Go read the fact sheet. I don't have enough time to even tell you and play the video for you. They was at our communication meeting. I talked to them, Quincy. This ain't my words. This is theirs. Mr. Mark said, why would they pay $10 for property when all they're gonna get back is $5? He said that, actually. Why are we cleaning up something that they're gonna own? That's like me, Councilman Murphy, you telling me to go clean up and fix up your house and everything with my money, and then you reap all the rewards at your house. That's what's going on here. Race of Trust has a duty to clean that up. Let them go find that money. And then ask about the sewer. We don't have to pay for them to switch out the sewer because they already have a sewer sitting right there.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next question.
Next speaker is Claire McClellan.
Congratulations, Councilwoman Bashir. Welcome to the rat race. I want to just focus on 2 things tonight. I'm going to repeat, and maybe the 3rd time is a charm. We need rehabilitation and repairs in our homes, and the opera money should be used for that. We need more dollars than they have allocated to do these things for our community. Now, I noticed tonight that we got a resolution to remove Councilman Mays, Councilwoman Worthy, and Councilwoman Priestley. We've got white and black. Here we go again. First of all, you as a council, are morally challenged because you don't understand how to be equitable and fair. You don't. On April 25th in court, when Councilman Mays faced his sentencing for disorderly conduct, the judge gave the council a tongue thrashing about the way you improperly handle your rules. Thank you. She said she wished she could send you to some class. So we're dealing with a crisis here, and we got these two resolutions tonight. Is this council tall enough and humane enough to disperse equal and fair consequences to the parties? Thank you so much. We want to be heard about our issues. That's what we want. And this council is morally challenged as far as it relates to listening to the people. The sheriff department had an arrow hire program where they sent a social worker out for someone that's stressed. Somebody almost killed themselves on I-69. We brought this up at the hearings, that the police need to take social workers and therapists and professionals on call. We ain't heard a word about that. And I want to answer the question, where are we going to get the money from? The same place you got the money for the Black program, the same money you got for the Miller Road project, Mr. Pfeiffer. I paid $4 million. That's where you get it from. It's our money. Seems like you all have forgotten.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is David Peachy.
Yeah, I'm going the other way. I'm going to stick up for my representative in this world. You know, I come to every meeting, and this guy here called me an asshole last time. Of course, you don't hear that.
What you call me?
Then he used the F word at least 10 times before. Shouldn't have to put up with that. He's not the angel you guys are putting out there. How many times has he been taken out of meetings here? Almost every month. Worthy, have you been taken out?
She should have.
Bruce, have you been taken out? No. He's just saying, try to. Look, he's out here now. All these other people stay out here.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Take care of business. He cares about him. He brags about being in there for 10 years. He's got the worst ward in Flint. The first ward. Yeah. You do a lot of good. I get upset about this because he picks on the white team when he's got two black ladies there that back him no matter what he does. They back him. You know what? I'm talking about you. There's no problem with that. They all say it. They want to get the white people out there. They raise it what they're doing. And they try to do a job, but he will not let them do it. That's all I got to say. Stick up for yourselves a little more.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Sir, you got a minute and 36 more seconds to go.
RL, you're out of order. And if you proceed, you will receive a warning as well. We need order for everyone in the chamber. We need order from everyone in order to have an effective professional council meeting. Thank you.
Next speaker is John Billings. I just want to remind everyone to please speak loudly and clearly, and for the public to please keep the conversation down.
They don't get into that sharing of these.
Every time I come down here lately, I go ask the same question. Has not got an answer. Well, I guess you guys just don't care. Or do you up there, what, collecting your bill payments on your calculator or what? You can't see nobody what nobody says. That's disrespectful to the audience and the people down here. But I want to know why the lead is Flint in our water, as I stated before, is not staying stable or decreasing. It's actually got an increase. I haven't got an answer for that in the last 3 times I've been down here. And as far as that goes, are you guys still keeping the water settlement under the rug? Like I say, the attorneys have paid. Some of the residents both got paid when the attorneys had paid it not 30 days after. That's how most litigation lawsuits go. Now, third issue is these houses with man-made. Why do y'all, if I own the house, and my property goes, take water over other properties, I get fined if I don't cut it. But it's all right if you guys let land-based property come on our property and just destroy it. I'm talking about houses, woodsheds. As a matter of fact, one house on our block, just look at that field, was proving them or land-based thought they were going to cut it down, and they would spray paint that house and everything. But how it works nowadays than it did before, they were going to cut it down. They ain't cut it down. So I want to know if y'all can make a resolution or something to force land-based to handle their house and make them quit taking all this property that they're not going to take care of. And third, we asked y'all to help DDA remove the parking meters from City Hall cost. That 30-minute parking, you just got that for 2 seniors. So if 3 seniors show up, one got to pay, and then when he upstairs to take care of his business, it's like, I've been down to City Hall twice, and I parked there for 30 minutes. And each case could be about 45 to an hour to resolve. So y'all need to get all the parking meters from City Hall.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Lee.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Lee. My thing is, you guys want Eric off for 30 days. How would any one of you guys feel if y'all was out of your position for 30 days and nobody can speak on your board? You would love that. But it's okay for Eric to be put off because Eric tells you guys the truth. A 2-year-old kid, my great-granddaughter, can tell you guys when you're wrong. 95% of you are wrong. And you don't look at nobody when they say something. I done made my name for you. It's evil. 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 That's your new name. You need to get it together and not all of that in a bag of chips. You stood up last week or the week before last at Tanya Burns. Told her you ain't gonna get up because you didn't get up the last time. Black girl went wild, showed you out, didn't she? You don't want to hear that. I understand. I understand. I welcome you in the 7th Ward. Thank you. But we as people have to be right. Don't vote because all them tell you to vote that way. Vote with your heart. That's right. And that's the truth. The 95% of them that's up here, they vote because they don't like Eric. And Eric, a little baby can tell you that they wrong. And pencil packing Judy, you need to get it together. You from the hood. You from the hood. You ain't that good. You from the hood. Remember you said we had a black man? It doesn't matter. You had a person. It does not matter. And color doesn't mean a thing. But you guys don't want the North End to have nothing. But on Miller Road, you gave all that money for sidewalks and driveways. And you want us to pay half of what it costs for our sidewalks and driveways. Make it make sense. Because it doesn't. And I don't care if you like me and you don't like me. But I know for a fact that I got a call. If somebody go to Miss Adele Lewis' house and get her to sign a petition to be a recall, they're going to give up $300. I got a call. So look for us. Have a good one.
Next speaker, Madam Chair.
The next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
Good evening, I'm Audrey Muhammad, Second Ward. I'm up here to speak, first of all, to say congratulations and this work that you perform. And I know you can do a great job. Be faithful. That's all we ask, just to be faithful. We don't ask anything in particular, just to be faithful. But I am disappointed, very disappointed, that Councilman Mays has been voted away. I would rather be cursed out than have somebody standing over me threatening me. Yep. Or somebody calling somebody saying I'm taking my pistol back down to city council because they falsely accused myself and another person of attacking them when it's on videotape. She clearly got out of her car and came at us. Clearly. And I'm speaking of Fourth Ward. I want to know from the police department and I want to know from the council, are you all going to demand that the police department and the sheriff department do something about the council or anybody coming in with any forms of weapons? Is there going to be any type of protection for the community and the other council people? Because it was said and it was heard by Fourth Ward council person. She went home and got her pistol to bring back from me and Gina Luster. When we were over there in the other building, and it was on videotape that she got out of her car and approached us. We didn't approach her. She got out of her car and approached us. So I want to know why she's allowed to sit up here and Councilman Mays is not allowed to stay up here. He did something wrong, true enough. But you got people standing over people, threatening people. You got people calling, and it's heard by audio that she's threatening to give her gun, and she's bringing her gun back. So where is the balance at? And we are sure that it's happened before with council people bringing their guns in to the council chambers. But over at the county building, it clearly states you can't bring a weapon into the county building. So we want to know if the sheriff department is going to hold some accountability for that and start to making sure that everybody is held by the rules. Number one, if I got to come in and follow the rules, everybody else should. If I got to come in and I can't stand over somebody like I want to attack and jump them, everybody else should. So I don't care if she don't want to hear it or not, get it right. Y'all be careful, y'all letting her teach y'all children up in Westwood Heights. Amen. And she up here calling people ghetto and referring to the North End as something that she should not be doing. Yeah. You all need to take that into account. And if you will allow her to be up here, you're showing exactly your true color too. Thank you.
The next speaker is Paul Sharp.
I ain't been here a long time. Anyway, I was here to send a message to you all. Listen. May stays. I just want to say that. May stays. And what we want to do is get some good people in here. I see a lot of names that I don't see at the meeting. for this council. You know, people from Hurley Hospital, we don't have a relationship with the state, it seems like. People from my college who deal with the state every day. These people don't deal with the state every day. They ain't gonna give them a blind dollar. What I'm suggesting is, step down. All of us. Step down and be the grunt for the people that can make the decision to make Flint move. We wasted too much time. We can't go another 50 years. Now I ain't saying, I'm just a rainbow coalition. If you will. Amazing, we want him, he didn't need the office over at chapter 12. He will come out and make his savings, make his move. And he will also be over you all. You guys get out, get the information, get the topics, so people can help you. This thing been messed up since AC Dumas. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk. I'll be back.
Hi, my name is Mildred Silva Sotaro. I live in 710 Loyola Drive, Flint, Michigan, to the Honorable City Council. I'm from Veracruz, Mexico, and I have lived in Flint, Michigan for the last 8 years with my husband, Asa Sotaro. He is the Executive Director from the Latinx Technology and Community Center. Back in Mexico, I practice medicine as a physician. During my 8 years here, I have fallen in love with the city of Flint, especially the people. Flint has become my home. Currently, I'm working with Michigan Medicine in a community outreach program that offers free eye exams to the community. When I'm not working for Michigan Medicine, I'm organizing and helping my husband build up a positive Latinx community where people feel safe and valued. Working in Flint, I get to see the needs of residents, especially those who identify as Hispanic and Latino. In recent years, Flint and the state of Michigan has seen a large increase of Spanish-speaking people that have made the city their new home. I'm before you today asking for your approval to appoint me to the Hurley Board of Managers. I want to make a difference in my community. I bring a strong connection to the underserved community and a new perspective to the community services to ensure that our most important health institution can address systemic barriers and issues to health access. I thank you for your time and the ability to speak before you today. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Asa Sotaro.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings to our city council, to our other public service members, and city residents of the city of Flint. My name is Asa Sotaro. I'm a current resident at 710 Loyola Drive, homeowner, and I currently serve as the executive director of the Latinx Technology and Community Center. What we know from the Office of Global Michigan is that every county in the state of Michigan has a higher increase of Latin immigrants. Specifically, Genesee County has had the highest increase in Spanish-speaking folk into our community. I currently serve as executive director of the Latinx Technology Community Center on Flint's East Side, right on Booker Street. And what we talk about there is that we like to celebrate culture, educate people about the United States and Latin American culture, and then we'll advocate for our community. I wish I came today to uplift some of our community voices and some of the concerns, but today I come with an invitation to one of our annual summer celebrations this Saturday, August 5th, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. It's a big event. We shut down Lewis Street. It's a beautiful free time for all family, and we want you to come out and support. And then lastly, I would like to support the appointment for M. Silva, 230219. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Melissa Mays.
Flint resident of the 6th Ward. Welcome. Happy to see you. It's been a while since I've been to one of these meetings, going back 8.5 years when I started speaking, asking for City Council to pay attention to the residents about the water. People dying, people's pets dying, people getting sick, rashes, hair loss, all that. And I'm horrified that I got to be back here to see council people, different faces, ignoring the people yet again. And the fact of the matter, 3,384. Anybody know what that is? That's how many days it's been since Flint's had clean, safe, affordable water. Okay, that's not good. We're supposed to be leading the country. We are the reason that the infrastructure bill got passed. I am a plaintiff in the lawsuit, the Safe Drinking Water Act case, that should have been finished in 2020. Yet there's still lines. Obviously, we've heard tonight, residents still haven't had their lines dug up, still haven't had their yards replaced, and that is not even on the agenda. And so I'm asking each of you council folks, some folks I don't know, to knock this personal issue off. I work all day. I work in mental health as a social worker, and then I go out and go door to door to make sure the residents are okay, to make sure that their lines are getting replaced, that they have filters, that they know when there's main breaks. I'm not seeing that amongst a lot of you. I shouldn't be going, and other council folks shouldn't be going to your ward to help the people. You should be, okay? I'm tired of being here. This is the second time, and I'm just like, this is embarrassing. Y'all are making a mess because you have personal problems and have not learned how to get along and discuss things. So what that does, it makes us a joke. It makes us a bigger mess than we already are, so the state can swoop in and go right back to emergency management. Even the motions to remove council people and silence the voices of people who live here, who fight to survive every single day. Shame on you. Grow up. It's not the same thing I would tell my kids. Talk it out. Work it out. There's no reason for this. Black, white, brown, all this. People that need you guys to work for them. I'm tired of doing it. They're tired of doing it. They're tired of being dismissed, ignored, not even making eye contact to folk who are talking to you, who are coming out here in pain, who have real needs. Just if this isn't for you, then yes, that's not. Find another job and let somebody else take over who can. You should know, Flint is an amazing city. We have a huge heart. We've been through hell together, so let's stick this together and actually do what's right for your community, your wards, and one another. That's all I'm asking. And also, if anybody has another pipe replaced, please come find me. I'll do the job. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Collin Mitchell.
Hello, Council. My name is Earl Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue, over by the graveyard, Grace Cemetery. For the record, through Madam Chair, through 7 Ward Council lady, welcome aboard. Through the name is the Shady 6 or 5, but now, thanks to you, it's probably 4, and we can get some voting done since you here. Not like Councilman Lewis, Dr. Lewis, like last week. Maisel was addressing Ward 7, gaslighting, and he asked her, is you scared of black folks? And she said, yeah, but Madam Chair called him this against the law. And y'all we talk about we ought to take a sample from Saginaw. Saginaw is all messed up, and they messed up a position up there, robbed him, and took his ukulele guitar, and what the physician did, he said, $500 reward to bring it back. And they brought it back, but they said, we'll never do business in Saginaw. And she always talking about take a example from running business out of Saginaw and telling us to take a example from that. Just like Murphy, 3rd Ward, I'm in 3rd Ward, because I'm on the borderline of Ward 1. Murphy, what is a handkerchief Negro, Mr. Murphy. Handkerchief Negro and house Negroes and the ones that outside the field Negro come inside. Don't run. Oh, she running because she might have to get Michael. No, the real Michael. I mean, Farrakhan in here to take care of you, man. You the one that jumped on the hospital. You in Bonehead. Where you at anyway? You supposed to be in there jumping up. Bonehead is Marinelli, y'all. The only two that fought against Rainbow Coalition, boycott NAACP, and that it was one of the because a white woman, a man in the white government keep your dust. She used the N-word. You come on, nigga, get them nigga black hands off her, and the suit them, and the whole nation look like we a plantation just because of that. Oh, Murphy and what? Who said that? All that junk up in there. Junk in there. I went to handkerchief. Hey, lady, this school teacher, I got 16 more minutes. And pistol talking, toting, school teacher, and my college get on them. They just ain't got it right yet. You're gonna be like a pack of bees over there. Come on, damn up. That's your time. You gotta tell me twice. Take a shot. I keep him.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
How y'all doing again today? I just said this, I've been saying this for years. Y'all should have did something with the Harper money. All y'all had to do was write a resolution to do something for the people. Y'all were making up excuses and just a whole lot. Now we at the end of the game. Also, we all have a water main problem. I've been out on the street, and a lot of people have been telling me that when they're replacing pipes, it's something going on to where there are damage in our water main. On Dayton Street, right off of Saginaw, I'm not sure with the exact address. I got it in my phone because last month they had their street repaired from where water main break was, and they had it fixed in 2 different spots. And you can see a sinkhole forming in both of those spots less than a month later. You can just see the cement going straight down in the ground. And I think y'all need to address that problem before it becomes even a bigger problem. And this is something that I want to say to the people. When all of our lead lines are changed, we still have a problem. Because how many people in here has got their water line changed and still require a filter? Until all water in Flint is tap drinkable, which means they need to change everything from the rooter to the tutor, we need to sit down here and demand that these people stand with us and we go up to the state and put some pressure on them. As long as we coming down here once a month, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. Listen to us and vote every count. Spend the money everywhere but on us. Because all they got to do is listen to us for 30 seconds. But if we start hounding them every meeting, every time they hold a community meeting, we go to their community meetings and we let them people that they have food know what they're really doing. Because there's a lot of people in our city that think these guys are doing what is best for us. And that's sad. That's very sad. But when I notify them about how these people are voting, oh, they change. A lot of people do not know that y'all did not vote for the grocery store. A lot of people didn't know how y'all abruptly stopped those forms that Eric Mays had for needing repairs on their roofs. A lot of people didn't even realize that y'all didn't even, one more second.
No, that's your time.
Let me sum up. You let the white man sum up, ladies. Real McCoy, whatever his name is. Yes,
Is that the last speaker, Madam Clerk?
who said colored women hair don't blow in the wind?
Thank you.
Oh, welcome aboard.
All right, so now council, now it's time for council response. Any response from council? Any response from council?
Madam Chair, I'll start off.
1 second, please. Attention again, body. You're a little loud and I can hear your conversation. So I want to make sure that we're respectful of the council people. Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers and thank everyone that's here tonight. Thank you guys for being engaged in the process. And thank you for bringing forth your input. It's needed. Ms. Monica Wright, I did look up the address to that house, and that house is a land bank property. And I will, both of them, you're right. And I'll call you, I'll get with you, and I'll try to help you do something.
Thank you.
What I usually do is send in a complaint to the land bank, and there's some other things that we can do. Ms. Claire McClendon, you are 100% on point, and I totally agree with you. There is a double standard here on this council. And I'm not just talking about the way that certain council members are being treated, but if you look at some of the votes, there's a double standard. It's not fair. Ms. Beverly, Sister Audrey Muhammad, Miss Melissa Mays, Ariel, Arthur Woodson, Mr. Paul Sharp are two people that spoke and came forth. Thank you all. Your comments are well taken. I think our council needed to hear some of the things that you've said. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else for council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Michelle?
Yeah. First, I want to just say thank you to everyone who congratulated me for being here. So thank you so much. And I want to say what Rich Jones said is 100% correct. That service line replacement is not enough, and that homes are still filled with lead once we go beyond the service line replacement, and that we should not ignore that at all. And he is absolutely right in the fact that fixtures and in-home plumbing is still damaged even after the service line is replaced. That's all.
Anyone else for a council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. I want to thank all the speakers. There were a lot to name, and there was a lot of constructive criticism when we should be actually doing the work. A lot of the constructive criticism has come from behavior from our council and the inability to get along. I don't know if that'll ever change. I really don't. I've never had someone, a resident, to come up and say to me what I do as a black woman, which is, that's his opinion. And I'm going to take the high road because I know what I do for the city. It is difficult when we do have a double standard, and it is. It's very clear. You know, Councilman Mays will be they pushed his forward, the resolution they pushed Councilwoman Eva Worthing's back. She stood up over me twice, on 5-3 and on 7-19. I stayed seated because I know how they treat black women. I know what happens. I didn't get up. She was not punished by the presiding chair at that time. It happened again. She was not punished or warned by the presiding chair that second time. It is a hostile work environment, and I've had to endure it. But if I say something and people don't like to talk about it, then you're the angry black woman. And we're stereotyped. I'm here for my community. I didn't get out my seat that first time because I'm here to do the work for whatever ward. I don't care if you're black or white, it doesn't matter for the work. When Councilman Pfeiffer was out, I took his word. I said, have all your people call me. You had a lady say that Councilwoman Burns called, she took care of my ward for Councilwoman Eva Worthing. She's the one who stood up over me twice. I'm here to do the work. But if we censure one person, we need to make sure we do it for both, to send a clear message.
Anyone else for council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing?
I would just like to thank those that came to give us their ideas of how we can help them and make Flint better. Mr. Matthews, you are a wonderful speaker. I wish I could speak as eloquently about the issue as you did, because it was spot on. The racial rhetoric, the hateful rhetoric, it's hard to sit through, and this has been 6 years for me, to listen. It has gotten progressively worse as far as residents who come to speak. I mean, even right now, white, black, the N-word was stated, things that have been repeated from a council member who have called us names. It's discouraging at times, it really is. It's hard to get through. But what I do know is that I hear from residents all the time that don't come to speak and who breathe life into us, who breathe life into the city of Flint because they care. And that's what I want to see, is none of us ran because we hate Mays. Most of us didn't even know him. We ran because we wanted to make a difference. And I'm just sorry that some colleagues find that they would just rather insult others and divide the city, really. It is a very scary, scary time, not just locally, but nationally. We can compare it on the exact same here in Flint and what happened in the last presidential election, exactly the same. We are divided.
Crazy.
And so I pray that people become wise and they see what's really going on, because this is not helping us. And so I'm sorry for those that came, that wanted to hear the issues and had to listen to some very tough things, because we care. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. May.
Madam Chair, I want the public to look close. When you heard a couple gentlemen speak on the mic, they were white. They see differently, in some cases, some white folk than black folk. When I was third vice president of the Flint branch of the NAACP, we called it a cultural difference. We being polite, a cultural difference. We seen testing in the police department, and we was able to get rid of cultural biases. All of those who's watching America, Ms. Worthing and Trump, they don't see it. It's really a difference. And some of it is along racial lines. I'm proud of Miss Mays, the white Miss Mays, because we've worked together, ain't had a problem for 8 years. And other folk. But it's certain folk who don't get it. And then y'all fall into it. Mr. Matthews, I'm glad if you think like that about the one council person you talked about. I'm glad you didn't get the appointment, because you're wrong. My position is this. I will say black, white, Democrat, and Republican. But more so, I'm going to say right and wrong. Right and wrong. Right, you can be white. Right, you can be black. Wrong, you can be white. Wrong, you can be black. But the majority of white people, they seem to be okay, maybe. I ain't got a big calculator. And the majority of blacks seem okay. But you got some handkerchief head Negroes and some ignorant white folks.
Anyone else like to speak their council response?
Yes. First, thank all the speakers for speaking. Monica, right, I want to speak on your issues real briefly. When I first got elected, you came to me with that house on Van Wagner Street that I did my research on to try to figure out to help you, because I know I live right around the corner from you. So I know exactly your frustration. I put in things with the blight department. Back then it was privately owned. So the land bank just got it this year. The house across the street from you, when I did the evaluations for the house, that house across the street from you that's getting tore down was because Councilman Murphy put it on the list to make sure that it's getting tore down. So that house getting tore down because you called me up and you asked me to help you, and that's what I did. And that's what I'll continue to do. It's just not getting tore down as fast as we want it to, because there's a whole bunch of other houses in that neighborhood that's getting tore down that they haven't tore down. So just be patient, just go get tore down. Now that house next door to you where all that trash and all that stuff, that's a whole nother ball game. And I fought the administration or whoever that I put in the referrals for to try to help get that tore cleaned up. So if my councilman in the 5th Ward think she can make do some things, more power to her. But I tried and to work on that, and it ain't in my ward no more. It's in the 2nd Ward.
I even called her on it.
Art Wilson, my heart go out to you and the loss of your moms. My condolences to you, and I look forward to a great meeting. Thank you.
Anyone else for council response? Anyone else for council response? All right, seeing that there's no one else, I will go ahead and utilize my time. So definitely appreciate all of the feedback given from the community, because we are Flint. We are Flint, whether we work together well or do not. We are as good as we make ourselves. So we choose to fight, then that's just what we do. We choose to get along and get things done, and that's what happens. So I hope that we choose to be better, and I hope that we just choose to move this great city forward. So with that being said, we are going to move on to the consent agenda.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, what is your point?
We had voted on agenda changes on a variety of stuff. Maze removal, Ashley Capital, special orders. Where does that come in at?
Under resolution.
Under resolution. Oh, okay.
All right, so now we're looking to approve the consent agenda with any separation. Been a motion on the floor by Ms. Priestley. Is there any support?
Support.
Support by Ms. Worthing. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Raines.
Yeah, I've got some separations. I want to separate the first resolution, 230247, which is a resolution that me and my lawyer sponsored in order to suspend Eva Worthing and Judith Priestley, depending on what y'all do. So
okay, what's your other separation?
I'm separating that one. I also want to separate, I wait till you and Mr. Murphy quit having the meetings.
Proceed, Mr. Mays.
I'm hoping y'all don't proceed. I'd also like to separate two, 3, 0, 229. That's the investigative hearing with the Downtown Development Authority.
229.
Yeah, that's on page, I think it's 5.
Okay.
I'd also like resolution, if it's on here, I'm looking for it, dealing with the Emergency Rescue Plan Act dollars. Is it on here? That's not on there. It was postponed back to Finance Committee meeting. Okay. There's nothing on here with the American Rescue Plan dollars. I also want to separate that the young lady leave who wanted the appointment to Hurley. If the appointments is in the consent agenda, I want to separate that and give her a chance to be heard. She said she was from the Hispanic community. Did she leave? Did she leave? She left before her appointment come up. Okay, so I'm gonna still separate that if I may. And I'm gonna still wait till Ms. Worthing and Mr. Murphy and them quit having their meetings. They have them, in my opinion, outside of council meetings.
Mr. Mays, we're talking about separation.
Okay,
So
what
are you
did I
done?
just separate?
Are you done?
What did I just separate? I'm checking to see if you, what did I just separate? Ask Quincy. He can help you. I waited till y'all quit having a meeting. You don't know, y'all tell her what it was. Tell her what it was.
Are you done with your separation?
What did I just separate?
Are you done?
It was the Hispanic lady who wanted the appointment to Hurley.
Are you done?
Yeah, the problem. That's the one that I said. No, I want you to get that one.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna separate each appointment.
Okay, so hold on. So you want to separate every appointment?
That is correct. They're individuals. I don't vote on them as a whole. I like to talk to people, see who they are if they're here, and I might vote yay on one and nay on another. So I have to have them separate. I can't vote on them in a consent agenda. It's never been done that way in 20, 30 years. This is a rule y'all made up.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Mays?
Not for now.
Great.
We'll see what my
Anyone
colleagues-
else have any separation?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Worley?
Oh, wait. Actually, I think you separated the ones I wanted to separate. Never mind.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
separate 230-236.
Request for information.
What is your request?
What is the title of that separation? Not just the number, what's the title?
Resolution to suspend Mr. Eric Mays.
Okay.
Point of order.
What is your point?
I thought it was separated in the agenda change. So do we have to separate all of those? I thought it was already separated and moved around. So if not, then I need to go back and start separating others and moving them around.
Okay.
So tell me, what's the ruling on that?
So to my knowledge, what we did was request changes in or addition to the agenda. That's not a separation. We were just adding changes and making additions to the agenda. But for clarity, I'll go ahead and defer to Madam Clerk.
Either you ruling or you defer. You gonna rule before you do
Mr.
point of order.
what is
I'm
your
in a
point?
point of order. I'm
What is
asking you
your
to
point?
rule on whether they are separate. You said they wasn't, and you deferred to the clerk. I can appeal your ruling, but I'm just trying to help you out. I'm not trying to hurt you. I want to know for clarity for myself so I'll know what next move I have to make. So are they separated or not?
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
The changes were just to move them on a different order, so they were separated, they were just put in a different order.
When y'all finish separating, I'll get the floor back.
So Ms. Priestley, back to you.
That's all I have right now.
Oh, okay. Anyone else would like to separate anything else?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
I would like to, separate, 230238 and 230239.
Request for information.
230238 is the grant acceptance for the Recycling Partnership Incorporation Recycling and Trash Carts. And the other one was the separation of the 230239 is the Contract Priority Waste LLC Waste Collection Services.
Okay, point of order.
What rule has been broken?
Madam Chair, when I say request for information, you should say what's your request. He shouldn't have to do that. We waited long enough and you purposely or intentionally or unintentionally ignoring my privilege motions in my mind, trying to trip me up. So, you know, focus on sharing.
What's your point of order?
That you out of order by not recognizing the privilege motion in a timely manner. And then you chastise me and say you didn't give me the flow. You got a duty to recognize that privilege motion. He figured it out. You said nothing. That's my point.
Is that it?
My last two that I needed some clarity on while we was over here trying to see is this, because now I was a little confused and I'm still kind of confused because at the beginning when we did the separation and voting in sequence, I wanted to separate the Ashley Capital presentation thinking that that was going to go before we get into all of the consent agreements and all of this. So what it sounds like is that did not happen. So that's the issue. I wanted to allow them to do a presentation first before we get into
Point of order.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
This is we're in just separations, not discussion.
Yeah. So, point of my separation is to clarify, do I need to separate that in order for them to do?
Point of order. Did you rule Mr. Pfeiffer was out of order or in order?
I'm here. Point well taken, Mr. Pfeiffer. So we're about to proceed so we can give Mr. Murphy some clarity.
Point of order.
So what is your point?
My point is Mr. Murphy is exactly right. If you don't listen to him, he should call a point of order. That's what I was saying. So Pfeiffer is calling a tag. You said Pfeiffer was right. He got the right to say what the record will show, call a point of order, and then go to discussion.
Yeah, man. As we were saying, so Mr. Murphy, not a problem. So we're going to go ahead and just, go back to the clerk,
yes,
so we can make sure.
What I thought I was doing originally was separating 230225, the public hearing date, Brownfield redevelopment plan, Flint Commercial Center. I thought I was moving that up in the agenda prior to us dealing with all of the resolutions. So my understanding was that I moved resolution 230225 and also resolution my special order for 230248. That special order that deals with the Brownfield development plan, I was assuming that I was moving that up before the agenda to allow them to present to council prior to, that's what I thought.
Request for information?
Yeah.
Does Mr. Murphy know? He just needs to separate those items. And they did get moved up.
I did separate it.
So
that's just what I was trying to clarify.
No,
so I was
just
wanting
separate
to make sure, even
Point
if
of
I
order.
even.
Are you going to tell Ms. Worthing that her information was wrong and out of order, because now she's making statements. Mr. Murphy is right, and Piper was wrong, Worthing wrong, but that's your crew. You ain't gonna do them like you did me.
Mr. Mays, thank
Point
you.
of order.
What is your point?
Mr. Murphy is saying the same thing I said earlier, and I hope you listen to him.
That
It's
is
a fact, it's the record.
So, Mr. Murphy,
So my idea was, what is the purpose of us even moving it in sequence and voting on it separate if it still don't get moved up? And to you, to the clerk.
That was not the motion. The motion was to move 236 to be the first resolution. Then yours was to move yours to be the second.
Request for information. Request for information.
What is your request?
Through you to the clerk, Madam Clerk, when they took them out separately and moved them around and said what they said on the record, technically that was a separation. They took them out of the consent agenda, moved them around, so you know, whatever y'all decide, the majority gonna decide. But he's saying exactly what y'all ruled on, which I understood, he understood. I don't know how many other council people understood. I just don't wanna belabor.
Is this your request for information?
Yeah, it's not like it was like Worthing's. I'm out of order, but I know how to correct it.
Okay.
Do you want to run a meeting or do you
So,
want to play big
Mr.
shot?
Mays, you do not have the floor. What is your point?
My point is, I done found out, you don't even have to honor a point. I done found out.
Mr. Mays, what is your point?
Point of order, I'm making it. I done found out you don't care about who's telling you right or wrong. You just care about chastising me. You let Mr. Murphy talk and talk. But when I come saying the same thing, it's a different treatment. Whatever you do, just keep showing out.
Mr. Mays, that is a valid point of order. So as we move forward, and let's stop obtaining the floor, you can privilege motion. So, Mr. Murphy, so did you continue with all your separations? Are you done with your separation?
230248, and that's the special order for the Brownfield development. I just want to make sure that we on the same page. Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Point of order. The special, may I?
No.
Point of order.
Okay, wait till you are acknowledged, Mr. Mayor. Proceed.
Proceed. The special order ain't a resolution. It ain't in the consent agenda. There y'all go again. That's why it ain't making sense to me. If we on resolution that y'all want to say, and now you, Mr. Murphy, it'll just be, the special order ain't no resolution. It was moved. Don't take a rocket science just to figure that out. Now you can belittle me.
Is this your point of order?
My point of order, yes. A special order is not part of a resolution. Go back and look at the minutes and see how it was moved and separated. Now, I'm gonna kind of be quiet because you're falling all over yourself trying to tell me I'm
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else have any separations?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Byrne?
Item number 230247. I'd like to have that separated. Did we do 230240?
1 second. You said no 240, so you want that as well?
230247.
So that's the first one, and then you said 240 was the second one?
Was that one separated? I don't think that one had been separated. Yeah.
247 was separated.
Item number 230240, Kavanaugh Company Battery Clarifier Flow Control. Item number 230241, Commercial Contracting Waste Unloading Station. 230242, Cedar Street Reservoir Rehabilitation. 230243,
Source and Gross Company, Cedar Street Rehabilitation. 230244, that to be separated, and 230245 for the 14 million, a J. Rannick Electric, electrical distribution improvement. And that one is, that one I think is 230-245. And did we separate item number 230229?
Yes.
Okay. And did we separate 230237?
No.
And then 230238?
That one's already separated.
Okay. And
So did you want to separate 2 through 7?
I do, yes, please. And 230239.
That's already separated.
Okay. And then they separated all the appointments. Thank you, Madam Chair, that's it.
Anyone else? Oh, okay, anyone else? So seeing that we don't have any more separation, we will go ahead and vote to adopt the consent agenda.
Point of order.
What is it?
How many resolutions are left on the consent agenda and what are they? How many and what are they? Do you know?
Well, Mr. Mays, that's not a point of order, but that is a request for information. And so,
Madam
no,
Chair,
I don't know.
it's a point of order for me because I want to know what it is before I vote yea or nay. Why is you struggling so hard to try to make me look like a fool? I'm going to stick with it's a point of order. I want to know the count before I vote. Before you call for the vote. That's a point of order. It's an important piece. You're telling me what it is and ain't. Now go on with that.
Yeah, I have it.
Doing too much. Don't know what to do. I ain't buying it.
So we have 12 items that we will pass with the consent agenda.
Point of order, Madam Chair, what are they? Let's go through them and then ask if there's any separation. What are they? Can you tell us that? If you think maybe the clerk can. What's left?
230208.
Go slow, I'm slow.
230208.
What page? What page,
Page
ma'am?
number
Point
4. Page number
point of
4.
order.
Page number 4.
Point of order.
What rule is being broken?
Point of
What
order.
rule is being broken?
What's your point? Point of order. That's your job. What's your point?
What rule is being broken?
It don't have to be a rule, it's just to keep
Mr.
order.
Mays, what?
It ain't no rule have to be
What
broke because
point?
well, can you slow down so I can keep up, which is my point of order.
230208, 230209, 230210.
Point of order. 230229, I separate.
I didn't say that. I said 230209, 230210.
Okay, well, go slow
It's
back.
on page
Point of
4.
order.
It's on page 4.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Why can't you just quit arguing and courteously go slow on my request? Did you say 230228?
We're on page 4, Mr. Mays.
Did you say 23?
We're on page 4, Mr. Mays.
Okay, go slower then, Miss Lewis.
Go to page 4, Mr. Mays.
Miss Lewis. Don't get funny, because I'll get
Mr. Mays,
funny when you get
Mr.
funny.
Mays, let's proceed with the business.
And we gonna do it
So as
respectfully,
we are,
hopefully.
go to page 4, and we will proceed. 230212.
Let me get to page 4, Miss Lewis.
Mr. City, what's going on here? What just happened, Mr. City?
Okay, I'm on page 4.
230-208, 230-209, 230-210, 230-212, 230-214, 230-215, 230-216, 230-227, 230-228,
Can you, Madam Chair, I lost you at 230-216. Now, I politely ask you to slow down.
It's on page 5.
I'm on page 5, but you went too fast. You given a number, I'm looking at a number entitled, what came after 216? I'm gonna politely ask you in the same tone you talk to me. What came after 216, Mr. Lewis?
230-225, 230-227, 230-228, 230.
Point of order. You said
Excuse me, yeah, I left that out.
235 was separated.
Yeah, it was separated.
Well, Ms. Lewis, could you slow down and quit arguing with me? I'm trying to really do the business. You were wrong. I'm checking it, and you steady polite to Mr. Murphy then, but act a fool with me. It is showing.
230, 234.
You said 225, and that's where I'm at.
225 is at the beginning, so that's when I misspoke.
It's been separated.
So we're off to 230, 227, 230, 228, 230, 234, 230, 235, 230.
Hold on. I'm at 234. Now go ahead. 235. Have it been separated?
No. So we are moving on to that's all.
Separated.
Now that we got that clarified, do you want to ask if there's any other separation?
I made that last call.
Now, request for information, Madam Chair. 230-237 was supposed to be separated. I don't know if you, that one, I did request that.
1 second. 230-237, yeah.
230-237.
Pardon?
230-237, I think as you recall.
Correct, you did separate, that's why I didn't read it.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's the point?
You know, y'all might get me out of here and you might not, but while I'm here, can I ask that you be respectful and polite toward me like you do others? Now that's what I'm asking. Because that changes my tone and my attitude. I know when somebody's screwing me around.
All right, so, Mr. May.
Ms. Lewis.
So as we go forward to vote on the consent agenda, everyone has made their separation. So we want to vote on the consent agenda being adopted. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Ricardo.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Bichette.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
All right, the vote is 9 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda has been passed. All right, so we are on to the first item.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms.
I make a motion to approve 230-236.
There's a motion on the floor.
Point of order. Did we clear, when you say go, or what's your point? I'm going to proceed.
What's your point?
I thought we made it clear that Ashley Capital was moved up. Now, y'all keep saying all resolutions. That ain't no resolution. Ashley Capital was spoke on by Mr. Murphy. They're here. Y'all eager to get to me, but
Mr. May, so that's a valid point of order because...
Okay, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, there's appeal on the ruling of the chair because of he does not agree with what council voted on. Any support?
Now, my point of order, Madam Chair. I appeal the ruling of the chair that Ashley Capital, a special order, wasn't separated by this council. Don't say What the council agreed
He said-
upon, that ain't, we don't even know that yet.
Mr. May said that Ashland Capital was not separated.
No, I didn't.
What are you saying?
If you listen,
Mr. May, please restate your motion.
Ms. Lewis, I will please restate my motion. It's an appeal.
Restate it.
And my appeal is that Ashley Capital and a special order was separated and moved around. Now, the other ones, I didn't appeal. Y'all saying they wasn't moved. I thought they was, but I know Ashley Capital was moved. And
Yes.
so I'm appealing your decision that you said what. We'll see what Mr. Murphy said.
Not a problem. So there is an appeal that Ashley Capital was not moved when we moved for it to be the second and third item. So is there support for his appeal? Is there support for his appeal?
Madam Chair, I support.
Okay, Ms. Burns support his appeal. All right, so with that being said, this appeal is about the placement on the agenda where Ashley Capital is right after Resolution 230236, the removal of Eric May. So, we're going to go
Madam Chair,
ahead.
we're dealing with Ashley
Go
Capital.
ahead,
Point of
Mr.
order, I
May.
got the flow.
Go ahead,
When you give me
Mr.
the
May.
flow, don't keep saying go ahead
Mr.
when
May.
I'm
Please start
talking.
his time.
You know, don't stop my time till you quit saying go ahead, go ahead. You might not like what I'm saying, but through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, what was the wording on the agenda change for the special order? Do you know?
It was to move special order 230248 before resolution 230225.
Before resolution what?
230225.
225. And where was the placement of it other than that on the agenda? Do we have reference to where 225 was?
225 was voted to be moved as the second resolution to be voted on.
As the second resolution to be voted on. What was the first, the Eric Mays thing, and where was it moved to? The first resolution inside of resolution. Okay.
All right, anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? All right, seeing that we don't have any more speakers, a no vote will uphold the ruling of the chair, a yes vote will overturn the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Ricardo?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shat?
No.
Okay. Ms. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain because it's possible I could have understood wrong. So for those reasons and what I thought I heard and what I'm hearing on the record, I abstain.
Vote is 2 yes, 6 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 2 yes, 6 no, and 1 abstention. The ruling of the chair stands. So now we will go forward to Mr. Mays, please, let's be in order.
Madam Chair, point of order. I am in order when I'm elected.
Mr. Mays.
Point of order.
Mr. Mays.
Point of
You're
order.
out of order.
Point of order. You out of order when you don't say what's your point.
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
What's your point, Mr. Mays? You've already been out of order hollering at me. And I'm tired of it, and it's repeated, and it ain't just this meeting. And y'all got such a monopoly here that y'all overlook each other's point. I'll get into
That's
that.
an invalid point of order, so
Nah, it
we're
ain't.
going to move on with discussion.
Discrimination is valid in the state of Michigan and the United States of America.
So, Mr. Mays, you do not have the floor.
I did have for a
Mr.
point
Mays,
of order. You just
your
didn't want
point
me
of
to
order is
finish.
denied.
I get the right to finish.
Mr.
I
Mays.
ain't studying.
That is your warning.
Okay, I appeal the warning.
There is an appeal of the chair, warning for Mr. Mays being disorderly. Is there support? Any support?
Support.
All right, supported by Councilperson Burns. Mr. Mays keeps getting the floor illegally, and that's disorderly. That's why he received a warning. Mr. Mays, please proceed.
Madam Chair, I just found out in the darkness of the night you ought to remove the rule that says that if a chairperson ignores a privileged motion, they shall not be removed. Now that's been there to control chair people ever since I've been elected back in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. But in the darkness of the night, you, Herkin, Road, and Priestley, I presume, changed that. And I'm finding out about it today. Today. Ms. Winfrey Carter, Ms. Burns, remember when we tried to go through each rule one by one and the majority didn't let us go through each rule one by one? Today I'm finding out a chair can ignore a privileged motion and can't be removed. That reminds me of Ed Kurtz and the emergency manager then. You got a dictatorship up here, Melissa May. The deck is stacked. But one thing I do know about America, about Flint, Michigan, and the United States of America. You back, good to see you. I asked for you. Now you know what trumps this is the discrimination laws. Let's say, for instance, and I could be right or wrong, but let's say I'm the only heterosexual black male up here. I don't know. But let's just say I am. You can't treat me differently from the rest of the council. They points of orders is okay. My points of orders is denied and illegal. They points of information is okay. They talking while I'm talking is legal. Discrimination and different treatment for the same or similar conduct, Madam Hispanic lady, is going to trump all that. They don't know it yet. They think they can treat the white women better and different than me for the same or similar conduct. You're going to hear these arguments again in the removal argument. The white woman can cuss, call me a narcissistic asshole. I can tell her to do belly flops off of City Hall. It's documented. It went viral. She can stand up over the black lady. Race is a factor. Miss Lewis is recorded standing up over the same black council person. Can black folks discriminate against black folks, conspire with white folks to treat them differently for the same or similar conduct? I submit they can.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Well, we're in a debate. I want to say this, there is a different treatment. You did not, Ms. Worthing just yelled out and corrected herself that she called him a narcissistic a-hole. She didn't say the a-hole, but she said narcissistic, because she's done it to many people. You did not warn her. You did not warn her. You did not call her out of order. You said nothing to her. Nothing. And so the behavior and the treatment is different. It's different. If you're going to punish one, punish the other. I mean, she calls out all the time. You do not discipline her as the chair. You do not. She's even told you before she had she knew she was wrong. Go ahead and give me the warning. And you did not give her the warning. You are part of the problem with creating a hostile work environment, because you allow her behavior to continue to escalate. And that's a problem. When people say other people are baiting, I'm here to do my job. We all want to get through this. The role of the chair is to keep everyone in the meeting. You wait at least 3 times every single time before you answer Councilman Mays. 3 times. You will dig in that cup, take a sip. You purposely ignore him. And it's seen, and you do it every time. The role of the chair is to be impartial. Keep everyone in the meeting. You're not impartial. And there again, you did not rule her to be out of order or give her a warning. It's acceptable. It's acceptable. You let her run all over you. And that shouldn't be happening. And y'all wanted her to run all over me. If I let it or allow it, y'all want me just to be quiet about her behavior. People taking pictures of me, putting it up on the putting it up on social media with the hate crime, want to hang me as a black woman. She done hopped out her seat on 5-3 and on 7-19, twice. You haven't said anything. Y'all don't ever discipline her, not ever. But then you go to her aid. This treatment has to be the same. If we wrong, then you discipline everyone. And see, this is where the problem is. Do you want the votes to pass what you want that bad to where your integrity and character is going to be judged? I support what's right across everybody's ward. If it's a project, I'm going to support it. I've been consistent with that. We cannot move forward, and before Allie left, I stated we needed to have team building. I was emailing her and talking with her next to me. We still need it. We're operating without a council president. And this is a problem. I'm done.
Anyone else like to speak on the appeal? Anyone else? All right, so since there's no one else, I'll be the last to wrap up. These rules were not changed in the middle of the night. These rules were changed months ago and voted on by this council. It is not up to me if no one else chooses to study the rules and make sure that they abide by them. Now that these rules are law, we must make sure that every single council person abides by the rules and that we maintain order as well as decorum. And it is imperative for everyone to work together for the betterment of the city of Flint. So without wasting any more of our time, we are going to go ahead and call for the vote. A yes vote will overturn the ruling of the chair, and a no vote will sustain the ruling of the chair regarding the placement of Ashley Capital.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
This is an appeal not on Ashley Capital. It's an appeal on you giving me a first warning. Your brain can't remember nothing, can it?
So, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Point of order. State the appeal properly. It has nothing to do with Ashley Capital. It has all to do with you giving me a first warning and ignoring other folks. State it for the record because it's going to court.
Well, okay, well, you are correct. So,
I know I'm correct.
So Mr. May have received his first warning for being out of order and consistently trying to maintain the floor, because we were talking about Ashley Capital, so please excuse me. So Mr. May kept obtaining the floor and talking without having the floor, so he was administered a first warning. A yes will overturn the ruling of the chair, a no will oppose the ruling of the chair. What is your request?
Rather than a point of order, I was in a point of order when you overtalked me. It's really what you gave me a warning for, and that's what I appeal. You cut me off on a point of order,
that's an improper request for
the record
information.
needs to be clear.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
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 Yes.
No. Vote is 3 yes, 5 no. Mr. Mays has his first warning. So we were here on resolution 230-236. Is there a second to resolution 230-236?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Worthing.
Madam Chair.
Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
I'm going to have this first discussion, and Mr. Woodson, it might be the last. Because I've noticed 2 votes on the rules so far from Ms. Machette. It took her 5 votes to get here, and I guess they figured it's going to keep 5 votes to be president, vice, and be one of the chairs. And in my opinion, she voted wrong. She just voted wrong that she could interrupt my point of order. Ms. Machette, you look at me and I'm used to it, but you voted wrong. You knew. But newness ain't gonna be no excuse for me, because we're gonna have elections in the 7th Ward. And I judge every vote in the character of every council person. Madam Chair, she's out of order talking to me. I got the floor, Ms. Mashat. You out of order. Point of order. Stop the clock. I'm on a point of order, and she's steady talking to me down. You out of order, Ms. Mashat.
Wait a minute, Mr. May.
Check her.
No, I don't check you. That's not my
Okay,
job.
well, you warned me. Warn her then.
I didn't hear anything.
You were too busy talking to Quincy versus chairing the meeting. I don't have to argue verbally with Ms.
Point of
Mashat.
order denied. Please proceed. Go ahead.
Ms. Mashat, I'm gonna let you know, I make light of that. I don't need you interrupting my thought pattern because I'm criticizing your voting pattern with the foolish 5, the silly 6. I can't stand discrimination. I don't care who it comes from. And we dealing with discrimination here. Miss Liddell Lewis is on videotape standing over Tanya Burns in council chambers. Got up out of her seat. Not quite got out of her seat. I say, the council been majority men for years, but these women want to fight. I never seen nothing like it. Mr. Murphy talking about how I will be on what in the street. I told him I stay on Russell Street. I'll be at 1101 South Saginaw Street. People want to fight. Miss Worthing stood up over Miss Burns not once but twice. They want to fight. And then it take 5 votes to get appointed, and then the first 2 votes on the rule, in my opinion, Candace Mashat, Councilperson Mashat, done voted wrong with her. I don't care nothing about being president, vice chair, but the way they got these rules rigged in the darkness of the night, it's a bigger speech, Miss Lewis. They better not let me get a chairmanship, because we wouldn't have no meeting. When they interrupt me like Miss Mashat, this is their first warning. Make another mistake like Miss Lewis did, first warning. She be over talking me, talking down and nasty to me, just out of order. Oh, we need proper decorum. Just be courteous and polite. Go back and look at ABC 12. I'm the president. I'd ask the rules to be suspended. Had been here 30 days. They suspend the rules. Channel 12 reported the meetings went smooth. We got stuff done. 4 months later, they grown. They wouldn't suspend the rules. It's been chaos ever since. Clearly, you can see Ms. Lewis, the chair, don't know him. I be trying to help her with him. She mad because she embarrassed. They embarrassed when you try to help them. Now here, in the darkness of the night, bigger speech. Eva Worthing then teamed up with Priestley, and 2 white women want to suspend me for 30 days. Race is a factor. I wouldn't care if it had been fighting. I wouldn't care if it had been Liddell Lewis and Quincy. Race is a factor. Discrimination is defined by law. It's different treatment for the same or similar conduct. The same or similar conduct is Eva calling me a narcissistic asshole. I call them all assholes. They say, you're out of order. Metcalf, y'all get him out. That really pissed me off. I say, y'all illegally throwing me out of every fucking meeting. You got the case that went to the Court of Appeals in the Supreme Court. Look it up, Google it. The cussing canoes. Check it out. They think it's illegal to cuss. But they want to treat me differently.
That's your time. Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Well, decorum is something we don't generally have, unfortunately, in our council chambers. So when we talk about in and out of council chambers, even you yourself has cursed out Pastor Thompson. I mean, so if we have to talk about decorum, and not just, I think everyone up here said a cuss word. Every single person. Councilman Pfeiffer said he didn't mind some cuss words. I don't know which one. Me and him talking, we do swear, but it's not vulgar or we, but it's just an idle chat, I would say, because it's a part, I guess, of our language. I think that when we talk about how we discipline each other, I get that many of you don't like him, but you're punishing him for the same behavior that you often do. The behavior is not the same when we talk about Councilwoman Eva Worthing's behavior. It's not the same across the board. She has, when Attorney Cups walked by before the meeting started and called me a narcissistic asshole. And I said it correctly, so she won't have to correct me on it. And the Attorney Cups looked at me and we had a conversation. But when it becomes time, that we have to, when it comes time that it's a custom that I have to endure, someone standing up over me, not once, but twice, stumping her foot and citing violence. She's a violent woman. She's used microaggressions. She's called black people ghetto. She teaches young black girls who aspire and who will grow up to be young black women. She doesn't respect the black women on this council. I don't even deal with her. Her problem with me is other than, I don't know if she called black women ghetto. I'm definitely not ghetto. But her problem is her problem. I'm going to vote for how I feel. When we look at her behavior and how everything Councilman Mays does, you're splitting this. You've got an opportunity to bring this council together. And even you yourself stood up and had a whole bunch to say at a meeting. I mean, and it is. He's not lying when he said the women on this council want to fight. It's very true. That's a very true statement. And Officer Davison at the time had to come give you about 5-6 directives, Councilwoman Loomis, to be quiet, stop talking, and that was after a meeting. I just got back from North Carolina from a funeral that time. I was tired. Your behavior was out of control. I had never seen that before. Violence, you know what's up, you know what's up. I'm like, what are we in the schoolyard about the nuck if you buck? I'd never seen that. So even with your behavior, I didn't even submit that to the ethics board. I didn't even ask for you to be removed. I did not, because I thought we were going through, and I hope that clap isn't condescending that you were doing, because she's up here clapping like it's condescending. When we talk about what people do and to move, you are the chair. You set the standard. You sitting up here clapping like it's funny. It's not funny because I take my life serious when grown women get up who are in leadership position and want to fight. You did that. You did it. You cussed out Pastor Thompson. You called him every word that it was. And since number one, we don't have any decorum because everything has been called. You told him shots fired. You called him a sorry-ass pastor. You called him a motherfucker twice, 2 different occasions. So when we talk about people cussing, you do it. But then you get up here like it's a throne, like you don't. You do it. You do it. So you want to, put him out. Then we need to do the same for Councilwoman Worthing. And I probably should have filed or put a motion on the floor to have you removed for wanting to fight. That should have been done. And if you tell people you hate me, I have no problem with being disliked. Not at all. Not at all, because the residents in my ward continue to tell me to work for the residents. And I take your calls for your ward all the time. Even when you send me that little incorrect text message, which was nasty, that you sent, and I sent it back, you said, I never talked to her. And then you didn't respond, but you went to go off. You go off without even thinking because it's just your, it's like kids. It's like kids, and only so long somebody gonna accept somebody jumping up in somebody's face. Because my mother told me to stay seated. I did stay seated that first time. That second time, that was a problem because Councilman Priestley did not chair that meeting correctly. Soon as she adjourned, everything went haywire. This is a problem. I've never seen the aggressiveness is ridiculous.
All right, thank you, Ms. Burns. Anyone else would like to speak on this motion, the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Mouchette.
Thank you. I just want to start off by saying, as Mr. Mays eloquently put it, I am new here. And so bad behavior is bad behavior. I've watched the same thing on TV as everyone else. I've watched several council members curse. I've watched people stand up on each other. I've watched a lot of things that I just don't feel like are proper representation for our community. And this gets put all over the internet. And when Mr. Mays was talking, I was simply nodding my head in agreement saying that I hear what you're saying. And I was taking that into account. I am not up here by any means to be on any one side other than the people in the city of Flint. That is it, that is all. And the reality is that as we all sit up here, we have a responsibility to be mature adults, to stay seated and to watch our mouths. Maybe it is something that's needed with team building or whatever, but I feel like me coming in here, everyone gets a clean slate as far as I'm concerned. And I feel like we should give everyone an opportunity to start new and see what we can do on this council together to represent all of our wards. That's it.
All right. Anyone else? Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yep, since my name was invoked a couple of times, I will say this, and I've said it on the record, swearing and vulgar language is part of my daily vernacular. However, when you shout derogatory and abusive language at colleagues, that's where I draw the line. Now, if you say it in general conversation, the way it's been said tonight, I have zero problem with it. It may not be appropriate for young kids, but honestly, if they're watching this, they shouldn't be, because they probably have bad parents. Because looking at this council and letting children watch this is setting a bad example. Even we should set an example for the community so children can watch, but we're not at that point, just being honest. But when you shout derogatory curse words, when you are constantly disruptive, when you're degrading colleagues, that's where I draw the line. And whether or not curse words are used or not, to me, that's irrelevant, because the behavior and the conduct is what is really this resolution is about, and that's what I'm voting on. It's not has anything to do with curse words. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Anyone else like to speak in the first round?
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'll be voting no on this resolution. And Madam Chair, you've said this before yourself. When someone is being constantly poked at, okay? Being poked at all of the time, for every action, there is an equal or opposite reaction. Imagine coming in here every week being poked at. When you poke the bear, what's going to happen? What happens? There's a double standard here. And there has been continuous differences being made up here. Okay? Now, my thing is, if we're going to suspend Councilman Mays, we need to suspend Worthen as well as Priestley. And quiet as kept, Madam Chair, you probably need to be suspended too. Because you shouldn't really even be sitting here. I've said this before. You signed an affidavit and you had not been a resident of the 2nd Ward for a year. So, you know what? we need to stop with all of this. When you point a finger at someone else, where is the thumb pointing? The thumb is pointing at you. And as a council person, as an elected official, we have to practice decorum at all times. And for someone to cuss out a pastor, and his church is in the 2nd Ward. She not only cussed him out one time, but she cussed him out 2 times. Okay? And I mean, the language was low down, dirty language, like my grandmama would say. So, no, I'm not voting to suspend Councilman Mays. I'm not going to do it. We got to be fair across the board. This is ridiculous. It's just simply ridiculous. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak in the first round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. So, what I wanted to do when I first saw this resolution, I wanted to go and I had to reflect back on to my colleagues the video of the incident at hand. So I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this video. Some of you guys may not hear this, but I'm gonna use some of my minutes to play the video in which Councilman Mays were using profanity at one of our meetings just recently. So this video you guys may not hear, but I'm gonna play it. So my point is, for someone who represent people of all races, and I think about Asa, you over there in the Hispanic community on Lewis Street, I want you to know that I represent you, I represent your peoples, I represent white people, I represent black people, I represent all people, and I want everyone to know in the 3rd Ward, regardless of your race, your sexuality, whatever, I represent you. When you are in opposition and you are being called a handkerchief head Negro, do y'all know how insulting that is to me, to sit here and to not have to take that and not respond and keep my composure and all the above? And if you ain't in my position and you ain't on this side, and you don't have to be called those kind of names, maybe you don't understand it because you don't experience it. But for meeting after meeting, not one time, and when I told him my name was Quincy Murphy, Councilman Murphy, Mr. Murphy, or Quincy, my mother named me the voters voted for Councilman Murphy. Not no handkerchief head Negro and all of those different kind of names that some of my colleagues may not be being called. But for the people who I represent, I am Councilman Murphy, not handkerchief head Negro. And to have my colleague in the 1st Ward call me that meeting after meeting and have to sit here and keep my composure and keep myself in a professional manner to represent people, because one thing I don't want to do, I don't want to come out here and be looked at as this council person that's up here going back and forth, because I was thinking, okay, if he using this kind of profanity, and if I go there with him, then that make 2 of us, and 2 wrongs don't make a right.
So what I'm saying is, I have done all that I can and I will continue to do to represent my peoples, to keep myself with professionalism at all times. But what I will not do, and I always said this from the beginning, I will teach people how to treat me. And sometimes when people talking to you any kind of way and calling you out, if you don't check them the first time, they'll think that they can get away with it. And anybody who knows Councilman Murphy from when I was Quincy Murphy, from when I was just a regular Joe Blow, no, I don't allow people to talk to me any kind of way. I don't let my family talk to me any kind of way. I don't let my brothers and sisters talk to me. My residents don't talk to me. So why would I work so hard to get this far to let somebody in the first ward talk to me any kind of way? Because we got a couple of amen people that amen this mess. And I got 30 seconds and I'm going to wrap up, and I keep on saying this. We got to denounce this as a council, 5 or 6 of us, or 7 or 8, or however many y'all. We got to join this effort to bind together, to unify this council, to denounce this race car that's being called, and we have to do what we can to keep our people together. We owe it to this community to keep it together. And I be telling my family, don't come down here, because I can handle me. Because there's a whole bunch of people that think we are wrong. And I'm going to do what I can to keep it professional and move this city of Flint forward by all means necessary.
Anyone else would like to speak in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Seeing none, I will go ahead and use my time. This motion is about Eric May's behavior. So let's not fall for any distractions. It's not about my behavior, no one else's behavior. This is about Eric May's behavior. So I'm not going to go and address what my colleague said about me. I could, but again, it'll be a waste of time, and that won't be germane, because this is about Eric May's behavior. When you don't agree with Mr. Mays, he attacks you. He verbally attacks you when you don't agree. You don't believe me? Tune in to the first council meeting that we had, and he attacked the 4 people that did not vote for him for president. And he said flat out, I'm going to politic against you. So instead of worrying about being the best senior council person that he could be, he decided to use his energy to attack colleagues that did not vote for him. Now, the colleagues that did not vote for him, that didn't mean that we wasn't going to thrive in his leadership. We were looking for the senior council people to lead. But the behavior that has come from the first ward has been anything else besides leadership quality. Mr. Mays has abusive behavior. How do I know? When our 2 colleagues, when they voted against him, they got cussed out, or they were told, y'all could have seconded that. And so from that point on, they don't disagree with him, because that's abuse. Can't call it domestic, but I call it council abuse. So we must agree with you, so we won't have to hear the Eric Mays backlash. We hear it at the meetings, but that's how it is. You are verbally chastised when you don't agree. And then, as you heard on tape, people, they may use choice words amongst family, amongst friends, and in private conversations. That's on you. But when you are elected to a seat to represent a body called the First Ward, and you get up here and you're calling the chair and your colleagues a nasty MFer, yeah, if I wasn't up here, I'd probably say it, but guess what? I'm up here. You got Dr. Lewis, Councilwoman Dr. Lewis, representing the 2nd Ward City of Flint up here. So you're not going to get any ghetto behavior coming from this seat. That's not what you're going to get from me. If you're looking for that, maybe you do need to sign people's recalls that's going around the 2nd Ward trying to get me out. I'm okay with that. That's what democracy looks like. So if this is not what leadership looks like to you, I'll definitely step out the way so the best person can get in this 2nd Ward seat. But again, if you want to stay in your seat and represent your people, you can't call the chair nasty MFers. Then it's against rules. You can't talk belittling to the audience. You called a resident an a-hole before he called us the tirade of a-holes. So let's be clear. And then racial slurs. If our white colleagues got up here and started calling everybody the N-word, this place would be an uproar. But when this council person can dig into his verbal vernacular and go and call us derogatory names such as handkerchief head Negro, that's not the first time he used it. He used it talking to Herbert Winfrey as well. And it was wrong then, and it's wrong now. And I will not sit here and allow that behavior to happen underneath my watch again. If you okay with that, have have your friends sign a petition to get me out because I'm going to stand for what's right, whether you black or white. I'm not going to stand for that. And furthermore, the attorneys that Mr. Mays bringing here is very sad that they also harass us as we walk by. This is not the behavior. This is not the type of counsel that I signed up to be on. But I tell you this, as I sit in this seat, I'm going to do what's right. I'm not here to check people. Because I got a son, I check him. I don't check other grown people. That's between you and whomever. I don't check people. But what I will do, I'll pull these rules out on you and you will follow them. And these rules were not made in the middle of the night. These rules were made and they were approved during council. Now, if our senior council person want to giggle and think it's funny that he don't know them, because everybody say that he knows the rules and we don't, well, obviously, if you know the rules, why don't you follow them? That's a bigger problem. I'd rather not know the rules and not follow them instead of know the rules and break them every time. This is where we are. I'm tired of wasting my time. I'm tired of wasting your time. And so that's why I will be voting to suspend Eric Mays. Because we have prolonged this meeting for no reason, just because he wanted to have snappy comments, talk about people's brain, and just yell out. If anyone else did that, it'll be a problem. And no, I can't hear all the way down there at the table. If I hear people out of order, I'll call you out. But you know who's in my ear talking loud? This gentleman right here. And I hear him loud in his stereo. And his behavior is unbecoming of a council person. So therefore, they have my vote to suspend him for 30 days. Thank you. So now we will move on to the second round.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
I love when people put their thought patterns on the record. You got two council people want to suspend me for calling them handkerchief-head Negroes. They could suspend me for 30 to 60 days. They're going to still be handkerchief-head Negroes. Google it, look it up. That's not going to change me referring to them that way. The rules say that if you use a certain language, you remove from that meeting. That's what the rules say, from that meeting. I was removed from that meeting. Now they're still mad and want to do what we call in law double jeopardy. They want to come up with another punishment for that meeting. But when the white folks said narcissistic asshole to me, none of them moved, black or white. At the last meeting, Quincy Murphy is recorded for saying the N-word. He said it. I don't know how to use that myself. I don't care if Viper say he cuss in his regular vernacular regularly. I don't. I cuss when I get mad. I don't cuss in my regular everyday vernacular like whatever he said. That's him. That's his testimony. My testimony is Google it. 30-day suspension, they're going to still be handkerchief-head Negro. Quincy on record calling me a disgrace. Quincy on record using the N-word in the last meeting. Ain't nobody said that. That was very offensive to me as a black when he said it in front of Hispanics and white folks. He said it sitting in his seat. The N-word. I'm almost about to repeat it just to give you the drama. Let me say this. Not only did he say that, he said S-H-I-T when we was doing the janitorial contract. His mouth ain't no prayer book. Nasty. Talking about he used to be a dope dealer and what's gonna happen to me in the street, he implied. And his family come down here. They go to the penitentiary too. And I can be dead. Hope I go to heaven. It don't intimidate me when folks try to do what they do, because lawyers will be filing first thing in the morning. They did it with Kate Fields, we did it, and the court overturned it. Now here you gonna remove me from a meeting, what the rules say, that meeting, and here they coming back with another punishment. The rules say if you're going to create new punishments and rules, it say you may punish your member, but you're going to go through due process and notice. The charter says under 1-801, you establish a new rule, You get notice in a 2-week hearing. This is a rookie group. This is a passionate, emotional group. This is a hypocritical group. They can cuss, they can admit to it, it can be recorded, but you know, we're women, we're white. He raised his voice. I wouldn't care if you whispered and called me a narcissistic asshole. Right? Who raised their voice and cuss and who whisper and cuss? Cussing is cussing. Oh, I don't like the way he raised his voice. I shouldn't have to raise it. He's the senior council person, but we look to him for leadership. Poppycock. Y'all hoover around each other like a clique. Don't care nothing about laws and rules, don't care about different treatment for the same conduct, different treatment for the same or similar conduct. Y'all breaking the law. You discriminate. And it's being recorded. I dare Mr. Murphy to say he didn't cuss. I dare Liddell Lewis to say she ain't on video standing up at Ms. Burns. I dare Ms. Worthing to say she didn't cuss and say, call me narcissistic asshole. I dare her to say she didn't stand up toward physical violence. And I'm glad to see Pfeiffer and everybody else vote with it, because it's illegal to discriminate in America. Different treatment for the same or similar conduct.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Well, I want to clear up your misinformation, because that's one of your favorite words with decorum. And I want to be perfectly clear so that you understand. When I chaired, I put Councilman Mays out 5 times. 5 times. Had no problem putting him out. He cussed and fussed, and I think Paul even caught one exchange on record. But what you have not done is had the courage to put out Eva Worthing. Not one time. Not one time have you. I have put him out, chairing 5 times. I didn't support his behavior, but as we continue to go and we look at this council, it's clearly split. You talk about being called a handkerchief head Negro. I did not agree with it until you decided to put it on social media when you defended Eva's behavior for standing over me on 5-3 and now 7-19. And you put to a racist, Tracy Whitty. It's Tracy Whitty always. Then gaslights and makes it a racial issue, referring to me. She continued to break the rules by unlawfully taking the floor and then was pointing towards Worthing saying, today isn't going to be your day. She had already stood up over me. If we put one out, put them both out. That's totally out of order, and that could be interpreted as a threat. The threat was she stood up. She don't hear it. She just stated she don't hear what goes down on this end. She's always missed it. Now, out of her mouth, she don't hear what's going on. She don't hear. So then she says, and that could be interpreted as a threat. Then Eva stood up, which was out of order, and began going back and forth with Burns. If calling fair game makes me a handkerchief head, I will wear it with pride.
Request for information. Did I say that Eva was out of order as well as you?
My point is, when we say I'm accepting this type of behavior and you want to call yourself a handkerchief head, you make his point null and void when you use it to defend and support her. Hers was violence. I didn't get out my seat to threaten her. She's been walking by me the whole time saying stuff because her candidate didn't make it. She didn't want me in this seat, and it was very clear. And I'm fine. Just like the last one, I told her, and she kept saying, I said, I'm not talking to you. I don't talk to her. It's not a secret. Why would I engage with someone who clearly doesn't like me? I don't engage with you anymore because I think something is wrong. You'll be at my family's house. My family warned me about you. They warned me. I don't even block people, but I blocked you. And I still take your calls. Every chance you get, you want, just like that little nasty text message you sent. That wasn't even my resident, but when they contacted me, guess what? I took care. I hadn't even talked to that woman. And then you want to get up and talk about text messages. And then you want to talk about getting here and doing the work. You are messy, messy, messy. You cussed out an ordained pastor who serves the community food every week, has a clothing bank, who gives mental health services to the entire community, gives veteran services. You cussed him out like he was a two-bit tramp on the corner. That was disgrace. Then you did it at the library where they called security on you. Security was called on you. So don't get up here and say, I'm this moral person only when I'm here. No, that should be all the time. All the time. Not just when you're in this seat. It makes you no better than any of the rest of us. Me and Councilman Pfeiffer were talking, Jerry, even I've known Candace for 10 years. I swear. And I say I swear. But my thing is, you come up with this moral code of conduct like you better than everybody else, and you need to stop that. You defend the behavior to where she should have been arrested. She should have been arrested for hitting Jasmine Stanley. You don't hit residents. You don't put your hands on them, because somebody gonna take that a little different. As she walked by, and may he rest in heaven, B.B. Nolan called it out when I got up. He saw her. Michael Davis saw it. Justice Stedman saw it. And everybody else in that auditorium when she hit a black woman. She continues to go after me. Y'all continue to defend her behavior. She gonna run up on somebody and it's gonna be a problem. And then Judy gonna tell me, was Judy, every meeting you chair, you do not have your meetings under control. And gonna tell me I was baiting her. I didn't bait her. She should have been talking to me. Simple as that. I don't like her. I never would. I prayed for her, and I found that hard to do. Y'all need to stop this. Both of you. You're going to put them out, put her out too.
Anyone else in the second round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy. Oh, go. No, I didn't.
I'm not gonna say much. I just find this like very embarrassing and childish. Even in a motion to remove for bad behavior, all I hear is deflection, lies, and accusations. It's embarrassing. It's so embarrassing to be on this council. I apologize to the community for listening to this because it's disgusting. I'm looking forward to removing Mr. Mays for 30 days so that we can get the business done. Because our meeting started at 5:30, it's after 9, and this is continual. We have work to do. I want to do the work. I'm not going to insult anyone else, no matter what they've said about me. I just want to do the work. That's it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. To you, to the clerk, Davina, I said this before, and I'm going to request it again. I think that this council needs to go and do some diversity training. If you, I don't know if we need to submit you something or you can do some research. We need some racial healing and a whole bunch of different trainings. We need some intense training, and it's gonna be up to us whether we take it. There's a lot of hostility on this council to my colleagues. When y'all be on Facebook and y'all going back and forth with each other on Facebook and making comments, and even with Eric May's supporters. So here's what I see happening. You got some Eric May supporters out there that believe that he can't do no wrong. So therefore, they are loyal to him, and regardless of whatever he do, whatever he say, they going to believe whatever he say or do regardless. So my point is...
Request for information.
What's your request?
Mr. Murphy, you don't have authority to speak for the people who support and vote for me, do you? That's your opinion. You're not speaking for them, are you?
So,
I'm going to take up for
so that was an improper request for information according to council rules. Please proceed,
Not
Mr.
going to let him
Murphy.
attack people who vote.
Mr. Mays, you don't have the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Thank you. So what's happening is you got a lot of people out here that is emotionally attached to Eric Mays, and I call them the Amen group, because they amen whatever, regardless of whatever. Then you got people, my family and friends that have supported me over the years that know that my work speaks for itself, that I keep telling them, no, don't come down here, because I already know if they come down here and you got the Amen group over here doing this, y'all ain't gonna do nothing but get a whole bunch of police officers coming in here, because you gonna have my peoples versus they peoples going against each other, because my peoples believe in me just like y'all believe in him. And what we need to do as a council is just denounce this stuff and continue the business. What I want those who's trying to invest in the city of Flint, who's trying to be appointed on different boards, I want you guys to know that 5 or 6 of us up here is open for business, and I'm not saying the other ones don't sometimes support, but we are open for business to the police, the chief of police, to the mayor's office. We are open for business on the city council. When y'all come up here and y'all want to do business with us, 5 or 6 of us, or however my colleagues decide they want to do, we are willing to work with you. Those businesses that's trying to do some investment in the city of Flint, we want to work with y'all.
Request for information.
What is your I heard Ms. Burns first.
Thank you. Are you stating that, to the speaker, are you stating I'm not here to do business? Please clarify.
Request for information.
Okay, Ms. Carter.
Are you saying that there's only 5 to 6 council members up here that come and sit here to do the business?
All right, proceed, Mr.
Thank
Murphy.
you. What I'm saying is, if the shoe fit, wear it. Okay. Back to what I was saying. If we don't come together, and when these
request for information.
What is your request?
To the speaker, how can we come together and you are just separating us? You're contradicting yourself, sir. Do you realize that?
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
I said 5 or 6. I didn't say no names, but if you feel like the shoe fit, wear it. I didn't say no name at all, but whoever.
Excuse me. Please, decorum from the crowd. Thank you.
Whoever wants to fit the ones that don't want to move the city of Flint forward, that's on them. I did not say no name, but if you keep bringing it up, evidently I must be talking about you. But like I said,
request for information.
What is your request?
I would like for him to name who they are, because he's telling a lie. We are 9 people. We all here to do the business, as we are all elected by the people. Do you realize that, Councilman Murphy?
Proceed.
Understand the words that is coming out my mouth. Again, if the shoe fits, it's called wear it.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Councilman Murphy, do you understand the words coming out of your mouth?
Okay, so let's proceed. That was improper.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
So we going to work to move the city of Flint forward. I just want to apologize to the community for what y'all happened to witness tonight in the past meetings. And we're going to do, some of us is going to do our best to try to take some corrective measures to move forward to try to open the city back up for business, to do the real business of the city of Flint. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else would like to speak? Anyone else? Well, seeing that there's no one else, I'll go ahead and I'll be the last one to speak. Council governs council. Council polices council. So we must discipline one another. This is in our charter, this is in the rules. So therefore, what we're doing is nothing outside of what we are mandated to do and what we are encouraged to do per a letter submitted last year by the Ethics and Accountability Board. According to the resolution, 3rd paragraph, after his referring to Mr. Mays' appeal failed, Councilmember Mays, without being recognized, shouted profanities at the chair and other council members present. took over a minute to leave the room where the meeting was being held and stopped multiple times while exiting to continue shouting at his colleagues on the city council. Moreover, Mr. Mays even stopped to say, "I'm trying to think of more words to say." That behavior is unbecoming of a council person. So therefore, that is why this body has set forth a resolution to suspend Councilman Eric Mays for 30 days for his reckless behavior. So with that being said, yes vote will support the resolution, no vote will not support the resolution. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mouchette?
I abstain.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes. 2 no. 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. Resolution 230236 have passed, which is the suspending of council member Eric Mays. Effective immediately. So moving on to the next resolution.
Yes. Madam Chair, if we're doing, I would like to move, 230. I would like to move 230248, special order for the Brownfield Development Plan for the Flint Commerce Center, a special order as requested by 3rd Ward Councilman Quincy Murphy to allow for a discussion about the Brownfield Development Plan for a Flint Commerce Center to include representatives from Ashley Capital and Racer Trust.
Point of order.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
That's not the order of the approved agenda.
Per the document of the clerk, she said 248 was next, then 225.
When I separated I separated that one first.
Support.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
Through you to the clerk, what was the vote on that? I thought it would fail.
It's the order we had to vote on because it was in order. But he would do the special order first before the resolution. That's what makes sense.
For the resolution, the vote was 5, 1, 3.
Okay, thank you.
So we voted to move the special order between resolutions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so it has been moved by, so it's been moved by, was it, okay, so it was moved by Councilman Murphy and supported by Councilwoman Worthy. So we will go and ask Ashley Capital, are they here?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, all right. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. First, we'll turn it over to Ashley Capital and Racer Trust, Patricia, for you guys both to present one on the Brownfield Development Plan and also the Racer Trust, the role and responsibility of those. There's some outstanding issues that's been put out that we want to make sure we clarify. One specifically is the cleanup of the former Buick City site, the role and responsibility of Racer, and then what it is that Ashley Capital was asking for the Brownfield development. And then I'll open it up for my colleagues once you guys present.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy.
Can you speak up too so we can hear?
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. My name is Mark Quimby. I'm a development manager with Ashley Capital. I've had the pleasure of being before you several times for different aspects of the Buick City project. I wanted to be clear that we are not here asking for any action. Our understanding of the process with the city is the Brownfield plan has been approved by the City of Flint Brownfield Development Authority, and so it will need to go to council. We're here today just to give information and continue the dialogue to understand the Brownfield plan for the site, because it's a large site, this is a large plan, and it's complicated. Our understanding of the schedule is we will be before you again on August 9th for the Finance Committee, at which point I believe there would be a vote to move to council if council approves, and then it would go to the public hearing that I think you're going to set after this on August 14th. We will be ready to speak again, and then I believe that's when, we hope that the council will take action to approve the plan. So today, we're literally just here just to help and give more information and continue the dialogue and help everyone understand. I know there's been some questions about the plan, and so we wanted to share that information. There is a PowerPoint presentation in your packet. It's on page 59 of your packet. I do have color copies of that I'm happy to hand out, that I have enough for everybody, so you don't have to go fishing through the packet. Everyone like that?
And it's sideways.
Yeah, it's also sideways, so. And I apologize, we'd be happy to present this with a PowerPoint, but it doesn't seem like it's set up for that.
Thank you. Wait till we get our new chambers. You got enough copies?
I got another, yeah, I just gotta grab it. I'll read it back. You good?
Everybody have some down there?
Now, there's a lot of information in the PowerPoint, and I'm happy to go through all of it, but I'm also happy to respond to council in terms of, something they want to speak more about. So, we've been up before, and we appreciate council's support. We're moving forward with that first building. We had the groundbreaking. We're happy to see many of you there. We also have, received support from the city, the county, and the state. We're grateful for that support. And when we were before you in both the county and the state, and we talked about this, the big thing about the $17 million in collective funding that was granted to the project from those three sources was about trying to deal with the in-place infrastructure that was left by GM. And at that time, we said to all of the parties, we expect to come before you with the traditional Brownfield plan. But at the time, we didn't know how big that plan would need to be because we still had to work out a lot of stuff. But we knew that the infrastructure costs that were left by GM were critical, and if we had to take that money and also put it in the plan, our concern was that the tax capture from the Brownfield capture would be so long that the project wouldn't work financially. So here we are now, coming back after having that conversation with our Brownfield plan. We feel that we've dialed in. We're still working through things with people, but we feel like we're in a position we can estimate those costs. So the next slide is who are we? Ashley Capital. We've said this before. We're a privately held organization. We're focused on long-term ownership. We're excited to be partners here in the community of Flint, and our intent is to develop this site in phases based on market conditions, and it's anticipated that overall, the Buick City development is about a $300 million investment. And the jobs will be based on the tenants that ultimately occupy the site, but we estimate the jobs will be somewhere between 2,500 and 4,000 jobs when the entire campus is developed, which is estimated to be about 3.5 million square feet over 7 buildings. One of the points that we wanted to make clear, because this has come up, is that even after we take ownership of the property, and as of right now, we have closed and have ownership of just the first parcel that was a former GM parking lot that wasn't very contaminated, and we're building our first building there. We are still under contract but have not closed on the remaining portions of the site because there's still some key documents that we're working through with the federal EPA and the state Eagle government agency to resolve that and move to closing. But one thing that's important to understand is that the Brownfield plan, and we'll talk about this more, does not include cleanup activities that are the responsibility of Racer. And even after the sale of the property to us, Racer will remain the responsible party for that contamination and will continue to do the cleanup activities that they need to do. Our brownfield plan, which I will explain in more detail, is about what we need to do to redevelop that property. And so I'll go more into this. So now Racer can speak for themselves, but there's a couple slides about who is the Racer Trust. The main thing that I wanted to mention is that they're funded by the U.S. government through the GM bankruptcy, and they have limitations on what they can and cannot use their funding for. And I know that they have submitted a letter, which they can speak to the council, that gives a little bit more context about the settlement agreement and what they're allowed to spend money on and what they're not. Racer has done substantial cleanup to date and will continue to work on the site. And they had a public meeting about a month ago in the same location. We were here as well to give an update. And I won't go into it, but they've spent nearly $30 million on the site, and they will continue to tackle the environmental challenges that are there. I think a big question that keeps getting brought up is, well, I thought Racer had to clean up the site. What is this brownfield plan for? And what is Racer's responsibility and what is our responsibility? So, to be clear, Racer's mandate, they have a dual mission, right? They have a cleanup and a redevelopment mission. But what they're really doing is they're positioning properties for redevelopment such that the market factors can then take it over. So what Racer is responsible to do is, at the current condition of the site, which includes all of the building slabs being in place and all the utilities being there, because it's acting as a cap, they are responsible for the soil and groundwater contamination and controlling the site to mitigate the risk to the residents of Flint. So they need to stop any contamination from leaving the site, and they need to make sure that the contamination that's present on that site is not causing any risk problems for anyone else. That's basically what they're doing for cleanup. However, it's important to understand that that cleanup responsibility is for the property as it is. So when we come in and we rip up all those slabs and we disturb contaminated soil and then have to manage that soil to build our development safely, that becomes our responsibility as the developer. And that has been Racer's model in every project that they've done all over the country, many of them in Michigan, some of them in Michigan with us. That responsibility is well defined in the settlement agreement in terms of what they can and cannot do. They do not have a budget for redevelopment activities. It is only for the cleanup activities, but as soon as we disturb the conditions that they are using to contain that contamination, that then becomes our problem that we have to deal with. Right? And there's a burden there. And so the environmental activities that are in the brownfield plan are essentially all about that. It's all about interacting with the contamination that is disturbed once we start trying to actually do the work. Because otherwise, if we don't do that, Racer will basically finish their mission, control the contamination on the site, and leave it a vacant, huge tract of land with all those slabs in place with nothing there. Their redevelopment mission is to position the property, select a competent developer that has the resources and experience to bring that mission to fruition, and then work with us to work through the plans on what we can and cannot do, which we are continuing to do with the federal government and the state government. So that's, and I'm happy, to answer questions on that, but that's like the nutshell of what they're allowed, like what they're going to be doing and what we're going to be doing, and I can bring up more examples of that. In the conceptual plan, it's got our site plan. I know many of you have seen this before. This next transaction that we're trying to get accomplished here has to do with the yellow highlighted land. The two red pieces of property are not part of this transaction. Those are reserved for the future because they're still too contaminated. So this speaks again to what Racer's mission is. They have prepared the land in yellow to the point that, yes, the slabs are in place, but they feel that the contamination that's present is mostly contained and can be controlled with restrictions on the property through deed covenants. And then we have to then interact with those deed covenants and come up with a workable construction plan that basically, uses the property safely, keeps construction workers safe, and doesn't violate any laws as we try to move things around to actually make a viable development. That's what we're trying to accomplish today. And as we mentioned, our goal, and it keeps sliding, but right now the current goal is to close on September 1st. We have concerns because this keeps sliding from other reasons, really nothing to do with the city. The city's been a good partner. It has to do with just the federal government and the state government working through those agreements. What we are trying to do is position the property, and on this site plan, outlined in this teal color, which is this section between Leeds Street and Stewart Street, that's kind of our first target. And so what we're trying to do is position ourselves to use the grant funding and also hopefully this approved brownfield plan to basically rip out all the infrastructure in that 150-acre section in the middle of the site between Leeds and Stewart and prepare that for development. Simultaneously that we're like working through and trying to get to that goal, we want to do that this fall, and it's critically important for two different reasons. One of them is the ARPA funding that was provided to us, some of which come from the city and some of which came from the county, has timelines associated with it for performance. So we have to spend that money and do this work to fulfill those obligations. Secondly, I know Dylan is here from the Genesee Economic Alliance, and we have been working with them as, large companies have come in and they're looking at the state of Michigan and they're looking for large sites that can accommodate the needs for the power and the water and the infrastructure needs, which Buick City is perfect for. And it also has rail. So what we're trying to do is get this work done over the winter of this year so we can position the site so come next spring, if market factors are favorable, we can start construction to meet the timing needs of some of these deals that are coming. Now, a lot of them, we can't really disclose what they are. They're all sort of like, there's people coming in, there's some battery companies, there's a lot of stuff associated with the EV market. But the Buick City site has some really amazing things going on for it with all of it set up for infrastructure. Oh, sure. Here's Dylan.
Yeah, I would just say one thing. So the window for investment is very undefined. But we've gotten so you said $300 million, that's like the minimum. We've seen multi-billion-dollar investments in one of the cities. It's a huge opportunity.
So the other thing that has come up in some of the questions that we dealt with in engaging with the community is regulatory oversight. So I wanted to be clear, the Racer Trust will continue to have cleanup responsibility for the site. We would have cleanup responsibility, or we will have management responsibility for any contamination we disturb, but the Racer Trust, even after sale, maintains those responsibilities. We are also regulated because there's things that we obviously have to comply with, all the environmental laws. There's a few things that are in play here. One, we have a covenant not to sue with the state government. That sets forth all the protocols that we have to follow to maintain that covenant. So we are essentially we have oversight from Eagle, because if we don't comply with that, our liability protection to the pre-existing contamination can be questioned. We have a similar agreement with the EPA that is currently under public comment. It's called the Prospective Purchaser Agreement. And then there's a big document called the Materials Management Plan with Eagle, and what that is that's basically, it's sort of a work plan that says how we're going to attack the site, what we're allowed to do with all the different types of contamination that are present, what's allowed to be moved, what isn't allowed to be moved, what do we need to do with it. All of that, and what can we do with the concrete. All of that information is going through Eagle's review and approval through this Materials Management Plan. In addition to that, we have in our purchase agreement with Racer, we have something called the Environmental Easement Agreement. That is our agreement with Racer that says that they can come onto the property at any point to conduct their cleanup activities. So they can retain that right. And then we also have just the regular, standard due care laws and other laws that are. Now, the next section, I'm not going to read it all, but it's about what a brownfield plan is. I am happy to go into as much detail as the council wants. High level, brownfield law was basically modeled after DDAs. It's the idea that you freeze the taxes at the time of the investment that happens. So a property like this is worth a certain amount of money. We make tremendous investments and spend a lot of money to get the property ready. The taxes that are owed in difference to the new tax load versus what it was, that is the capturable increment that we're allowed to use to repay ourselves. Now the law is structured in such a way that, and most plans are done this way, where you can capture 100% of that increment. We have tried really hard to figure out ways to make sure that this is a win-win for everybody. So what we did is we sharpened our pencils and we looked at what we could do with the tax capture based on the projections, and what we're put in the plan is an 80-20 split. So that means 80% of the new capture goes to us to reimburse the development costs. The 20% goes directly to the regular taxing jurisdictions, including the city, so that there's an immediate tax benefit. The other thing that we did is for building 1, we did not do a brownfield plan on that. There are some activities, that we could have put in a brownfield plan, but we're using some of the grant money that was awarded to us to avoid that plan so that none of the taxes are going to be captured on that first building. So then I'm moving on to the TIF request. So again, the first building is that's about 330,000 square feet. That is not included in the request. There's no capture on those taxes at all. The actual request is for $72.5 million. Okay? That does not include the $17 million that was awarded to us from the 3 different funding sources. We subtracted that out. So our actual projected costs of all the eligible activities were like $89.5 million. We subtracted 17 from that. Now that makes some assumptions because some of the money was provided to us from the state government actually as a forgivable loan. So technically it's a loan, not a grant, but we feel that we're going to be able to meet the forgiveness conditions. So we just treated it like a grant in our Brownfield, the way we set that up. As I mentioned, we're proposing an 80% capture. And I know that there's a lot of detail here and it's confusing, and we're going to be here a couple times to talk about this, but I'll direct you shortly to a graph that kind of, I think, does a good job explaining this. For context, what's important to understand about this is it's a big plan. We understand that, but it's 350 acres of heavily contaminated land. The other thing that's important to understand is the Brownfield plan is both environmental activities and because Flint is a core community, it's non-environmental activities. So a lot of the work that we have to do with infrastructure, sewers and things like that, a lot of that that's not even environmental, so it doesn't really come into play is that Racer's responsibility or not. That question was really about the environmental stuff we have to do. Of the $72 million, it's really more like probably a 50-50 split, where half of that money is all related to non-environmental activities, such as public infrastructure improvements and things like that. And we've been working closely with the city because the city's position is they want all of the utilities that we install on this development to be private because they don't want the city workers to be responsible for maintaining it. And we're working with them to try to figure out, how to make that work. For context, the taxes that are owed from the phase 2 portion, so all that yellow that was in that site plan, the total amount of taxes that are being paid on that property every year is $43,000. That's what Racer's paying in taxes, okay? The new taxes after we're finished building on the site, which again is going to take many years because it's a big site, is $5 million, okay? So that's the difference that we're talking about in terms of what that looks like. And then I guess like the big thing that I wanted to say is, if you looked at this graph, I feel like this is the best way to explain the Brownfield plan. It's in color. The bottom line at the red that you see, it's hard to see, but it's at the very bottom. That's how much taxes are being collected from this property right now. Okay? The yellow is the taxes that are going to be generated from the new building. The building 1 that we're not going to capture anything. It's just that stuff's going through. The green that you see, that's the 20%. Okay? And the gray is the 80% that we're using to reimburse the $72 million estimated over 25 years. What we want everyone to pay attention to is that green is orders of magnitude of something like 25 times what the current taxes being generated from this property. So we understand that it's an ask. We understand that we're asking the city to help participate in this project. But one thing that is important to understand and remember is that what tax increment financing is. The taxes right now that we're talking about capturing, they do not exist. These are future taxes that we will create and pay after we make all this investment. If we don't make this investment, those taxes don't exist, and all you get is basically the red, that little line at the bottom. We are trying to work as best we can to, minimize those costs as best we can. That includes contingency and things like that. It's a complicated site. We've made as best assumptions as we can. We generally have had pretty good success coming in under budget, and there's a strong incentive there. This plan doesn't include interest. So we're going to go ahead and spend all that money, so that $72.5 million, we have to spend that money, right? We don't have all of it in equity, so we have to go to a bank and borrow that money at interest. So we're borrowing that money to do this work, and then we're getting reimbursed over 25 years. So from a financial perspective, the TIF, it doesn't replace the cost, but it minimizes the carrying cost of the project, which makes it viable. And I can't stress this enough. We cannot do this project without this Brownfield plan. Projects of this size, of this complexity, it just doesn't work. to the point that I know Mr. Woodson brought up in public comment, when I said, you know, you can't spend $10 to make 5, like, yeah, I did say that. Because if the economic activity from the site only generated $5, I can't spend $10 to generate $5 in economic activity. It doesn't make any sense. We won't invest that money because we can't make it work. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
We would like to hear from Patricia,
Oh,
too.
sure. And so the Racer Trust also was here to speak a little bit more about their responsibilities, so I'll yield.
One of the questions with the Racer Trust was that they ran out of funding, and they wanted
Point of order.
Oh.
Madam Chair, does he have to say Madam Chair through you without just taking the floor? I want us to be fair.
I'm sorry. Through you. Thank you, Ms. Burns.
I apologize. My name is Patricia Spitzley, and I'm the Deputy Redevelopment Manager and the Director of Government Relations for the Trust. And with me is my colleague Steve Black, and he's the Transaction Manager. You know, as a current City Council person, I didn't run for re-election. You know, this is weighty information, and I appreciate you guys, you know, taking this responsibility. I understand how difficult it is to explain Brownfield chips. We have to do it in Lansing too, and it's not easy. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen. One of the things that we are, and for you know, full transparency, I did send everybody an email on Friday, kind of giving an overview. If you didn't get that email, I do have extra copies. I have no problem speaking about this, you know, in public, and I appreciate my conversation with Councilmember Burns and respect what you said about transparency, because I think that's important. So, you know, the purpose of that email, of course, is to clarify the role of Racer Trust. And I'm just going to kind of read this. A lot of people put a lot of time in this, and I want to make sure we get the information out to you guys. So, you know, when General Motors went bankrupt and the settlement agreement was formed, creating the trust, part of that, part of it was split into the redevelopment side and the remediation side. And we were assigned the obligation of funding to implement the government's settlement claims by performing under the oversight of the US EPA in the states. And so our cleanup plan for Buick City was initially an EPA lead, but is now a state lead. But we worked with DOJ, the federal government, EPA, and the states, because Michigan was a signatory to the settlement agreement, to determine the cleanup dollar amount that Buick City was going to get, and the plan, the cleanup plan. And we continue to work with Eagle to develop, you know, the remediation plan and continue to do our cleanup responsibilities. And so, you know, for 2/3 of our sites, we were assigned a budget, okay? And I call it restricted funds. We can only use those funds on those sites. So, having said that, so the largest portion of the dollars was for environmental action. And so in the settlement agreement, environmental action is defined as any response, removal, investigation, sampling, remediation, and I know this is weighty, so please bear with me. Reclamation, closing, post-closure, or corrective action. Each of these actions relate specifically to removing or mitigating environmental risk at a property. The definition did not include removing of building slabs, foundations, or utilities unless doing so is required as part of the removal or mitigation risk to human health. And we say that because on one of our sites, we were required to remove slabs. That was in Messina, New York. We had a cleanup budget of $126 million. The slabs were soaked with PCBs. And so as part of that remediation plan, with Region 2 of EPA, we were required to remove the slabs there. That's not the case here. The slabs served as a cover as part of an agreement between EPA and Eagle. As you know, we are on one side and American Spiral Weld on the other side. American Spiral Weld did construct on the existing slab. So any additional removal of slab was beyond our scope of work as approved by EPA and EGLE, and would be the cost of a developer who wanted to come in and create jobs and economic development in the city. Councilman Murphy asked about our funding for environmental action in New York City, and I know that there's a concern out there that we have ran out of money. That is not the case. Racer Trust has not exhausted its funding for environmental action at New York City, as dictated by EPA and EGLE. Racer's responsibilities for achieving cleanup standards at New York City, as directed by EGLE now, as the current lead agency, will continue after we sell the property. Remember, I came here earlier and said, even if we sell a piece of property, we are still responsible for our environmental remediation responsibilities at the site. We will still be at the site. As Mark said, we have entered into easements, environmental easements, and various agreements that will allow us on their site to continue our environmental responsibilities. We have the same such agreements with Lear and American Spiral Well. Racer's tasks in this situation did not include the kinds of activities for which Buick City's prospective redeveloper, Ashley Capital, is now seeking funding. We did not have funding to remove the slab or the underlying utilities issues under there. We were not given the funding for that. None of the expenses or the expense items in Ashley Capital's Brownfield plan are eligible to be funded under the bankruptcy settlement agreement. We were just not given the cash for that, and it is not a part of our cleanup activities. I think that's it at this point. One of the other things I'd like to mention is that there has been discussion of the presence of PFAS. We've done a lot of public meetings. A lot of them have been at the Metropolitan Baptist Church. And our cleanup manager, Grant Trigger, who couldn't be here today, has talked about PFAS through all of us occur, and what to do with PFAS. And we're still trying to, figure out what the remedy is, what the cleanup is, and that's just not Racer. That's companies across the country. That's EPA. That's EGLE. That's environmental, regulatory agencies. None of the financing Ashley Capital is seeking would be used to address Racer's responsibility for PFAS contamination at New York City, period. We have been here for 12 years, and we started marketing this property from day one. And we've talked about the 6 criteria that we use to evaluate someone who wants to come in and redevelop and purchase property there. And, Ashley Capital has met the criteria that's set forth in the settlement agreement, met the criteria that we have of, increased tax base, remediation, not remediation, but redevelopment, job creation. It took 12 years of hard work by our redevelopment team to create this opportunity. And so we are wanting to make sure it doesn't take another 12 years to create another opportunity. And so with that, I'd be more than happy to address any questions that you have. Did I say anything out of the way?
No, we're good.
Okay.
The only thing I wanted to point out is just before we take questions, if you look, the second last page of this PowerPoint it's 2 photographs, and we put that in because, to Patricia's point about working in us meeting the criteria for redevelopment. This looks a lot like Buick City, but it's not. This is actually the Livonia former GM Delco plating facility in Livonia. And then this is what it looked like 2 years ago, and this building here is what's there now. It's the second last page of the PowerPoint. And just to make the point is, this is a much larger scale, but it is very similar in terms of understanding how to deal with the buried slabs from GM and the utilities and the underlying contamination. And so we're excited to be in Flint. We're happy to be here. We're happy to make this investment. We don't think that the type of product that we're looking to build on a speculative basis, this city doesn't have anything like it right now. We really do think that there's a need for Class A industrial space in the city. We're happy to bring it, and then we're also happy, as Dylan mentioned, to entertain a lot of these really large other projects where people are looking for shovel-ready, big infrastructure sites. And we think Flint's a great candidate for that, especially with the workforce that you have. So with that, that's it. And, again, we will be here again on August 9th for the Finance Committee, and then again for the public hearing on August 14th. But it's a lot to digest. We wanted to just get it out there, and then we'll continue this conversation and answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes.
Do you want the floor?
No.
Oh,
I
you
thought-
have, okay, you're back.
Did you?
No.
I'm back, I'm sorry.
You're back, I didn't know you're back.
I was students and council business. Does anybody else have any other questions? Go ahead, Candace.
Madam Chair, through you to the speakers.
Ma'am, I can't hear you.
And whichever one of you wants to answer this for me, you can. I actually have a couple of questions. So it says, Racer Trust will continue to have responsibility for pre-existing environmental contamination on the site after sale and redevelopment?
Yes.
And then you said Ashley Capital will manage disturbed contamination.
Right.
Why, if it's already there to disturb, why is it not considered pre-existing?
Sure. So again, it gets a little nuanced, but it has to do with they are responsible for the as-is conditions. Once we disturb it and create, a situation, we're then responsible for that. So when we rip up the slab, so for instance, right now the site's not actually flat. I mean, it looks kind of flat, like from the road, but it isn't. The old building slabs are high, and there's there's low spots in between where there are roads and things like that. We have to do significant movement of soil, and that movement of soil is regulated by the state in terms of what we're allowed to do. There's certain kinds of contamination we're allowed to move, others we can't. We might have to dispose of it. That whole plan, once we start doing all that work, that's on us. But they would still be responsible for things like long-term groundwater monitoring and other things that would be associated with the contamination that's in place. We're just responsible for managing the stuff that we disturb.
So
exposed
pre-existing.
One of the 6 criteria that we have to look at, and I'm sorry, I'm reiterating this for some council members, by the way, welcome aboard, is purchase price, job creation, needs and wishes of the community. Well, one of the other ones is to make sure that whoever purchases the property doesn't exacerbate or create or prevent us, doesn't exacerbate existing environmental conditions, doesn't create additional environmental conditions, or doesn't prevent us from doing our responsibilities under the cleanup plan from both Eagle and the EPA. And that's kind of where the bright line is. Our plan is that the slab would stay in place. That's part of our remedy, right? So they're purchasing the property, they're saying that they need to do certain things, and one of those things is removing the slab. And that could create additional issues that they need to deal with. The issues that we're going to continue to deal with are the ones laid out and agreed to in EPA and Eagle, but we are also there long-term for groundwater maintenance, whatever we need to do in the long term. And I don't know how long we have responsibilities, 20, 30 years? I mean, it's over 10 years, I think, that we have responsibilities still at the site for monitoring. And we will stay on that site for that time to continue to do our operating and monitoring responsibilities.
I guess I'd like to try to boil stuff down to examples. A good example would be when we build a sewer, right? We can't just build a normal sewer. It has to be a special sewer that has special gaskets, special materials that's chemical resistant. We have to pay for that. In addition, when we're installing that sewer, we're going to basically, in some cases, groundwater is a little high. So we're going to basically have to interact with the contaminated groundwater. So we're going to open the hole, and we're going to have to pump it. We're going to have to treat that groundwater and dewater that hole. That is on us. The management of that contaminated groundwater that we're disturbing, that's on us. But any groundwater that, say, migrates off the property, that's on them because that's a pre-existing condition.
Okay. So, and then my second question, and I appreciate everybody's patience with me just getting this at 4 p.m. We keep talking about job creation, right? And we're saying 2,500 to 4,000 jobs. Are there a certain number of jobs that are supposed to go to Flint residents? Because even when you talk about your cleanup and all of that, is there a certain percentage of jobs that will go to Flint residents?
Sure. So that question is a two-part answer, and I'll defer to Tashi, who's our construction manager.
Yes, so for the majority of those jobs would be the jobs that the tenants would bring to the community, so depending on who's going to occupy the building. So as a developer, we build the building and we're involved in construction. So for the first building, About 15% of all the contracts have already been awarded to local vendors, so our engineering and survey is by Row Engineering, which is local to Flint, asbestos abatement, demolition, some CCTV for the underground sewer. Those are Flint-based contractors. We also have Genesee County-based contractors for different activities. The Flatwork is Festival Roadman, they're located out of Genesee County. Plumbing, Johnson & Wood, HVAC, D. Kramer. So we've made proactive efforts to include subcontractors from the community. We're also very open to any feedback we get from the council or residents. If there are other contractors that are interested in, because this is a long-term construction project. We are underway with building 1, but we intend to construct 10 buildings. We also are trying to reach out in other ways. So we did meet with some folks at Mott Community College with their workforce and economic development team, and they are trying to give us some suggestions on how other big projects like this have involved the community. So, like I said, we're open to any ideas and suggestions. We're hopeful that people will come forward, and we have been proactive on this first building to use Flint-based contractors as well as Genesee.
What I'd add to that is that we've seen some success because, like, we can't tell or restrict our tenants who they can hire, but we can put certain provisions in our leases. And one of the things that we've done in Hazel Park, when we did that development, is we basically put in our lease that they had to have a job fair for local residents and kind of have, like, first dibs. And we've seen some success with that, and they hired a lot of local people. And we intend to do the same thing here.
And the folks at Mott Community College shared that Leo has partnered with them to do a similar job here for local residents.
And I think for me, and I'm always honest, you'll always find it, I'm pretty honest, probably bluntly honest. You know, a lot of the jobs currently are of that environmental nature, sampling or whatever. You know, there are opportunities to train Flint residents for those jobs. The United States EPA has a job training grant, an environmental job training grant, and as a matter of fact, I used to work for a consulting firm many years ago, and Flint had a job training grant, I'd say 20 years ago, and we did a training session for Flint residents where we partnered with, and this is when I worked for our different consulting firm, but we partnered with, at that time it was JTEP job training, and the city of Flint, and we conducted training to get people certified. And so if that's something that the council's interested in, I strongly suggest you hook up with city, the city economic development and planning folks and see if there's some will to apply for. I spoke to the mayor about it as well, but to apply for those type of things, that gets folk trained on a lot of those jobs that require specific skills. And so if we're trying to get folks that reside in Flint to take advantage of some of those opportunities, we have to get them trained first. And that's a great opportunity to get them trained through EPA, through one of those environmental job training programs. And so I encourage folks to look at that and see if that's something that the city of Flint would be interested in.
Awesome. And then my final question, and then I'm done here. When we talked about the 80-20 split, and you said split between the governing tax bases. So that's going to be city, county, state, correct? And again, just got this at 4 o'clock today. How much of that is going to go to the city? How much of that 20?
It's in the presentation.
Okay.
Of the 20%. So it gets divided up by the normal taxing jurisdiction. So I believe it's on the slide before the graph. The city taxes are estimated about 44% of the overall tax millage. So if you go to the graph and look at the page before the graph, it's called Summary of Taxes Generated by Development. So essentially, for all the taxes paid on that site, about 44% of it go to city, for different city villages. Like there's like the operating village and there's several different villages.
Thank you.
15 million. Yeah. And well, there's a bullet here on the same slide which talks about, so over the plan, which is estimated to be a 25-year plan, the 20% is estimated at about $27 million, which is an increase of about 25 times what is being generated right now.
Any other questions? Mr. Pfeiffer.
I don't see a demolition schedule. Do we have that?
Well, the only real spot that it shows up in this presentation, Councilman Pfeiffer, is in the site plan itself that had like the yellow shading.
Okay. So the $72 million is only for that?
No,
in the
the
blue?
$72 million is for the entire yellow. And this development plan is based on certain assumptions. The assumptions that we have are essentially that we would build a new building every 2 years. So there's 7 buildings, so that's about 14 to 15 years it would take us to do
Right.
that.
So my question is so you're going to, according to this, you're going to start that middle section surrounded by blue in the fall of 23,
Yes,
winter
that's our-
23.
that is our plan.
So the other locations, when are you going to start those? Because we're giving you a brownfield approval, so you're going to start claiming those dollars years before you start demoing those other locations, right?
No, we can't, because the way the brownfield works is we have to first spend the money, and then we have to submit to the city for reimbursement, only of costs actually spent. So if you, what we're asking for is approval of the whole plan, so say it's 72 million.
Yeah.
If this first part, I'm gonna just make up a number, let's say we spend $20 million of eligible activities, all we can submit for is that 20 million. And that 20 million will be reimbursed with the new taxes generated by whatever we build. So the incentive for us is the more we build, the more taxes are generated, so the faster everything happens.
So this
And
is...
that's reflected on the graph.
But the graph isn't correct, though, if we don't, because why would you remove a slab 5 years before you're going to build on it?
Right.
So then that 25-year tax abatement, or that brownfield plan, wouldn't start until you demoed that 6th one, because you haven't spent any money on that.
No.
Right, so this progressive build schedule would also mean a progressive tax schedule.
It's complicated, yes and no. So we incur costs, so there's 2 things that are happening kind of simultaneously. We're incurring costs, so the amount of money that we can be reimbursed for goes up over time as we prepare more stuff, more property. As we build buildings, we generate new taxes. Those new taxes, recycle to us through reimbursements, and the 2 things, like, they might seesaw. So this graph does not show a spend schedule. This is the reimbursement schedule based on the assumptions of the build schedule, which is building a new building every 2 years. So, for instance, right now, if we played that out, we would basically prepare that 150 acres, which is 3 buildings. So that basically would get us good for, 6 to 7 years.
I just want to move this along, but if you don't build on building site 10 location until year 14, that means that 25-year schedule for that starts on that day.
No,
So
there's only one brownfield plan, so the 25-year clock starts with the first building, and then we just have less time to collect it on the back end. So if we don't build a building to year 15, then there's only 10 years left on say I'm going to say it's 25 years, then that building gets reimbursed over the final 10 years. Because it's kind of like a snowball rolling downhill.
Okay.
The more we build, the more taxes get generated, and then the more we pay, that allows us to pay off like the other activities faster. So when the first building is getting covered by the first building. The second building is getting covered by by 2 buildings. The taxes collected from 2 buildings are reimbursing those. Eventually, the first building will essentially get paid off. So then you're using the taxes from the first building to reimburse the 5th building. And it's basically a snowball that just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
So why wasn't the building 1 part of the brownfield?
We specifically decided as a partnership with the city to not include it so that we would not capture any of the taxes. So that 100% of the new taxes are going to the city. None of that is in the brownfield.
So if we don't approve this brownfield, is it because you're saying that it only made it affordable because of the 17 million on that first one? So in all actuality, the city did write a check. We just paid it up front instead of a brownfield,
Yeah, you
right?
can look at it that way.
But I believe that the 17 million was to remove utilities for the entire site. It wasn't dedicated to that parcel.
You're correct, which is that's where it gets really complicated, is because of the ARPA there's competing factors between what the market, like the market timing versus the ARPA timing, which is why we created the Brownfield plan this way, where we basically looked at the $89.5 million, subtracted the 17, and that gives us a little bit more freedom, so we still have the 17 that's allocated for the demolition, but it allows us, because of the flexibility and the way the money was given to us from the state and also the city, it allows us to use that money for other things, but we're not going to get reimbursed more than what you've already committed. And I understand that it's complicated, which is why we wanted to bring this up a couple times.
So, what about the two in Reading? I know that the racers said they're not ready. Is there a second Brownfield going to come when those aren't ready?
Yeah, we would anticipate a second Brownfield plan for those properties whenever they were to happen. And then what we'd have to do is decide at that time, could we fit those two properties within the capture of the existing Brownfield and leverage all the previous building taxes? Or should there be a standalone Brownfield plan that's on the clock? And I can't answer that right now because I just don't know what that time frame looks like.
So can you explain very briefly, I know you mentioned about, well, it's when we disturb the property, that means it goes back to us, but you're not going to excavate every piece of contaminated soil. So why is it so expensive to $72 million for soil erosion and containment when, I mean, if you rip up a slab, put utilities in it or whatever else, aren't you recovering it with that slab? Why is soil erosion and just basically containment so expensive?
Yeah, no, I can answer that. So what you have going on is, first it's not the 72, it's about half of that, because the other half has to do with the infrastructure costs and the site preparation costs that are eligible through the Michigan Strategic Fund. But on the environmental side, what you're dealing with is, so when we move soil around, it's not that simple. So there's like actually hazardous waste on the site. And what we have to do is figure out, how do we balance the grades to make it flat enough so that we can build the buildings we want to build? And some of that soil is essentially too high, and we have to move it. But some of the soil we're not allowed to move because it's a hazardous waste. So we actually have to do what's called in situ treatment, and we have to basically treat that soil to render it non-hazardous, which is pretty expensive, such that even make it eligible for us to move it so that we can have the grades that we need to get.
And that's why we're grading 3 buildings all at once, to balance the site. That's why we can't do individual buildings.
Yeah, we want to do it in chunks. Other things are, for instance, like all of the buildings are going to require vapor mitigation systems. So that stops vapor from coming into the, basically contaminated vapor from coming into the buildings. Any of the buildings that we build on this, yellow portion we're showing, those all are going to require those. That cost alone can be somewhere around $4 a square foot.
Okay, so when Racer Trust packs up in 25 years the way Buick City did, are we going to be stuck with another brownfield site? Well, it's going to continue to be brownfield, but what precautions are we making to make sure your tenants don't contaminate the site again?
Right. Good question. So first off, the types of tenants that we have typically don't use a lot of chemicals, but either way, any new release by our tenants would be their responsibility and our responsibility as the owner of the property, not Racers.
No offense though, but that same argument was probably brought when Buick City says that we're going to take care of it, and here we are, the city residents are asked to basically backstop your investment. So how do we know what provisions, what new laws, because I'm not familiar with all the EPA laws, how are we going to be protected where the next person comes in and says, well, Ashley Capital or the tenants contaminated it all, and now I need a brownfield to redevelop it, and here's another 25 years that we want free taxes?
Sure. No, that's a really good question. It's a difficult one to answer, right, because it anticipates the future, but the thing I can say is the environmental regulations that are in place today are not the same environmental regulations that were in place or didn't exist when GM did a lot of the things that they did. So most of the contamination that Racer Trust is dealing with is long-term historical contamination that predates a lot of the environmental laws. So things are a little bit different now. When you have a release these days, it looks different. And there has been some, but when you look into it, you find out that, somebody basically created a grossly negligent act where, an alarm went off 10 times and they kept turning it off and somehow there was some kind of release.
I have one final
Well, and
question.
let me just add real quick on that, because I think it's important, to add on to what Mark is saying, we have to deal with the environmental regulations that we have now. Like you said, the regulations today weren't the regulations 20 years ago. PCBs, for example. PCBs were the greatest chemical ever because, it was that oil that could take a high temperature. And so it was used a lot in various places in the automotive, industry. And now we know that it's bad. And so look at PFAS. PFAS was another one of those, Gore-Tex, your wrappers for your McDonald's cheeseburgers, all of those things are coated in PFAS. And now, this forever chemical that was the greatest thing since sliced bread is now something that we're trying to deal with that nobody has any idea of how to deal with it. And so we're trying to, work with those things. And so when Mark says it's hard to predict the future, those are two prime examples of, something that is looked at today, 20 years from now, maybe something different. I mean, we in Michigan all have a little bit of PDB in our systems from where they were burying entire farms up north because this fire retardant got mixed in with the grain of cows, and it infected the milk. Those are the type of things that are unanticipated, and we can't predict that, 30 years from now, some chemical that we're using every day, or that your vitamin water won't be a carcinogen, okay? And that you'll have to do something about it. We just can't.
Well, right, but
I like vitamin water, though.
What I want to caution that about is that the way you stop environmental contamination is you don't have releases. We have much better environmental regulations in place that have much more controls on containment, secondary containment to prevent releases from happening. Ashley Capital has about 23 million square feet of industrial real estate in Michigan. I'd say about half of that is on contaminated land. We buy and we hold long-term that land, and we consider ourselves to be good stewards of that land. And our intention is to continue to be good stewards and not have releases. And in the event that there is a spill from a tenant, they will clean it up or we will clean it up because we will be responsible for that.
I lied, I got two questions. Real quick, I don't know if this is an accurate plan, but do you have retention ponds, or what are we doing with the water excavation with this much parking lot?
Yeah, so we've had extensive conversations with the city about that. The city's position is we do not need on-site retention.
So all of the water is going to the river?
As long it's based on the baseline of the old GM factory. So if we have more impervious surface than what was previously there, because that's what the stormwater system was designed for, we would have to add retention. Right now, we're actually gonna have less impervious surface because of grassy islands and things like that than the old Buick City. So we actually anticipate less infiltration less discharge than the city.
So the answer to that is?
Into the storm
No,
system.
the answers to that is we're going to divert all of that to the river, right?
Yes, but it's important to understand that when we're talking about going to the river, it's clean rainwater that goes through our chemically resistant clean pipes. It's not the contaminated groundwater at the site.
But the buildings aren't going to cover every square inch of the contaminated, so never mind, it doesn't matter. My last question, and I promise my last question, somebody forwarded me a article about not getting $23 million to clean up the site.
Yep.
Where's that money? Where was it spent? Was it actually allocated? And how was it spent? Does anybody know that?
Race might know more than I do. What I understand is Mott Foundation had a plan to do something in Buick City around 2016. And in the end, I don't believe Racer agreed with the plan, or something happened and that project went away. I don't know anything about the funding.
So, 2016, right on there. I mean, we talked about the 6 criteria, remember? Job creation, all of that stuff. And so there was a proposal brought forth that they were going to invest, $23 million and do X, Y, and Z. and that proposal just never came to fruition. So it wasn't that we gave them $23 million or they gave us $23 million. That's what they were proposing to invest at the site. So I don't know, and that never happened.
Yeah, so if MEDC allocated money to them, which it sounds like that might have happened, they didn't get the money if they didn't do the project.
Right.
So MEDC approves projects to allocate funds for a project. If that project doesn't happen or doesn't perform, then that money has a sunset clause, and then if they don't spend it and they can't use it, then it just goes back to the state coffers, and that's what happened with the money.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. That's the last question.
Last question? All right, so seeing that we don't...
Madam Chair, I have not had a chance.
I was waiting.
Yes,
All
because,
right, Ms. Burns?
thank you. Because my colleagues have asked a lot of my questions, great questions. My last one, why didn't you, when you came to us before, why didn't you come with the complete ask?
That's a great question.
I mean, because me and Councilman Pfeiffer, we met with you, and it was a good experience. Why didn't you come with, to say, hey, let us absorb everything at that first time?
Sure. So, and at that time, if you recall in the meetings that we had, we said we needed the grant money to get us to what we considered a normal brownfield. We would come with the normal brownfield later. We didn't know enough about the site, and we didn't know, and frankly, the state had not given us enough feedback on our plans for the site that we felt confident that we could estimate the costs. That was back last fall. We have worked diligently over this entire winter, into the spring, and over the summer, and we continue to work with Eagle and EPA on trying to finalize our plans and do the engineering. We've spent, at this point, nearly, $100,000 or something like that on engineering costs just to get us to this point, to be able to come up with the cost estimates that we're coming to you today. And so that just took time, that took money. We weren't in a position where we really knew what it was going to be.
I think a lot of us felt that, if we had it all at one time, you came with a soft ask, and then ASK, let me be clear. And then to come back to ask for the 80/20, which a lot of residents, they're my residents who are concerned and saying, that's 80/20, the taxes go to help the city, we need more for fire, we need more for, police, they're looking at those tax dollars for city services, and 80%, I know you said the first building, 100% of the capture comes to the city. And then from buildings 2 through 7, am I correct?
Yeah.
That's the 80/20.
2 through 8, I guess.
2 through 8, okay. 2 through 8 will be an 80/20. And that split, I think that was the hardest part to say.
Oh, and we fully expected that, right? We understand that. And we appreciate that you guys have to think that through. Our main comment is, the site's got a lot of issues with it.
Yeah.
We look at that as negative equity. Like, we cannot make a deal work without it. So it's, to get the 20%, that's what we have to do. And, the city's got to make their decisions, but we wouldn't be able to do the project without it.
So with, what made you choose Flint then?
Why did we choose Flint?
Why did you choose Flint?
Several reasons. A big part of it was Racer actually approached us about the site. We looked at it, and we looked at, we felt Flint was up and coming. We felt that the job force was there. And then, the big thing is the state is constantly getting these large requests for these mega sites and big industrial sites. And when you look at the metro kind of areas, it is really difficult to find a site that is close to an urban population that we would want to service, that has the job force there, that also has the infrastructure. Because when you look at these big billion-dollar deals that the Whitmer administration is doing, in Marshall and these other places, if you dig into the details, you'll see a lot of that money is actually for infrastructure. It's for land assemblage and infrastructure, because basically what they're doing is they're just buying huge amounts of farmland, and they got to run all the utilities out to them. Buick City had everything already there, right? And so we look at this as there's some risk, but we have a lot of experience doing this, and we feel that it's a win-win for everybody, and we have the experience to do it, and we felt like it's a good fit, and there's just so many assets that are not being accessed, and we're excited about it.
So, for us, as we do our due diligence for folks who are interested, we did approach them because
we've had a great relationship within Livonia, and they're proven there. And it's a success there. And so as we evaluate everything, we look at what the needs are in Flint and across the country, the needs for light industrial buildings are huge. There's a huge need across the country for light industrial buildings, and as the auto industry and other industries grow, they're looking to expand. And so we knew that they had a proven track record of redevelopment and building, and we worked very well with them in Livonia. And so we approached them, and I'm not, that was Steve Black and my boss, Bruce Rasher, but I know that they've spoken to him for quite a while, expounding on the qualities and why they should be in
I mean, honestly, this project is a big reason why I'm even here working for Ashley Capital. I used to be an environmental consultant. I worked with Ashley Capital a lot. I left the firm I was at for a long time, and I went to Amazon, and I worked in the corporate worldwide due diligence group. They asked me to come and work for them direct for this project because of the level of complexity. And I'm excited about what I think it means to us and also what it can mean to you.
And I definitely get that with the, Flint is unique though, with having the heavy industrial and commercial, that it has that at that site, well, and then around in other areas. And so that's why when I look at, you don't have to do the railways, we have an airport, we have roads, you have utilities that are there, the water, the electrical, you have all of the underground wiring that's there, and then we can only get an 80-20, that's not even a 50-50 like Teddy Pendergrass say. That was really, and that's the hard sell for residents, and my residents, I speak with them, and they let me, I'm very transparent. When Patricia called and I told her, I said, I have been reading what's in the email, but I like to have my conversations not behind doors, because this is for the residents, for the community, but we have to be transparent, because 80-20 is a hard split. I do understand about having industrial, land or to build. I get it. If I get it and understand it, and where you can build, and having to have an area to where not only if you build it, you have to be able to have people to within 30 minutes to be able to get there. I understand all of that. But I think that 80-20, yes, we have Brownfield there, but that 80-20 is really hard to swallow. When is the, when are you, so you're expected to break ground on building 1. When is the project due to be finished?
The first building's being...
No, like all of them. I'm taking that from the beginning to the end. Like what's the...
I mean, you can almost see it from...
Are you doing like 10 years that you're going to do?
Well, it's like 12. So again, it's based on market assumptions, right?
Which will fluctuate.
Building out every 2 years, so...
A new building every 2 years.
A new building every 2 years, so you're looking at basically,
16 years.
If this was year 0, it's basically about 15 years
from
now to get all of the things finished. Now, again, if we're saying, okay, we're going to prep this area, we want to build 3 buildings, well, so, estimate that's 6-7 years, right? But if we come and there's a battery manufacturer that says, I want to build a 1 million square foot plant, well, then maybe we build it all at once. At the end, it's going to be driven by market factors.
Right.
What we think is critical is getting the infrastructure out of the way, getting the site prepared, getting the contamination under control and the site level and flat so it's shovel ready, so that then we can meet the timeframes that these people need, when they come to the site.
They're really forecasting like into the future, stating like one of the big issues with the chips, when nobody had a chip and they were made over in China. And then it was the big rush that we need to have some place here to where we manufacture. So bringing manufacturing, bringing those types of products back to the U.S. so that we were crippled basically. And some industries were. So it was all of the auto industries, Ford, GM, and they didn't have, well, beyond parking lots, they were parking vehicles wherever they can. And so that to me, and I get that, so how you're forecasting that out and making sure. So we're looking 15, I just kind of run up to 16 years. But that 80-20,
Right, I mean, again, it's right, and the thing to remember...
Right, and it's not, right. it's not even a full 20 with collections, because we split it.
It's compared to like the taxes that are paid now is still at 44%, right? Like that's just the taxes on the property. We could do 100%, right? And then we pay it off faster, so maybe instead of 25 years, it would be like 20, right? If we went lower than that, and this is why we chose 80-20, is because 25 years is basically like as far as we can reasonably go, given the fact that market conditions can vary. And if one or two things change, all of a sudden, there's not even enough time because it's limited by 30 years by statute. So we would much rather bill and pay faster to get it reimbursed faster, but we're looking for that flexibility so that we can, make a viable project.
Yeah, and I get it, and thank you for your time and for answering the question. I completely get it. I just wish it was a little better, but I appreciate
We
your.
should have started at 85 and then settled on 80, but we just.
No, listen, 50-50, then go down
We
further.
negotiated with ourselves up front.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
We'll see you
you.
again on the 9th.
Madam Chair, I have a question. So with that, I just want to ask, so what was the percentage that you gave the city of Livonia?
100%. We took 100% of the new taxes.
Okay, and so
That was a $9 million TIF on a 300,000 square foot building, and we came in under budget around $5.5 million. So we only spent about half of it because we did everything we could, and we were able to, we thought we'd have to buy a lot of fill to cover up some stuff, and we were able to get a lot of it free from freeways. I can get more into it, but yeah. So basically, that was a $9 million TIF at 100% capture. It was estimated about 28 years, and what it's going to end up being is about a $5.5 million reimbursement over about 19 years.
And that was for one building, 9 million, whereas it's 72 for
3.5 million.
Okay, and so they didn't do a 80-20 or anything,
we took 100% of the new taxes, and they made the decision that they'd rather us pay off the reimbursement faster than pay it slower.
okay,
And different communities have done different things. Most of the communities that we're in, it's either 100% or some of them it's 90%. So we'll take 90 and they'll take 10. We wanted to do more than that here in Flint, which is why we proposed the 20. So I know that it's hard because we come at you and we're like 2010, 2080, but like that is more than we're doing in most other communities, and we did that on purpose up front.
most communities we would ask for 100%. Increment faster.
okay.
Madam Chair, and I just want to, for clarification, so the 25 started with the first building or the second building? 25 years.
The 25 years is on the investments for all the work to be done, starting with the second building.
Second building, thank you.
The first building is sort of just like, it's outside of the plan that we're mentioning it because it is generating immediate benefits.
Thank you.
All right, so seeing that no one else has any questions, we will go ahead and close out the special order.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthing.
I move that we approve 230225, the public hearing for.
Support.
All right, motion on the floor to pass 230225 and supported by Ms. Priestley. Any discussion? Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I think over time, I hope to learn more about the final plan and everything else, but I will be supporting to hear from the residents, and that's what this motion is to hear from the residents. I would like to know their thoughts. I think that this is a hefty price tag, especially as we're asking city residents to basically subsidize this with no guarantee that they're going to get any jobs if they're, I mean, we have a workforce, but until we put qualifications and whatever stipulations or incentives to make sure that residents are hired first, this is a strong ask. So I will support to hear from the residents, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Mashat?
I agree with my colleague in the fact that this is a very strong ask, and I do want to hear how the residents feel about, one, the job creation that's supposed to happen and where they feel they will actually fit in there, and also how they're feeling about the pre-existing contaminants and just contaminants being disturbed. So I will vote to support, just to hear from residents.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So first round. All right. So, anyone else for Resolution 230-225, first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
As I continue to gain more of an understanding of this whole project, I will support this resolution to hear from the residents because I think that's important. I don't make any decisions for the 5th Ward or for the city without listening to the residents. So I will vote for the public hearing. However, I'm not sure what else I'm going to vote, for as far as this project. But I will let the residents chime in, and we'll take it from there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthing.
this is an amazing opportunity for Flint. We need more development. We don't have enough here. And with neighbors that travel out to other communities to work at places like Amazon, this is another job opportunity for my neighbors that really don't have to travel. So I'm not confused or undecided. I've been decided from the moment I saw this plan, because we need more in Flint, and this provides that more that we need. So I'm excited that the area will be put to use, that it won't be an eyesore, that we will do this in an environmentally safe way, and that our residents will have job opportunities and more tax revenue for our city. So, that's all.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, so seeing that no one else will speak in the second round, I'll go ahead and utilize my opportunity to speak. So I'm not sure how many of my colleagues went, but I actually went and I did the tour of Ashley Capital. And I've seen what they've done in the Detroit area, highly impressed. I stated this on record previous meeting. I mean, this is a great opportunity for us to begin to clean up what has been contaminated for so many years. So we can make this land usable, and so we can bring some economic development to it. So I feel that even the creation of one job is a win, because right now we're losing having that contaminated site just sit there and on Google Earth look like a big black hole. So this is the step in the right direction to making our city livable again in all areas. I'm definitely for it, especially since this borders on the 2nd Ward. So with that being said, let's go ahead and vote on the public hearing date for the Brownfield Development Plan. Madam Chair, roll call.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 230-225 passes. Next, the chair will entertain a motion for Resolution 230-247.
Madam Chair, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to send item number 230-247 to council. I'm sorry. Well, not to council because it's a special meeting. to be approved.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion on the floor for 230247 for approval. Any support?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll support that motion.
Supported by Ms. Jerry Winfrey Carter. Any discussion? Ms. Worthy?
I call the question.
All right, call the question. Any support? Any support?
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported by Councilman Murphy. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for calling the question.
Ms. Byrd?
No.
Mr. Shedd?
I abstain.
Mr. Pfeiffer is no. Ms. Worthing? Yes. Mrs. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Carter?
No.
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention, so that motion fails. Ms. Priestley, excuse me, Ms. Worthing.
Oh, no, I don't even.
That's it, okay. All right, so, thank you. All right, so, any discussion from the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Byrne?
you know, 5 of my colleagues voted to have Councilman Mays removed. He was removed for swearing and use of profanity in a vulgar way. So if we are going to, or this body has said, you know, there's no tolerance for swearing in the vulgar way, then you must certainly not accept violence in any way. She's violent. She's a violent person. She hit Jasmine Stanley. She jumped to her seat on May 3rd to come after me, and if I stumped her, actually, May 3rd, she jumped out of her seat twice. July 19th, she jumped out her seat to incite violence again. So if we're putting people out for swearing, surely we're not saying that we're accepting physical altercation. That should not be something that's acceptable. Cussing doesn't harm you or hurt you, but someone physically touching you does. I have stated, she has created a hostile work environment for me. She doesn't like black women. If you don't cater to her, she has a problem. She's not a fair person, not at all. She's got a problem because whoever she supported didn't make it in this seat, which is not my issue. I don't talk to her. She's taken pictures of me again, posted them up, and then she becomes the victim and stating I'm calling her job and Tanya Burns supporters. I don't have supporters. I don't have that, you know, or threatening her. And I've threatened her. Those idle threats, and since the city actually has an anti-bullying one, and also stating you know, give a frivolous threat. I mean, there's something that needs to be done with her. I had to file a police report because I had to ask the police to do what this council would not and did not do. She keeps rising to her feet, and something's going to happen. And when I said it continues to escalate, because it has, I said the same thing when she hit Jasmine. She calls people narcissistic assholes, dickheads, and everything else. She said that. She has a very foul mouth. Now, if she incites violence and she swears at her council members, that's what she does. She does it all the time. So if this council supports that part, but you want us to move on and move forward, but you want to make sure Councilman Mays isn't in his seat, Clearly, her behavior shouldn't be tolerable either. No one diffused the situation, so it continues to escalate. When you chair, it's not fair and impartial for the chairs, but she should have been given a warning. Never given a warning for all of that. Never given a warning. You can't just be in council and say, let's take care of business, and then say, you know, keep dividing, calling people out their name. And Councilman Murphy wanted to be called, he said his name, he said it very clear, it's Councilman Murphy of the 3rd Ward, and he wants to be called by his name, not out of his name. Colleague over in the 9th Ward calls people out of their name all the time. She's never called me by my name. And the funny part is, I remember back in the old council meeting where her children, they had questioned about them, and I supported her. So we talk about being fair. This process has been nothing but, it has not been fair, and definitely not with sharing. You created a hostile work environment for me. Councilwoman Priestley does not and will not give her warning, and Councilwoman Lewis, you haven't either. You have created that. She's shown it. It's on video. I don't have to make it up. She constantly jumps up out that seat. Constantly. But when there were black women who were at the county, some of y'all went home, and some of y'all went home to get your gun, is what I'm told. Put it in your purse. I sure hope you have a concealed weapons permit. If it's
Point of
that-
information. Ms. Burns, I hope that you have one for yours in your purse as well.
Well, we don't have to worry what Ms. Burns has in her purse, because I got one. There you go. I got one.
Mine as well.
I don't want to see yours, but I don't have mental health issues either. So we talk about making sure we're safe up here. We need to make sure that we're safe. And then she's getting offended, but she didn't stop her colleague from jumping up, wanting to cause, you know, to jump on me, come over here, come here. You won't get out that seat. You don't know what I would do. You know, that is something you really don't know. And you shouldn't take that for granted. You know, when we talk about that, Judy, you the problem. First thing you got up and said, you should have corrected her. You should have corrected her. You didn't have the courage to do it that last meeting.
Anyone else?
I'll wait for round 2.
Anyone else would like to speak in the first round?
Yes.
Ms. Humphrey-Card.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm reading the disorderly persons city code subsection. And it says, any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code section 31-10. Disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. But I want to go back and I want to talk about disorderly conduct, assault and battery. Councilwoman Worthen. Councilwoman Worthen, she incited violent behavior. When you stand and invite someone to walk towards you, to fight you, that's a problem. That's a problem. That shouldn't even have taken place up here. Not only did she invite Councilwoman Burns to fight her, not only one time, but she did it a second time. Now, is that becoming of a council person? Now, the second time, the first time too, but the second time, I witnessed her sitting on her end there, saying little things to Councilwoman Burns, making little comments. Some of the comments, I'm sure the audience could hear. But baiting Councilwoman Burns to maybe attack her, I don't know. Maybe want to get up and fight her. But that's not, to me, that's not becoming of a council person. Then Councilwoman Priestley, so I'm told, she leaves a council meeting in which we had an audience of individuals, constituents, residents. This particular council meeting was packed. I don't know if she were afraid of the residents or what, but she leaves this council meeting and she comes back packing her pistol.
Request for information. No. Request for information. So where did you get that information?
Oh, I got the information. But you know what? I'm speaking. I don't have to answer your request. I'm going to finish saying what I got to say on my time. But what I'm saying is this. That county building over there, it has a big sign. No weapons allowed. She comes back into the meeting because I'm thinking if you're scared and you're leaving a meeting, why would you come back? Okay? She comes back and she walks in all bold and everything. Like, okay, mess with me now. That's unbecoming of a council person. So my thing is this. If you guys voted to suspend Councilman Mays, then I think the same actions should take place for Councilwoman Worthen and Councilwoman Priestley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Now I will go to Councilperson Priestley. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
You know, it's amazing how these people lie. You know, I went home because I knew that nothing was going to happen in the meeting. As I was out going into my car, there was people behind my car. I went home, sat down, changed my clothes, because I had 3 white hats in my house and I was wearing black pants. I thought, my residents, my constituents elected me to attend the meeting, and I went back. I didn't go home and get a gun. I don't know where that word came, that information came from. So, Ms. Burns, you lie about it constantly because it's not true.
Request information.
What is your request?
She knows where I got that information from, and I'll give it to her if she wants it.
Yeah, give it to me now.
I'll let you finish. Oh, this Madam Chair, for you, she's got the floor, so I'll let her finish.
Proceed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to limit debate to 1 round of 5 minutes.
Support. There's a motion on the floor to limit debate to 1 round of 5 minutes, supported by Councilperson Worthing. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
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 Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Lucas.
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Debate on this motion will be limited to 1 round of 5 minutes. Proceed, Ms. Priestley.
I'm done, thank you.
All righty. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, limiting time before before people have spoken is not right. I mean, to limit time so you can't get a rebuttal, I don't agree with that. You should have made that, if you would have made that motion before any discussion, I probably would have approved or agreed with it. I just want to say on the record, As someone that tries to be Switzerland over here, I hear a lot of talk from all sides. And because I was not at this meeting, and I'm not going to vote based on a video that may or may not have captured all of the audio, I will be abstaining from this vote. However, I will say that, and everybody who knows me and asks whatever, I don't watch the videos afterwards. I can't. To me, it's getting shot in the face twice. I don't want to do that. So I don't watch the videos after the meetings. Never have, probably never will. But if what is stated on this agenda or on this resolution is accurate and there was an escalation for violence, I think the members that were here should act and vote appropriately so that we do not condemn or we don't allow a complete and utter lack of decorum as we just voted. We have to make sure that that rule is applied equally, and if violence or an anticipation of violence occurred, then I hope that the members that do vote vote properly and in a way disavow the decorum if this resolution is correctly presented. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
I think I heard Worthing and then Councilperson Mouchette. Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
I actually shared the video myself of what happened because there was no violence. I try not to say anything because it just, more hate gets just thrown at my way all the time. But it is hard to sit here and listen to lies constantly. If I have ever hit anyone, there would be a report. I would have been arrested. And it's just sad to me that it's like over and over, like you're wishing it becomes true, that I actually did something to hurt somebody. I've never hit somebody in my life. So it's just ridiculous to have to go through this over and over ad nauseum. I mean, let's get over it and move on. I stood up to leave. Miss Priestley said, she banged her gavel or whatever, said 5-minute recess, and I stood up. I'm 5'10", with heels I'm taller. I towered over her. I was over here, she's over there. I didn't even face her. But yet then she turned around and Jerry Winfrey Carter was pulling her back and she's like this in my face. Since when was I the aggressor? And it's behavior like that, the laughing, the bullying, just the constant lies, just disparaging Miss Priestley and lies on her while she's packing herself. It's so childish. Let's move on. And if you keep bringing it up, we'll never move on. We'll never move this city forward. I have so many things that I could bring up about my hurts. I've been through abuse in this environment for 6 years. I must be mental to stay here because my work has been called. And people accuse me of being a bad teacher because of the racial rhetoric here, when I love my students and they loved me. They knew nothing about this. They didn't learn till later, till they started watching TikToks. And then they came up to me and said, Miss Worthing, why do you let them treat you like that? Why are they talking to you like that? You're my teacher. I want to go to a meeting and defend you. That's what they said to me. And it's sad. I can't even go and be an educator. That is my main job. That is my passion. And I am sorry, but this is ridiculous. I'm sorry you don't have another job, Miss Burns. I do, and I care about it.
Madam Chair,
So
I
leave
do
me
have
alone,
one.
please. Leave me alone. It's wrong. And
And if anything, I should file a police report for the harassment I received to my work. I'm sorry, whoever in the audience said that finds it funny that harassment of a working woman, a single mother, that goes to school and works her heart out to care about others is funny. I worry about my and my children's safety. I have 2 Ring cameras now because now there's people out there filming, saying horrible things about me and others. I have 2 young children, and some of us see our children. And I see mine all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthy. I believe Ms. Mashat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My plea remains the same, right? Just listening from someone who was not here for any of these incidences is the fact that our city and our residents deserve better. I hear a bunch of people who have hurt each other in some way or another. And in the same way that when it was time for Mr. Mays' vote to go forward, I abstained, I will be abstaining again. Because there has to be a better path forward. There has to be a way that we hear each other, can work together, get city business done. That there isn't all of this, we're on social media and we're getting people from other states and from around the country attacking council people when everybody is here to just handle city business. We have to do better by each other, and we have an opportunity to start that today, and I'm done.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mashat. Anyone else in the round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. I supported Eric May's resolution to talk about this situation because I was at the meeting, and when I was sitting down here watching you guys go back and forth with each other, Councilman Worthy, Councilwoman Burns, I was just shaking my head like, this is pitiful. And then Councilwoman, somehow Jerry Winfrey Carter got in the midst of it. It was not our situation, it was those 2 individuals' situation. So I was just sitting here, like, just shaking my head, like, look at this. The public is watching. And I'm
Request
just shaking.
information.
What is your request?
Is it for incident that happened May 3rd or 7/19? Because there were 2.
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. So when I heard Jerry Winfrey Carter tell Councilwoman Judy Priestley that she can leave, I was saying, how do that got something to do with us and their situation with each other?
Request for information.
Yeah.
Are you sure that was towards Councilwoman Priestley? Get it right.
Okay. So whether it was Priestley or Eva Worthy, it was not our situation, it was theirs with each other. And sometimes we need to leave well enough alone as a colleague and let them handle their own situation. When Councilwoman Worthy jumped up, I did not know what she was jumping up for. I didn't know whether she was jumping up to go after Councilwoman Burns or not.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Councilman Murphy, did you hear her say, I bet you won't get out of your seat this time? Did you hear that, sir?
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. So I thought that was, you just didn't know how to take how she jumped up, whether she was jumping up to leave, so I can understand Councilwoman Burns trying to defend herself when they ended up going at it with each other. But then 2 wrongs don't make a right. So whether Councilwoman Worthy jumped up to leave or jumped up like she was jumping up at Councilwoman Burns, you didn't make it no better because
Request for information, are you talking about, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I have to be recognized?
What is your request?
Is he speaking about the May 3rd incident where I stayed seated, or is he talking about the July 19th when when Ms. Priestley hit the gavel and everyone got up and she was still threatened? Which, if he could clarify, was it May 3rd incident when she stood up and I stayed seated, or was it the July 19th?
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I'm talking about when we got up and then, Councilwoman, Jerry Winfrey-Carter got up, and it was the three of you got up, and it was just, it was not a good look on behalf of Worthy, you, or Councilwoman, Jerry Winfrey-Carter. So I said, 2 wrongs don't make no right, and 3 wrongs don't make no right, and I don't think that was a situation for Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey-Carter to get in. That was Councilwoman Barnes.
Point of information, request for information.
What is your request?
How did I get in this? Do you realize I was trying to sit Councilwoman Burns down?
Ms. Winfrey-Carter, that's an improper request for information.
Whatever.
Again, that's when we get warnings, so let's maintain decorum and let's utilize our privilege motion in the way they're designated to be used. Please proceed, Councilman Murphy.
Thank you. So, I think, Eva Worthy was wrong the way she got up. I think Tanya Barnes was wrong by, reacting in a way where she started pointing her fingers. And I also thought Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey-Carter was wrong by raising her voice at Judy Priestley and the whole situation. So I didn't really get how Judy Priestley even got involved in this situation. So it's two of them in the resolution to be removed for 30 days. I think you guys can be able to resolve your situation in a way where we got to see what we can do to work to move the city of Flint forward. Y'all did not level up to the, well, I'm not gonna say that. This situation we in is bad, but I'm not gonna vote to remove them for 30 days because I don't think it raised to that level based on what we've been going through and being called and dragged into. But I hope moving forward you guys can get it together.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murphy. So, is there any other speakers? I believe everyone has spoken besides me, so I'll definitely utilize my time to speak as the last person for this motion. Receipts, receipts, receipts. One thing you will never catch me doing is acting or accusing anyone of anything without showing proof. I asked my colleagues, who told you that? How did you know? Ms. Burns?
Yes, if I had been given my second round, I would have told you before you limited debate. Do you realize that?
If you want to tell who told it, you would tell it. You would have told it when asked. This is not a game. Let's stop acting like this is a game. Produce your receipts. If she went home and got a gun, somebody said it, somebody saw it. Ms. Audrey Muhammad said that she heard it on the phone. Where is it? Just because you say it does not make it true. And that's what we suffer from on this body. People saying stuff.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Is it true that Ms. Worthy stood up on May 3rd to incite violence against me?
Ms. Burns, that's your first warning.
That's fine.
Okay, so moving on. So just because you say it does not make it true, and you can't take privilege motion to take the floor. So Tanya Burns accused me of standing over trying to attack her. When during this specific meeting, when she lost her voice, and we adjourned, I was looking for a trash can to throw away my garbage, and she said I was trying to attack her. And so unfortunately, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people that say things and they don't hold water. Everything is filmed. When we're talking about Ms.
Request for
Worth,
information.
what is your request?
Decorum.
What is your
Madam,
request?
Excuse me, give me a chance, Madam Chair. I didn't think it was a time limit, how I'm supposed to say it. Request information is, do you realize that time when you just stated that it is on video? That's not how that happened. It's on video, so that's producing a receipt.
Absolutely. So I encourage everyone to go and watch it, because as she was faking like she couldn't speak, and I was having a private discussion with
Request for
Councilperson Murphy.
information.
Point of order.
Absolutely. What is your point?
You're being interrupted with.
Clearly I am. And what is your request, Ms. Burns?
Well, your decorum, Madam Chair, because I'm not speaking.
What is
to
your
you.
request,
Excuse
Ms.
me.
Burns?
You have to be silent when I'm asking. So my request is, as you stated, when I was faking, that's not true. I want you to be factual. You have to be factual. I was not faking when you made that statement. I was not.
Okay, very
Thank
well.
you.
So furthermore, you all can see on the tape, it went from, I'm talking like this, to you got something to say to me when I was speaking to my colleague, Mr. Murphy. And I was accused of hovering over Ms. Burns. The point is, Ms. Burns, she's been known to say things that are not true, said over and over
Request for
again.
information.
What is your request?
You're not going to attack my character up here. You're not going to do that. I did not do that to you. And you are the vice president, so you are held to a higher standard. Be truthful.
Again, you cannot utilize that to make.
And you cannot use the floor to
Again,
attack.
you don't have the floor, and as I rule, she
Request for information.
that. Go ahead.
You cannot use the floor to attack your colleague. And do you realize that?
Okay, so someone just said that I stood over them. Someone just made all these accusations. And when they were addressed, I can't use the floor to, I'm not using the floor to attack, I'm using the floor to point out facts. And the fact is, whenever you talk, facts are not being spoken. And what we need to do, we need to just stop playing the game. The first time when you and Eva had the spat, as you read, you didn't read what I said, because on Facebook and also to you all, I said flat out, both of you all were in the wrong. You were in the wrong for pointing in her face, telling her today's not going to be her day, and then she was wrong for standing up. So if we're going to penalize anybody, you need to go. So I'm willing, if you're ready for a month vacation, you can definitely join her as well, because you got to call it even. And then when we're talking about the last meeting,
Are you stating that you want to put a motion on the floor to send me home for 30 days? Is that what you're saying? I want to be clear.
oh, well, you will be clear, because if I did, then I'll do that. See, I don't play games. I put the motion together and I get it done. So anyway, as we continue to take the floor illegally, the point is, again, when Judy called recess, Eva stood up to go, and then you stood up, and then you were being pulled back as you were walking towards her and pointing in her face. So, and all of this is on tape.
Request for information.
What is your request?
You do you realize that she had stated prior to that, you're not going to get out of that seat, and she was inciting violence. That was her second time.
And do you understand you a grown woman with some kids? And regardless of what somebody say to you, you know how to act like a classy lady and how to maintain yourself. A lot of things I hear coming from here, and also you. And also when Ms. Winfrey Carter accused me of, what you looking at? You got something to say to me? Out of the blue. I could react, but as a grown woman and someone's parent, I teach my son better than that, so I'm not going to respond to someone using that tone and that kind of aggression towards me. And I did nothing besides look at you so I can acknowledge you so you can get the floor. So you got to be careful when you're pointing. And again, the fact that I haven't heard one receipt or one nothing about who said Judy went home to go get a gun. That's serious. Somebody went home to get a gun. And if you had the information, you would give it. Just like you all continue to talk about Kevin Thompson, and a private conversation that we had according to Michigan law. Now, if you really want to hear, let's have a conversation with the concerned pastors, because we already rectified that, and we found out what really happened. So let's stop spitting fake narratives from our seat just because you can. And so again, if you would like a vacation, put a motion on the floor and take one. But I am not going to remove my
Request
colleagues.
for information. You are, Madam Chair, because I'm getting ready to check you.
Oh, please hold.
Yes, I am. Because you cannot abuse of your seat.
That's supposed to.
Okay,
You
okay.
cannot. You cannot
Okay.
abuse your seat.
Okay,
And you
so,
are abusing
so
your seat.
with that
in
being
your power.
said, with that being
Point of
said,
order.
that's your other warning. And what's the point? What's the point?
I appeal the ruling of the chair. We can do this all night.
But when somebody take the floor, you
No.
gotta stop it. And I can replace, oh no, that's how that goes. She does not have the floor. Now, that's one thing I do study, senior council lady, is this, and you can't do that. So with that being said, Ms.
Point
Burns,
of-
that's your
point
second
of
warning for
order.
taking
I
the floor.
appeal the ruling of the
Please
chair.
feel free.
Okay?
Please feel free.
You
And I
sound
support
ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, appeal, there you go. Ms. Burns cannot illegally take the floor using requests for information that are not valid. That's the appeal. Go ahead, Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns.
Thank you. It is too much. Let me tell you something, Liddell. You are so rude. And it's just, you're terrible, chair. Absolutely awful, chair, that you are. And don't you ever feel free to comment on who somebody's grown, because your behavior is not depicting that right now. It's not. You are so out of control. And it's shameful. It's shameful. I'm very clear. I can work with whoever, but what you will not do is come here and spit these little lines. If you want to put Councilman Mays out, then fine. But don't you defend that behavior down there. Don't defend that, because that was all sorts of wrong, and you defend it. And I read verbatim what she put. I was clear, so she told a lie. I'm bringing receipts. That's a receipt for you. That is your post, keyboard gangster, that you made on there. You did that to a person who is a known racist. So when you side with racists over nonsense, something is wrong with you. Something don't completely check. You don't check all boxes. And you're going to stop all that mess. You need to stop it. You have responsibility as a chair to chair fairly and to be impartial. You don't have the capability of doing that. That's why Attorney Katina Irvin in California, she read you. She read you and stated to you some of the things that you don't have. Miss Lewis, I asked of you, what is the good power if you are too afraid to use it correctly and righteously? You abuse your power as a chair. Can't nobody follow you because you're not a leader. No one's going to follow behind you. And then you're going to threaten me over 30 days. You can do a 30-day, go home. You didn't elect me. Understand that. I did the work and helped you get elected when you was in the water lines with me. So you need to understand where you come from, because I do. I know which box I check, which is black. Yours might be in question right now. You didn't support your board with pump station number 5 when they had sewage in their basement. You cussed out Pastor Thompson twice, an ordained pastor. You said, no, that ain't lying. You said black people in your board didn't golf. Lord have mercy. I got a pair of golf clubs. I golf. And Kathy McGowan golfs, and several other people. You took money from Haskell Center as the ad hoc. You know where the secret ARPA committee is meeting and wouldn't tell anybody. So when we talk about you being a leader and you in a leadership role, that down there was not leadership. You're the vice president of this council. You have a responsibility to bring this council together, not your fabulous friends or whoever. You lack the courage to put Eve out. I put Mays out 5 times. You have never put her out because you lack the courage to do it. Even when she told you, go ahead, put me out. You still didn't do it. So when Ms. Katina Irvin wrote that letter, who is an attorney in California, you should have used some level of constructive criticism and apply it to yourself. You need to do that. Because as a black woman in this community, we expect better. You coming on here attacking me, which is crazy. And my second one, look, I'm gone. I'm gone.
Time. All right. So she's going.
I'll be leaving as well.
That'll work too. Anyone else would like to speak on the
And you're a
appeal?
chair. You're chairing this
Anyone
meeting.
else would like to speak on the appeal?
Oh, girl.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I think that Madam Chair, by your tone, you kind of escalated the conversation. And when you escalate the conversation with the tone, it sort of kind of sets a precedent of it's going to be an argumentative thing, and because of that, I will not be supporting the chair.
That's fine. Anyone else would like to speak on that appeal?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthy?
I don't understand the hatefulness. I mean, it is pure hate. That's it. There's like no other word for it. It's hate. You just sit here and you watch screaming and hateful words and accusations all the time. I don't think the Flint residents voted for us to be hateful. And I don't think they voted for us to have screaming and crying out going on all the time. Again, it's embarrassing. And it's unfortunate. We need to get the work done. And we have one member suspended for 30 days, so maybe we can get some work done. But then there's always going to be more. Dr. Lewis, I don't think you escalated anything. I think you were responding in a manner that we all have. Because to listen to someone accuse us of things that's not true, while she then herself cannot hear anyone say anything about her, it's really hard to do day in and day out. It is. It's really hard to remain quiet when someone is saying the worst things about you. And I'm pretty sure the racist rhetoric, the accusations about my
Black
teaching.
people can't be racist, and redlining exists.
You're out of order.
Girl,
Please.
shut up.
Thank you.
The homophobic rhetoric by Mr. Mays. I mean, all of it, I believe that we could sue. Because this is a discriminatory environment that other people are actually subjected to and listening to, and it's disgusting. If it were the other way around, it would not be tolerated. And I'm just calling out what is true. And I don't care anymore because this is just so gosh darn embarrassing and disgusting. Have I said that yet? I just, how does it become better when people aren't here to work for the city and get the work done? They're just here to cause chaos because they don't have the majority to do their will. And so I'll just call it out the way it is. I don't know. I just wish that, we could do better. And hopefully the voters watch this and see what's actually happening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Worthy. Anyone else like to comment on the appeal? Seeing that we have no one else, I'll go ahead and be the last to speak. Did my tone escalate? Yeah. Probably say, yeah, it did. But again, as I sit here and listen to individuals spew lies and won't tell where they got their receipts from, won't tell what's factual and what's not. There comes a time and place where enough is enough. Today, enough was enough in the first ward. I'm glad that our council people removed themselves so we get the business done. So again, when people are coming at you, I'm usually cool. But this right here is too much. Then we're going to have the same council person stand in the back and yell while Ms. Worthing was speaking, and then tell me, girl, shut up. Does this make sense? If it does, I'm in the wrong place. My colleagues don't want to support me, that's fine, because of the escalation of my voice, but one thing you can't call me is wrong because everything I said is purely factual. If you're going to accuse someone of doing anything, you need to stay where that accusation came from. If not, you need to be quiet. I will never accuse anyone of anything that I can't produce receipts for. And if I'm wrong, I will definitely apologize. This behavior is embarrassing. Led by Mr. Mays, supported by Councilperson Burns and Councilperson Winfrey Carter. This is totally embarrassing. And as Councilperson Machette sits here on her first meeting, welcome to the hazing. This is what we go through when we're trying to get the business done. You won't have to worry about my voice escalating if you stop lying. You won't have to worry about my voice escalating if you stop calling people racist rhetoric and using other derogatory names. You don't have to worry about that if you stay in line. Grown woman talking about checking another grown woman. Check your kids, not me. This is ridiculous. And so I'm not going to use my time to snap. I'm just going to use my time to highlight this egregious behavior that's embarrassing. When people brag about serving everybody else's ward, serve your own. Refer the cause to me. I'll take care of my people, you take care of yours. We don't need super saver here. I will take care of Ward 2, and everybody else take care of their respective ward. If I need assistance, we will graciously ask you for that assistance. But instead of trying to jump over into people's ward, jump into these rules and learn them, and learn that you can't take the floor using frivolous motions. Learn that. So with that being said, a yes vote will overturn the ruling of chair, no vote will sustain it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing.
No.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Priestley. No. Carter is not in. Burns is not in. Bouchette.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Vote is 2 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no. The ruling of the chair is upheld. So we want to go ahead and move on to the next separated item. I'm sorry. We haven't voted on one. Oh, okay, sorry. So we're going back to that resolution, 230247, the suspension of Judy and Eva. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Priestley. No. Carter is not in. Burns is not in. Bouchette.
I abstain.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I abstain for the reasons I stated.
Worthing.
No.
Vote is 0 yes, 4 no. 2 abstentions.
The vote is 0 yes, 4 no, 2 abstentions, so that resolution fails.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
given that the person that separated these has left, I move that we approve Resolution 230241, 230240, 230242, 230243, 230244, and 230245. So moved.
Support.
All right, I heard multiple support. I'll go with the closest one, Ms. Priestley. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, given the information that the administration sent us from Eagle, I will be supporting these. I believe that it will help our water infrastructure, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, so we are looking to approve Resolution 230240, 230241, 230242, 230243, and 230244, as well as 230245. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Mr. Priestley. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Worthing.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Resolutions 230240, 230241, 230242, 230243, 230244, and 230245 have all been approved.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I make a motion to drop 230229, excuse me, I'd like to postpone it indefinitely.
Support. There's a motion on the floor to postpone Resolution 230229, to postpone it definitely. Any support?
I did support.
Support by Councilwoman Worthy. Any discussion? Any discussion in the first round? Okay. Any discussion in the second round? All right, so here there's no discussion. We are voting to drop Resolution 230229. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no. Resolution 230-229 is officially dropped. So we are moving to, we are at resolution 230-237
Madam Chair,
of Ms. Worthing.
I move for approval of resolution 230-237, 230-238, and 230-239.
Support.
All right, so there has been a motion for 230-237, 230-238, and 230-239 to be approved. And it's, did I hear support by Ms. Priestley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, support by Ms. Priestley. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I would not be supporting this. I would support approval of 237 and 238, but until I get until I know how much is going to be in the rubbish fund, because in my calculations, it's going to be substantially negative over the next few years. Until I see a plan, I will not be supporting that.
Okay, and that was 230-239 that you want to support?
I will not support 230-239 without a plan.
Okay, oh, okay. All right, so what we will do, we will separate that?
No, he has to.
All right.
Do you want to make it so it's two motions separate, 2, 3?
Oh, yeah, the chair entertained a motion to separate. Or we can vote it down and try again. All right, we'll go ahead and vote it down.
Madam Chair, one moment. Is my time still running?
Yes. Well, it's been paused, but we can go.
Can you start my time back up?
All right, Mr. Pfeiffer, no, your clock is on.
Yep. I just want to read this, and I wanted to make sure that my time is still being counted. Mr. Edwards. I see that Jane is not here. I want to make sure that it's noted on record, and it's on email a bunch of times, that I would like to see a forecast of how this is going to be paid for, as far as 230-239. How are we paying for this? How can we allocate funds for contracts when there is no money in that fund to allocate for this, and there's no money in the forecast for the that comes in through the property taxes to sustain these amounts. So is someone working on a plan to show council how we approve this, knowing that the waste collection account is going to be substantially negative? How are we going to pay for that?
Yeah, I know there was a previous discussion with Jane had to leave. I'm not sure what she had already calculated in terms of providing that information, so I have to be able to give to you right this moment.
And I'm sorry, I don't remember your name from priority waste. I don't have a question for you. I just want to apologize for you staying around, because this absolutely has nothing to do with you. This is a financial and how we are going to sustainably pay you. That's my question. And nobody can seem to answer that or provide the information on how we are going to pay for your services without raising taxes. And the account is going negative. I believe it'll probably be negative next year. And the taxes we collect for waste on property taxes isn't gonna come nowhere close to paying for these funds. So, it has nothing to do with your service. You guys, I have zero complaints. The service is great. It's a financial matter that the administration has yet to provide. And that's my hang-up, honestly. If they could provide, say, well, you know what, we're gonna do X, Y, and Z, or we're gonna recalculate to make sure that what you're collecting and what we're paying, and it's all gonna balance out. Somebody showed me that on black and white and paper, and I don't think it would be questioned. But to vote for this would be saying that we are going to approve a negative deficit in that account for the next 3 to 5 years. And I can't vote for that. So it has nothing to do with priority waste or their services. So thank you, Madam Chair. My time is up.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Worthing?
This cost is not increasing at all. So whether we approve this or not, it's gonna be the same cost. And that's absolute truth. And we're actually gonna have to pay more if we open up that bid because we've got a good deal. Again, I will just say this one more time. I've been through the trash debacle. I've been through the whole Rizzo thing, and they're still mentioning Rizzo, which is green for life. And the residents do not want Rizzo. They made that very clear. So, no, we were never gonna vote for Green for Life because they're corrupt. And so this was our best opportunity, and it's been amazing. And I will vote for this because I'm not gonna let my residents suffer through a trash debacle again when we have an amazing deal, tons of money coming in that no other community is going to get, and there's no increase in taxes with this deal. They're gonna have to figure it out either way. So it boggles my mind that this council will just delay things, and it doesn't make sense. Like, this makes sense. This is good for the city. There is no harm to residents. And in fact, we get a ton of benefits. Like, to not accept this grant money, and it's either all or nothing. It's been stated. So if you don't vote for all, you might as well not vote for it. And all of our questions have been answered ad nauseum. And I don't understand why we just keep asking the same questions when they've been answered. It's been answered. I'm just ready to vote on this, and I really hope my colleagues vote yes, so that the citizens of Flint can have new garbage cans, new recycle bins, and get locked into a wonderful rate with the trash company that I get zero complaints on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Worthing. Anyone else would like to speak in the first round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. First of all, these two resolutions were the ones that I separated. So to my colleague who wanted to put them all together, I wish you would have allowed me the opportunity to keep them separate so that I can discuss, and I'm still want to discuss these resolutions. Councilman Murphy is not by no means necessarily trying to delay no kind of tactic when it comes down to us delaying anything when it comes down to us, whether we want to prove it. We got unanswered questions. That's just what we have. If you can show me, and maybe you can email it to me, Councilwoman Worthy, the email that you got from the administration when this first came up, I asked the question, was the taxes on the residents going to be raised? That question did not get answered. Maybe you know something, and
Point of information.
Okay.
What's your request?
Does Mr. Murphy know that it was answered by Jane? She said we cannot state what may happen in the future, but the price is not going up.
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. No, I don't believe that, and I don't believe she said that.
Well, she did.
I don't believe that question. I don't believe that they can guarantee us. I would like to see something in writing through Jane. I would like to put a referral and through, you, through the clerk, to, get something in writing from James stating that the residents of the city of Flint taxes will not be going up for their special assessment for the trash. And I would like to have that at the next committee meeting. Also, the trash cans. One, and I did get good feedback from y'all services, especially from the Rollingwood neighborhood. The trash cans that you guys are, will be distributing, will the residents still be able to put out their regular trash cans in addition to this? Is one of my questions. I'm not sure who can answer this.
Good evening. The service doesn't necessarily change outside of this is a great asset for all the residents if they're getting the trash cart. It's going to help fight the spread of litter that happens through rodents and things getting into the trash fire service, as well as keeping it contained when we service so it's more clean as we leave. So to answer your question, yes, a resident can put bag materials out next to the cart, just like they are maybe now, just placing it at the curb. But this will contain 10 to 12 bags, depending on the style of cart, how many, what size kitchen bag that they have in there. But yeah, if you or any of your colleagues or your constituents in your wards have a bag out, I think you know our guys and gals in the field are going to pick stuff up and get rid of it, because you don't get calls and we don't get calls.
Yes, through you, I think she wanted to follow up on it.
Just the partnership for moving this program forward does allow for those extra amenities that people are in need of. That I was reiterating what he was saying, that if they do put some extra bags out, or there are some people who may not want to use the can at all.
What about trash cans? So if they want to still use their trash cans, will y'all still pick up their trash cans?
Yes.
That was one of the questions that I was asked, and I couldn't answer that.
Sorry, yes, I should have clarified bags, or if they have a cart or can that they currently use, and they want to use that as their secondary, they can actually continue.
My other question is, will everybody get trash cans that pay taxes? Even if the house is abandoned, but they pay taxes on that house, will they be offered a trash can too, or is it just for occupied homes? Because
It's going to be associated with every home, but unfortunately, if a home is, let's just say that, because sometimes people will be a landlord and they will board up the windows until they're ready to get a tenant in, because they're doing some weed work. If we're aware of that, we would just hold those back until they're ready to have it occupied. So there will definitely be enough for all of our residents. I would take back all of our property with structures on it. There'll be one for everyone. They'll be associated with each of those addresses. They'll have a serial number that will go with it. So they would be held back until the house is occupied. And once it's occupied, then we'll just bring out the new cans.
The priority is going to store the cans, the carts, both the trash and recycle carts, maintain them, repair them throughout the life of the contract. So this amendment in that also gives us that responsibility and burden of cost. So that doesn't get passed through to the city, doesn't get passed through to residents. And again, it's another additional feature with no additional cost associated.
And the cans would be the ownership of the city of Flint. So if we decide to move on and put an RFP out, or we decide that the contract's not working out for us, the cans stay with us.
I was looking at the proposed budget, and my question to you is just clarify in my mind, your current contract runs through fiscal year 25?
Current contract ends September 30th of next year.
2025.
Yes, and then there's
2024.
Yeah, then there's the 2 single-year extensions on that contract that have 3% increases in those 2 years.
Okay.
Then this new amendment is the 4 on top of next year, making it 5 at the 3rd-year rate already locked in.
Okay, I can see that we'll still have an ending fund balance at the end of fiscal year 2024, which is June 30th of 2024. But in fiscal year 2025, unless we raise fees, we're not going to have one, and right, and, it's definitely something that, I see no option but to raise fees or transfer money in from the general fund to the waste collection. And I don't see where there's transfers in for, waste collection on this. So, and in my discussion with Jane, she said that there's always transfers in, and I didn't have this in document in front of me, and I haven't had a chance to get back to her after I looked at it at my desk. So, you know, I understand totally 100% where Mr. Pfeiffer is coming from, because our fund balance, ending fund balance at forecast for fiscal year 2025 will be $47,000. So that doesn't, that's dangerously low to me. And it's not your cost, it's our structure of how we've got it structured. And when the emergency manager came in, they took away the tax for trash collection and put it as a fee. So the residents see that as an additional cost onto their property. So it's definitely, I mean, I don't care who our trash collector is in 2025. The fact is that I see us having to increase the fee for that year regardless. And, so nobody has any problems with your service, although they didn't pick up some building materials, but I understand you're not supposed to. But this is an interim thing that needs to be addressed, I think, in order to satisfy Mr. Pfeiffer and myself as the finance chair. Where are we going to resolve this? How are we going to resolve that issue? And if we send this back to council at our next council meeting and approve the other two resolutions, is that an issue? Or do they all three have to be approved at once?
So the two that, if you can get those through, that would be great, because the way Eagle, their stance is if you sign it and you cannot uphold the obligation to it, then you're allowed to walk away from that. You can send a notification that you are going to decline acceptance. What Eagle is telling me is that, you know, they have a fiscal year as well. We all know what that looks like and where our money's going to be. We're sitting in a fiscal year that will end going into the end of September. And if we don't have that paper signed for them, then that money will come for a different budget, and then this money is just gone.
Okay.
So, yeah, it would be really great if we get those two approved, knowing that we can't take it any further without support from the waste hauler.
All right, I'd like to, at this point, make a substitute motion or amended motion to remove Resolution 230239 from this motion at this time.
All right, there's a substitute motion to remove Resolution 230239 from the voting block. Nothing? Oh, okay. And supported by Councilperson Pfeiffer. Any questions? Any debate? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, once again, this has nothing to do, well, it has something to do with priority, but it has more to do with our statements and our accounting. Just for the residents, no, I want brand new trash cans, recycle bins, like, I think a majority of the residents would love that. But looking at, in 2021, we had a $2.4 million surplus in this account. And then 25, we got 47,000. So we are eating through cash. No offense, we're throwing cash out the window and into the trash. So whatever that plan is, we just have to be told and explain on how we are going to pay for the service. Like I said, 0 complaints on the trash pickup. Your guys stop by every Tuesday. They're great. They're great. I got 0 complaints. It's more along the line of we have to be transparent, and we can't put the cart before the horse. If the assessment has to be raised, we need to know that up front before we approve expenditures from that account. And I really think that if it has to be raised, then I would like to hear from residents to say, okay, we're gonna have to raise your bill by $50, $60 a year. Do they want to pay for that to get a short-term fix or short-term benefit of new cans? Because that's really, all of this revolves around the new cans, and whether or not we have to raise it anyways if we don't support this right now, that revolves around new cans. And if we have to raise it, I want to hear from residents whether or not they're willing to pay an additional fee for those cans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Ms. Worthing.
Whether we get the new cans or not, our rates are gonna be raised, because we're paying more, and we've been paying more. So it actually has nothing to do with the grant and the cans. Am I wrong? Through the chair. Can you please explain again?
Well, if I can curve it for just a quick moment, one thing we need to know about the waste service providers, those numbers are going up across the board. So we can walk away from this, we can walk away from the program, and it's just, we're still gonna bring that waste hauler in, and those rates are still gonna go up. We do actually have a bunch of numbers for Johnson County, we're not seeing what it looks like right now. Some of them require that you have that carts, that's the only way they'll service you. Others are like, yep, use the cans out, but that rate can be very close to what we're paying right now. So just be aware of that. I want to use an analogy because you did a good one a moment ago, but a little pun. Grass is always greener on the other end or other side, and that can happen with this as well. Those prices, we may walk away from the contract in this deal, and the prices still may go up, and we still may have to pay forward. One thing we did when we met with the several said, and I'm sorry they're not here to defend it, but in my recollection, approximately every 3 years, we do some type of raise in the assessment fee. And I know when Jane was here last, she said this fiscal year that we're going into, there is no assessment fee that will be raised. So we do know, at least for this fiscal year, there is nothing planned to be raised. And I think as Ms. Worthing had said, moving forward, of course, there's always that potential that it will go up in later times, later fiscal years. And I think Clyde, Mr. Edwards may have said something about it's a fluid. This is one of those fluid areas. It's like the water bills and other things that potentially move and increase. So those are all things that need to be considered, I guess, when you're looking at your, the options.
Thank you. So vote this down, and the rates will still, it has nothing to do with the rates, but then we lose out on this amazing program. And I don't know, I guess sorry, get frustrated because we've been told this over and over. It's like Groundhog Day, same information, but it just like disappeared somewhere. We started all over again. And I'm tired of having this conversation, so sorry. But I'm gonna only vote for this substitute motion because otherwise it will fail. But I really hope my colleagues that still don't understand, please talk with Jane, talk with the mayor, talk with whoever you need to get your information, because this is like so redundant. We need to make our decision, and we need to get our facts straight. This has nothing to do with an increase. Vote it down, we still might get that increase. And then at the expense of our residents who won't get all the awesome stuff. And I guess that's where my frustration lies, because as a resident myself and all those garbage cans, what gallon garbage can, like, what would that be?
I believe the city would, and Heather should probably be going through it, so I'll let you.
So the way the grant is written, the smallest we can accept is 65 gallons. The largest, it goes up to potentially 96 generally. I actually had samples last time, not a good sample back there, but I had actually real Lindsay had a sample of what they all look like. Yeah.
So residents will get a choice of which one?
We haven't negated which ones are going to be used for what, which makes more sense is to maybe do possibly the smaller one for recycling, the bigger one for trash, because we have a lot of families and, there's a lot of refuse and it's a newer program and sort of thing, but that has not been decided. We have to get this approved and know that we can move forward to start taking those steps. But in the minimum, it'll be a 65 gallon.
So the 98 one, that's like how how many trash cans, like a normal, like, you know?
Two-ish, if it's 12 bags. Think of it as 12 bags you can fit into that from your daily or weekly use. And another thing about this program that if it gets passed and accepted, this is a forever thing that would then be written into future contracts as well. So these carts that you're getting at no cost now or soon would be written into the contract and would be the responsibility of the hauler to replace and repair and maintain going forward. So you're not adding on, like we talked about in previous meetings, that it could be $1.50 to $2 more for collection activities for carts, because carts are already out. We just have to repair them and replace them, which they have the same warranty and they're built to last and they're great things to have.
So I know I've like bragged on the cards only because I hate trash cans. It's like when people try to do like $60 and they break. Because I live on a busy road and cars like wind pushes one over and it's like gone.
That's your time.
No. I'm just kidding.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Heather, I went back and I looked up garbage pickup rates for 2021, and we increased them $58 last year. So in going into from 2021 to 2022, it was an increase of $58 a house of taxable property. So that would be about right, but we still are eating up cash, and we might have to. So, yeah, I think this is something, obviously, thank you for that information about going up every 3 years, because it's going to be 2, I think. Because we'll have to increase rates regardless next year, regardless of what happens with this garbage contract. I see no option but to increase rates. So that's all I had to say. Yeah, absolutely.
One of the things I wanted to share with you as well is that if you look into our recycling program, not only on the state level, but on the federal level, there are certain expectancies that are coming up. They do want us to increase our rates. They do want more education. They want better resources that are available for the residents. And at some point, they may require for us to do exactly what we're trying to do right now. So we just have to keep all those things in mind that are all going to come together in some way. But I understand where you're coming from, and you just want us what those numbers are so you can figure this all out. And unfortunately, I can't help you with that part of it. I can bring everything else to you, though. I'll bring tons of it if you want it. But.
And if we don't, well, we're going to approve, it looks like, we haven't done the vote yet, that we'll approve the first 2 resolutions, that if we didn't approve those resolutions, that we would end up having to purchase those, or the residents would have to purchase those cards. Is that correct?
If you didn't accept that, this program will fail. It's like all the planets are in line right now. So the resin has to be accepted and set in place before the end of the year. To do that, with the RFP, I have to find one of the companies that will provide the card. So there's all these little steps that have to happen. But the first one is exactly what you're doing. Eagle in particular needs to have their stuff signed and in hand before the end of September, so it stays in this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm done.
All right, anyone else would like to speak on this substitute motion? All right. Seeing no one else, I will ask just a few questions. So when is the deadline to approve this?
I'm sorry, to approve.
When is the deadline to, because I see with resolution 230-239, because this is what my colleagues have serious concerns over. So when is the deadline to approve the package? So
the package would need to be done, I guess I haven't considered that end date for them, now that we're separating. So if we separate, we do both the contracts for the grants, we're good on that. They're okay because we do have them for a year, but unfortunately, if we don't have them on board along with these other 2, then we would not be able to move forward with an RFP for the cards, and therefore not being able to accept the resin from that. If we don't accept the resin, we can't make the cards that fails.
Okay.
So that's why it's like this trickle effect. So I think that they would need to do a document with what they're proposing to give you a little bit more information, and then if Jamie can get back with some numbers, maybe you can look at what that looks like over the course of time. And maybe that will make more sense for everybody, and we can deal with other avenues of how to move that forward.
Yeah, because it looks like Jane is the missing piece here. And so I just wanted to know what was the deadline that you have to have this approved by? Because if it's tonight, it looks like I might not have it.
Yeah, no, I would suggest that if at least by like first or second week of September, that would be like a hard push, and we've got to have something in place.
Okay.
Just because of RFPs and everything's have to go in place.
Okay.
I do want to share with you though, when you look at those numbers, especially with, if we put priority waste in place, and they accept those several years, that's a really sound stability for us. Once we figure out, where that money comes from and how it gets paid out, you're not going to see that. If anybody comes in, that's not going to happen. You're going to get that 3 to 5% increase every year. And at this point, we don't have enough time. This is a one and done only chance to get this opportunity for these cards. Because nobody, there are none, literally in the United States, that has a program that will give you free trash cards. None. Especially when these are all recycling organizations. So they want us to be successful. They want us to be able to take this program and move forward with that. And by doing that, that's why they're offering both of those items, even though it's unheard of. So.
And to piggyback on what Heather was saying as far as rates are concerned, just for instance of example, earlier this year, about 3 months ago, finalized a bid in Macomb County. Macomb Township was actually to bid. And the lowest rate that won was $16.80 per unit per month. And by the time that this contract, let's say, would expire, they'd be almost at $20 per month per home for exactly the same level of service, exactly the same experience and amenities that the residents get. So again, we're looking at $16.25 for 5 straight years, well below market and competitive. So as far as rate is concerned, you're a really, really healthy state to 7%.
Okay. Thank you for that. My other question is, so we will receive a recycling and a trash bin, so that'd be 2 separate carts? Okay. And how much are the carts individually?
If you're looking at like Home Depot lowest for an industrial style can, you're talking $140 to $160 depending. If you're talking a cheaper, lower grade that you can easily break, or they're not as accessible, not as easy to roll, you're maybe in the 80 to 100. Again, just kind of judge it. So we sell our current ones at $80, which is just above our cost, but it's because we know that it helps the residents and we want to use it as a benefit. Not necessarily make money on those things, but just it's a good thing for them.
What about the ones we're going to get? How much are those worth?
Those are like the $140 to $160.
$140 to $160.
In general, if you don't mind if I respond, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, got 30 seconds.
What generally gets broken on them is going to be the handle, the wheels, and the lid. So the body of this thing is meant to last for a good 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
An issue.
And what color are they?
That will be decided at the time that, assuming this gets through committee and council, then we'll be sitting down to figure all that stuff out.
Yellow is great.
Stop. Okay. All right, thank you so much. All right, I believe we have, is that one round on the substitute motion? Very well. All right, so with that being said, we are looking to pass motions 230, 237, and 230, 238. All right, I want to make sure I was clear.
Don't we have to vote to remove this one first?
It's a substitute motion to remove it. We don't have to vote on it.
I know. So we don't have to vote to remove it, we just have to approve those two.
Right? Am I not correct? Yes, I'm asking you.
That was going to be my suggestion, just by the way she phrased it, it's just to vote on the other two, as opposed to voting on the removal of the one. She's basically saying, vote on the two, as opposed to the three.
Okay.
Because it doesn't make sense to vote to remove that, and then vote to approve the two.
So, but that wasn't the motion.
I made a substitute motion.
Yeah, but you made a substitute motion to remove that one, but you didn't remove. I just want to make sure that this is correct.
Mayor, motion to remove 239 from the voting lot. So you could vote to remove that one, and then still vote on the 2. But I think for intention,
Okay.
just to vote on the 2.
Okay, so vote to remove motion, all right, so we're going to vote on the substitute motion first, and that is the approval of 230, 237, and 230, 238, is that correct, Aaron?
We're going to vote to remove first.
Okay.
239.
All right, got it. So we're going to vote to remove 230, 239. All right. So we don't need a motion? All right, so it's been made and proper second to say, okay. All right, so we are going to vote on removing resolution 230, 239 from the voting block. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Boucher?
Yes.
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 Lewis?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Resolution 230, 239 have been removed from the voting block. And so now we are on to the, is this the substitute motion?
Now we're going to just vote on
230, 237, and 230, do we need a motion?
No.
All right, very well. All right, Madam Clerk, so we're looking to vote to approve motions 230, 237, and 230, 238. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Vote 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Resolution 230, 237, and 230, 238 have been sent to council. The chair will entertain a motion for.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I make a motion to approve all appointments.
No, we still need to address the other one.
That's 239.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I make a motion to refer 230, 239 back to finance.
All right.
Support.
All right, it has been made and supported to send resolution 230, 239 to finance. Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Call for the question.
No, we don't.
No, I'm just playing.
You know what? All right, so, any discussion first round, gang? All right. So we only have one round when you refer to committee. And we're going to go ahead and call for the vote. Madam Chair, go ahead.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
Yes.
Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
make a motion to approve all appointments.
All right, there's a motion to approve all appointments. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Michelle. All right.
I'm here.
All right, any discussion?
Yes.
Oh, I hear Ms. Worthing and then Mr. Murphy.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to separate appointment 230, 230.
Which one?
Page 8.
Oh, that is true. Okay. All right, so you said you want to separate 230, 220?
230.
230, I'm sorry. 230, 230.
It's on page 8.
All right. Have a separation there. And, okay, so is that the only separation?
We want to make sure. 230, 230, is that the only one, or did you say another one? 230, 220, And 230230, I'm down with that.
220 was on it.
Yes.
It's on there. It's on there.
All right, so we are,
Yeah, but she didn't separate it.
I only separated your piece.
Oh, you want me to take away?
Yeah.
yeah, and so,
Okay, I'm down with that.
and so, and you separated 230220, correct?
No, I'm good. No, you can keep the other one in. I'm good.
Okay, well, I would like to separate 230220. All right. All right. So, any discussion? And I'm talking about, so we're going to pass the, so let me be clear, because we have a lot going on right now. Yeah, I understand, yeah. All right, so, we are looking to approve resolutions 230, but not that one, 230-218, 230-219, 230-221, 230-222, 230-223, 230-224, and 230-231. Any, so it has been moved and properly second, is that correct? Okay, any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
The one for the Hurley Hospital Board?
Oh, no, they don't drop.
Okay. I thought we had another one.
That's Miss Silva Caro. Is that how you say it?
You're on the Hurley Hospital Board. Okay, thank you. One of my concerns with,
Point of order.
Go ahead.
There should be discussion on the substitute motion to drop those two, to remove those two from the voting block. And then we have discussion on the main.
Right.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. So we did it in the opposite order. So we are having discussion on removing, what is this, 230-220 and 230-230. So that's what we're discussing. All right, thank you for the correction. Attorney Kevin, do you have something to say?
I think the rules don't really state, but traditionally, council has always basically provided that any question that's susceptible to division should be separated on the request of any council member. So it may not be necessary to specifically vote to remove things from a group motion like this, if that's how the body wants to handle it.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Kemp. So we will go forth to discuss the substitute motion of dropping 230-220 and 230-230. Is that correct, Ann?
To removing from the main block.
Yeah, to removing it, thank you. Words matter. Removing from the main motion. Okay. All right, any discussion? Any discussion? All right, so we are going to vote to remove 230-220 and also 230-230 from the voting block. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. So those two items are removed. So now, the chair will entertain a motion to,
No.
go ahead, y'all, there's a lot going on this late.
Sorry, we're just in discussion.
Okay, so we
Discussion
are,
on the main block.
all right, here we go. Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. First round, who wants the floor? Mr. Murphy, go ahead.
Thank you. For the Hurley Hospital Board, there are a lot of issues that's been arriving within, I want to say, the last 2 years on the way patients been treated. I know my brother, what is his name, been going to, the Hurley Hospital Board on how patients been being treated. Jaleel, yes, thank you. My concern is we appointing people on the Hurley Hospital Board that is not having an ear to the community. And they have went to Hurley Hospital Board meetings on several occasions, probably a dozen or more, about concerns on how patients being treated. I think in some situations they were left in the ER room. Some probably have died from waiting to be seen. There are a lot of concerns, and I'm not sure we have the voices for the people on the Hurley Hospital Board. With this appointment with you, I'm hoping and expecting that you will go in there and do great things and represent the people in the least of them. And when they come to Hurley Hospital Board, you will hear them. Not only hear them, work with the board of directors and the staff at Hurley to make sure that the concerns of the people is being heard. I am gravely concerned about that. That's why this appointment, any appointment on Hurley Hospital Board, is near and dear to me, because as a council person who have heard residents and community activists come to city council and speak on the issues that's going on at Hurley Hospital, I will hope that you will go in and do what you can to help resolve some of those outstanding issues. And I just want to make that statement. Thank you. I'm done.
All right. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round? No one else in the second round. I would like to afford her the opportunity to address the body. I know that you gave council comment, but you've been waiting all night. At least we can do is let you say something.
Mr. Carlin, there's no speaker, so you can.
Okay.
Yeah. Sit in, stand anywhere and talk.
So, I was listening what you were saying about like people they go to the board and sometimes sounds like they forget like why they are there. I hear about the people and I really want to be in the board because I haven't listened the community like doing those complaints. Even like people like they have been getting the chance to get in the hospital and just deny like help for those people. And it's like a public hospital. That should not be happening to the people. Denying like just help for them. And I care about my community. I have been working in different areas. I was helping them like to enroll in health insurance. I was there with the COVID vaccine. I was doing the campaign for that. Right now I'm working, offering like free services to the community. I really want the best. And I really like advocate for my community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that being said, we are looking to approve appointments, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, 230-218, 230-219, 230-221, 230-222, 230-223, 230-224, and 230-231 to approve all of those for council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worley?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote 6 yes, 0 no. Now the chair will entertain a motion. Yeah, we can put the body for 230, I'm separate for it.
Did we separate 230, 220?
Yep. That and also 230.
Okay, so Madam Chair, make a motion to approve 230220.
All right, motion for the approve 230220. Any support?
Support.
Supported by Mr. Pfeiffer. Any discussion? Any discussion, guys? No discussion. In the first round?
The chair separated. We'll open the floor up to
The
the chair.
the chair did not separate 230.
Yeah, the chair, yes.
No, I separated 230, 220.
That's one we're
That's
on.
what we're on.
Oh, I said 230.
No. And then she said 220.
Oh, so you said 220, Judy. Okay, got it. I was just going in order of the separation.
separated. I said you said 220.
Okay, yeah.
All right, cool. All right, let's go to 220. So I separated this because I have, so I have a different individual for this specific appointment. So that's why I separated it. So I'm not going to support this appointment.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Which one are you discussing?
I went to 220, 230, 220.
Sean Hairston?
Yes.
Point of information.
Come on.
Is this for your ward?
Yes.
And you don't want this person?
Correct.
Okay, then I will vote with you.
Point of order.
Mr.
Or
Pfeiffer?
on point of information.
Yes.
Are you aware that the planning commission is approved by the mayor and not the council?
Oh, wait.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Any more questions in the first round? Attorney Kemp?
No.
Okay. All right. So any discussion in the second round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
So if this appointment is by the mayor and you want to separate it because you're saying that this is not the person who you want, it's not who you want, it's who the mayor appointing. So does that matter, and will you be able to change who the mayor is recommending, even though this is not your appointment?
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, how do that work? Because this appointment is through the mayor and not someone that is appointed through city council. So how would you be able to change who the mayor want is my question. Because I thought the same thing with the person that was in the third ward. That person was not appointed by you. That's a mayor's appointment, man. Because I had someone in mind, but that's not my call.
Okay, so Attorney Kemp still up here. Go ahead, Attorney Kemp.
I believe Mr. Edwards may be able to clarify this a bit, but I'm told that another name will be submitted, assuming that this name is not, is not approved by the council.
All right, well, I'm cool with that then. I'm ready.
Ready to vote?
No.
All right, anyone else that first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Mushat?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Worthy? Ms. Worthy?
And this is how I've done it in the 6 years, I will recommend the appointment from my ward to the mayor. It is a mayoral appointment, but it's also, we have a say, because it's our ward and we know best, basically. So I am going to support Dr. Lewis because she didn't appoint this person. I think it should be unanimous, like both agree. So since there's another person in mind, I'm going to vote no for this appointment.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Anyone else like to speak in the first round? All right, no one else speak in the first round, I'll go ahead and utilize my time. Understand that this is a mayoral appointment. I had a conversation with the administration. Because I want to make sure, I just don't want to just appoint some random people that I don't know. But that's the problem that we have with committees now, why we can't get quorum. Human Relations Commission, we appoint people that's not serious and they don't show up. The CWAC committee, the people that's responsible for community block grant dollars. We appoint these people without vetting them or whatever, and next thing you know, they don't show up. And so I'm not familiar with Mr. Harrison, but the fact that I have been having my community conversations for over, I'll say, 1.5 years now, I'm able to establish a rapport with my constituents, and they have reached out and said that they wanted to serve in these capacities. So I'm not going to pick a random person who I never met. I do not know. I don't know their ability to serve, capacity to serve, or interest to serve. I don't know if he's just trying to put on his resume or not. I don't know. But I can definitely vouch for the person that will be coming up for the next meeting. So that's why I'm asking my colleagues not to support this. All right, with that being said, second round.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer.
through you to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, this says the reappointment of Sean Hairston. Is he on that? I don't remember hearing that name before, so is he on that board now? So it's not a reappointment.
It is, yeah, I would have to concur with whatever is on the actual resolution. If it's stating reappointment, then, I mean, these were vetted through the mayor's office and with the city attorney. I know he's been involved in finding out a lot about these appointments.
Yeah, I believe that was an error in the initial resolution that was
So
submitted.
it's not a reappointment?
It's not a reappointment.
Okay, just being clear. So it's not a reappointment, this would be an appointment to fill a term, but if not a reappointment, it does not currently sit on it.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I had, I just want to clear that up because I've never heard that name before. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing there's no one else in the second round, we will go ahead and call for the vote. The vote is for the appointment of Sean Harrison, Resolution 230220. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Vote is 0 yes, 6 no.
Vote is 0 yes, 6 no. Resolution 230220 fails.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I make a motion to approve 230230.
All right, a motion to approve 230230. Any support?
Support.
Supported by, is that Ms. Machete again? Oh, okay, Mr. Priestley. Okay, so then approved and probably seconded by Ms. Priestley. Any debate?
Yes.
Mr.
I am not supporting Joe King. He's the president of the Ethics and Accountability Board. I think they have been doing a horrible job when it comes down to moving the Ethics and Accountability Board forward. They have not moved to appoint a candidate to the Brunswick office. It's been months. They posted the position. Not sure if they interviewed the candidates. Just the way they go by, that when they came to city council during a budget hearing, they was not prepared whatsoever. Just how they handle complaints in the, through the public, how they go by, even when I just was recently there, when they call themselves subpoenaing or sending all the council people letters to come before the Ethics and Accountability Board. I just did not like their direction. He is the president of the Ethics and Accountability Board, so he is the leader. He is leading the Ethics and Accountability Board, and I will not be supporting him.
All right.
And I appreciate, I know that's your appointment, but this one I can't roll with you on.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing.
I have some of the same concerns, although I don't have any ill feelings against Mr. King. He seems like a nice man. However, the E&A board, I do have concerns with. It's now been 5 years since we've appointed, maybe more. And most of the time, council has been asked, even previous to this one, questions about behavior other than the one council person who creates really bad behavior. And I've heard that they've approved to investigate that, but it's a little late at this point for me. I just don't feel they're effective. So it's gonna be a no for me. I hope you can find someone I'm sorry.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
you know, I don't have much use for the Ethics and Accountability Board. I did ask you if you were okay with this appointment. I didn't know if it came from you or if it came from the administration. I didn't feel it was really clear in the resolution. And you said you were. So I think that we need to support the appointments of our fellow council person. So I'm going to go ahead and support you on this resolution, but I really do not like this board. And I would love to find somebody to appoint to this position, but no one's willing to volunteer in my ward. So anyways, I'm going to support your pick. Just like I supported Councilwoman Burns' pick for Billy Dantzler, which we approved in the mass resolution. So, yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Fox.
Yeah, I can count votes, so I'm not sure it matters, but I will be supporting this. I think while our E&A board may be a imperfect solution to a big problem, I believe that everybody is working hard with the constraints that they have on them and the ability to find people to serve on this board is difficult. And I don't think that one person makes or breaks this board as far as its effectiveness. So I think Joe King is, from the few times that I've met him, he's a genuine person and really takes the city's best interest at heart, so I will be supporting this. And apparently, I think it's going to fail based on the comments, but hopefully you can find someone that is willing to serve on that so that the board is not left without proper representation in the second ward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Not a problem. All right, so looks like that's everyone besides Ms. Moschetti. See one here. So anyone else have anything else? All right, well, I'll go ahead and utilize my time in the first round. Gang, I understand your concerns are valid. And again, we want the best people to serve. So although I selected Mr. King, a lot of people, they don't want to serve on that board. And Mr. King, he wanted to serve and continue his service. And a lot of the residents feel that he is a balanced member of the E&A board. But in any event, I want to do what's in the best interest of this committee, of this ward, and of this city. And so if you all do not feel that he's the best fit, then it looks like we have to open this up for a little while longer, and we'll see what we get, okay? So no hard feelings at all, and we will go on to round two. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. President.
Through you to the attorney, Mr. Kim, he will continue to serve even if this was because this is turned down. I know if the appointment wasn't brought forward, he would continue to serve until a new appointment. But since the votes apparently does he have to give up his position, or does he still continue to serve until a new appointment?
That is actually an issue that the law department is looking into. I don't have a quick answer for you here. There's a number of boards in which it explicitly says that that members serve until they're replaced. There are others where the boards or the commissions explicitly say that they serve only for the length of the term they're appointed, and then there's a number that include the EAB that are silent on that issue. And so we're looking into that actually right now. to kind of just figure out exactly what the status is of the appointments to those boards.
So would he still be able to continue to serve on this board if we vote this down?
That's the question that we're trying to figure out. It's not just specific to him, but
So
as I said, there's a number of boards in which their statutory or charter, authorizations leave that question unanswered.
So when are we gonna find that answer? Because if he goes to the next meeting and he's a voting member on something that is brought before this council, is that a valid vote that he made to get it to council per se?
Well, we can try to prioritize that to get you and the administration a clear answer on that as quickly as we can.
Does this vote affect versus we vote on this and vote it down? Does the outcome change if we decide to drop this appointment and not vote on it?
I don't know at this point, because we're still considering exactly all the factors that are going to go into that. What we basically identified is something that we're going to have to essentially do statutory interpretation on.
Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to leave that board with a void. And if this vote takes place, does that remove him from his seat? And if you don't know the answer to that.
Currently, I can tell you that essentially the boards, that all the city boards that are operating under the theory that they can, it just seems to be the practice has been that appointments will last until they're replaced. What we're looking into is whether that's actually the legally correct way to do that.
Well, I think that this is a different situation though, because we're actually turning this, if the vote happens by my own intuition on how people are gonna vote and the number of people here, what you're saying is whether or not the vote actually takes place on that position, this would be a vote for that person not to serve. So I think it's a little different.
No, because it would depend on whether or not, again, the EAB is one of the city boards in which essentially the charter or the statute or the ordinances or whatever are silent as to what happens, what I kind of refer to as a carryover appointment. So we're trying to figure out exactly what the law says about that, because we're basically having to try to figure out just kind of what the general law is going to be on that when specific ordinances, or in the EAB's case, the charter provisions are just silent. They don't say one way or the other.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Piper.
Based on not knowing the outcome of that, do you want this position vacant or do you want this position to be held by Mr. King until you find a replacement?
Held by Mr. King.
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Support.
All right, good motion to adjourn by Mr. Piper, supported by Ms. Priestley.
That was kind of
All right.
rude. Could we give you the opportunity to speak on it?
So is that, am I correct with that support? Okay, all right, roll call. Roll call to adjourn.
Yes. Piper?
Yes.
Martin? Yes. Lewis?
Ms. Murphy?
Yes.
For the 6, yes, 0, no. The time is now 12:31 at City Council meeting.